Book 9 of the Iliad by Homer. Argument. The embassy to Achilles. Agamemnon, after the last day's defeat, proposes to the Greeks to quit the siege and return to their country. Diomedes opposes this, and Nestor seconds him, praising his wisdom and resolution. He orders the guard to be strengthened, and a council summoned to deliberate what measures are to be followed in this emergency. Agamemnon pursues this advice, and Nestor further prevails upon him to send ambassadors to Achilles in order to move him to a reconciliation. Ulysses and Ajax are made choice of, who are accompanied by old Phoenix. They make, each of them, very moving and pressing speeches, but are rejected with roughness by Achilles, who notwithstanding retains Phoenix in his tent. The ambassadors return unsuccessfully to the camp, and the troops betake themselves to sleep. This book and the next following take up the space of one night, which is the 27th from the beginning of the poem. The scene lies on the seashore, the station of the Grecian ships. Thus joyful, Troy maintained the watch of night, while fear, pale comrade of inglorious flight, and heaven-bred horror, on the Grecian part, sat on each face, and saddened every heart. As from its cloudy dungeon issuing forth, a double tempest of the west and north swells o'er the sea from Thracia's frozen shore, heaps waves on waves, and bids the Aegean roar. This way and that the boiling deeps are tossed. Such various passions urged the troubled host, great Agamemnon grieved above the rest. Superior sorrows swelled his royal breast. Himself his orders to the heralds bears, to bid to council all the Grecian peers, but bid in whispers. These surround their chief, in solemn sadness and majestic grief. The king amidst the mournful circle rose, down his wan cheek a briny torrent flows. So silent fountains from a rock's tall head in sable streams soft trickling waters shed. With more than vulgar grief he stood oppressed, words mixed with sighs thus bursting from his breast. Ye sons of Greece, partake your leader's care, fellows in arms and princes of the war. Of partial Jove too justly we complain, and heavenly oracles believed in vain. A safe return was promised to our toils, with conquest honored and enriched with spoils. Now shameful flight alone can save the host, our wealth, our people, and our glory lost. So Jove decrees, almighty Lord of all, Jove, at whose nod whole empires rise or fall, who shakes the feeble props of human trust, and towers and armies humbles to the dust. Haste then, for ever quit these fatal fields. Haste to the joys our native country yields. Spread all your canvas, all your oars employ, nor hope the fall of heaven-defended Troy. He said. Deep silence held the Grecian band. Silent, unmoved in dire dismay they stand, a pensive scene, till Tydeus' warlike son rolled on the king his eyes, and thus begun. When kings advise us to renounce our fame, first let him speak who first has suffered shame. If I oppose thee, prince, thy wrath withhold. The laws of counsel bid my tongue be bold. Thou first and thou alone in fields of fight durst brand my courage and defame my might. Nor from a friend the unkind reproach appeared. The Greeks stood witness, all our army heard. The gods, O chief, from whom our honours spring, the gods have made thee but by halves a king. They gave thee sceptres and a wide command. They gave dominion o'er the seas and land. The noblest power that might the world control they gave thee not, a brave and virtuous soul. Is this a general's voice that would suggest fears like his own to every Grecian breast? Confiding in our want of worth he stands, and if we fly, 'tis what our king commands. Go thou, inglorious, from the embattled plain. Ships thou hast store, and nearest to the main. A noble care the Grecians shall employ to combat, conquer, and extirpate Troy. Here Greece shall stay, or if all Greece retire, myself shall stay, till Troy or I expire. Myself and Sthenelus will fight for fame. God bade us fight, and 'twas with God we came." He ceased. The Greeks loud acclamations raise, and voice to voice resounds Tydides' praise. Wise Nestor then his reverend figure rear'd, he spoke, the host in still attention heard. "O truly great, in whom the gods have joined such strength of body with such force of mind! In conduct as in courage you excel, still first to act what you advise so well. These wholesome counsels which thy wisdom moves, applauding Greece with common voice approves. Kings thou canst blame, a bold but prudent youth, and blame even kings with praise, because with truth. And yet those years that since thy birth have run, would hardly style thee Nestor's youngest son. Then let me add what yet remains behind, a thought unfinished in that generous mind. Age bids me speak, nor shall the advice I bring distaste the people, or offend the king. Cursed is the man and void of law and right, unworthy property, unworthy light, unfit for public rule or private care, that wretch, that monster who delights in war, whose lust is murder, and whose horrid joy to tear his country and his kind destroy. This night refresh and fortify thy train. Between the trench and wall let guards remain. Be that the duty of the young and bold, but thou, O king, to council call the old. Great is thy sway, and weighty are thy cares. Thy high commands must spirit all our wars. With Thracian wines recruit thy honored guests, for happy counsels flow from sober feasts. Wise, weighty counsels aid a state distressed, and such a monarch as can choose the best. See what a blaze from hostile tents aspires, how near our fleet approach the Trojan fires. Who can, unmoved, behold the dreadful light? What eye beholds them, and can close tonight? This dreadful interval determines all. Tomorrow Troy must flame, or Greece must fall. Thus spoke the hoary sage. The rest obey. Swift through the gates the guards direct their way. His son was first to pass the lofty mound, the generous Thrasymed, in arms renowned. Next him Ascalaphus, Ialmen stood, the double offspring of the warrior god. Deipyrus, Iphareus, Merion join, and Lycomed of Creon's noble line. 7 were the leaders of the knightly bands, and each bold chief 100 spears commands. The fires they light, to short repasts they fall, some line the trench, and others man the wall. The king of men, on public councils bent, convened the princes in his ample tent. Each seized a portion of the kingly feast, but stayed his hand when thirst and hunger ceased. Then Nestor spoke, for wisdom long approved, and slowly rising, thus the council moved. Monarch of nations, whose superior sway assembled states and lords of earth obey, the laws and scepters to thy hand are given, and millions own the care of thee and heaven. O king, the counsels of my age attend, with thee my cares begin, with thee must end. Thee, prince, it fits alike to speak and hear, pronounce with judgment, with regard give ear, to see no wholesome motion be withstood, and ratify the best for public good. Nor, though a meaner give advice, repine, but follow it, and make the wisdom thine. Hear then a thought, not now conceived in haste, at once my present judgment and my past. When from Pelides' tent you forced the maid, I first opposed, and faithful durst dissuade. But bold of soul, when headlong fury fired, you wronged the man, by men and gods admired. Now seek some means his fatal wrath to end, with prayers to move him, or with gifts to bend. To whom the king: With justice hast thou shown a prince's faults, and I with reason own. That happy man whom Jove still honours most is more than armies, and himself a host. Blessed in his love this wondrous hero stands. Heaven fights his war, and humbles all our bands. Fain would my heart, which erred through frantic rage, the wrathful chief and angry gods assuage. If gifts immense his mighty soul can bow, hear, all ye Greeks, and witness what I vow. 10 weighty talents of the purest gold, and twice 10 vases of refulgent mould. 7 sacred tripods, whose unsullied frame yet knows no office, nor has felt the flame. 12 steeds unmatched in fleetness and in force, and still victorious in the dusty course. Rich were the men whose ample stores exceed the prizes purchased by their winged speed. 7 lovely captives of the Lesbian line, skilled in each art, unmatched in form divine. The same I chose for more than vulgar charms, when Lesbos sank beneath the hero's arms. All these to buy his friendship shall be paid, and joined with these the long contested maid, with all her charms. Briseis I resign, and solemn swear those charms were never mine. Untouched she stayed, uninjured she removes, pure from my arms, and guiltless of my loves. These instant shall be his, and if the powers give to our arms proud Ilion's hostile towers, then shall he store, when Greece the spoil divides, with gold and brass his loaded navy's sides. Besides, full 20 nymphs of Trojan race with copious love shall crown his warm embrace, such as himself will choose, who yield to none, or yield to Helen's heavenly charms alone. Yet hear me further, when our wars are o'er, if safe we land on Argos' fruitful shore, there shall he live my son, our honours share, and with Orestes' self divide my care. Yet more, 3 daughters in my court are bred, and each well worthy of a royal bed. Laodice and Iphigenia fair, and bright Chrysothemis with golden hair. Her let him choose whom most his eyes approve. I ask no presents, no reward for love. Myself will give the dower, so vast a store as never father gave a child before. 7 ample cities shall confess his sway, him Enope and Pheere him obey. Cardamyle with ample turrets crowned, and sacred Pedasus for vines renowned. Epea fair the pastures Thyre yields, and rich Anthea with her flowery fields. The whole extent to Pylos' sandy plain, along the verdant margin of the main, there heifers graze, and labouring oxen toil. Bold are the men, and generous is the soil. There shall he reign, with power and justice crowned, and rule the tributary realms around. All this I give, his vengeance to control, and sure all this may move his mighty soul. Pluto, the grisly god who never spares, who feels no mercy, and who hears no prayers, lives dark and dreadful in deep hell's abodes, and mortals hate him as the worst of gods. Great though he be, it fits him to obey, since more than his my years, and more my sway. The monarch thus. The reverend Nestor then. Great Agamemnon, glorious king of men, such are thy offers as a prince may take, and such as fits a generous king to make. Let chosen delegates this hour be sent, myself will name them, to Pelides' tent. Let Phoenix lead, revered for hoary age, great Ajax next, and Ithacus the sage. Yet more to sanctify the word you send, let Hodius and Eurybates attend. Now pray to Jove to grant what Greece demands, pray in deep silence and with purest hands. He said, and all approved. The heralds bring the cleansing water from the living spring. The youth with wine the sacred goblets crowned, and large libations drenched the sands around. The rite performed, the chiefs their thirst allay, then from the royal tent they take their way. Wise Nestor turns on each his careful eye, forbids to offend, instructs them to apply. Much he advised them all, Ulysses most, to deprecate the chief and save the host. Through the still night they march, and hear the roar of murmuring billows on the sounding shore. To Neptune, ruler of the seas profound, whose liquid arms the mighty globe surround, they pour forth vows, their embassy to bless, and calm the rage of stern Aeacides. And now, arrived, where on the sandy bay the Myrmidonian tents and vessels lay, amused at ease, the godlike man they found, pleased with the solemn harp's harmonious sound. The well-wrought harp from conquered Thebe came, of polished silver was its costly frame. With this he soothes his angry soul, and sings the immortal deeds of heroes and of kings. Patroclus only of the royal train, placed in his tent, attends the lofty strain. Full opposite he sat, and listened long, in silence waiting till he ceased the song. Unseen the Grecian embassy proceeds to his high tent, the great Ulysses leads. Achilles starting, as the chiefs he spied, leapt from his seat, and laid the harp aside. With like surprise arose Menoetius' son. Pelides grasped their hands, and thus begun: "Princes, all hail! Whatever brought you here, or strong necessity, or urgent fear, welcome, though Greeks, for not as foes ye came, to me more dear than all that bear the name." With that, the chiefs beneath his roof he led, and placed in seats with purple carpets spread. Then thus: "Patroclus, crown a larger bowl, mix purer wine, and open every soul. Of all the warriors yonder host can send, thy friend most honours these, and these thy friend." He said. Patroclus o'er the blazing fire heaps in a brazen vase 3 chines entire. The brazen vase Automedon sustains, which flesh of porker, sheep, and goat contains. Achilles at the genial feast presides, the parts transfixes, and with skill divides. Meanwhile Patroclus sweats the fire to raise, the tent is brightened with the rising blaze. Then, when the languid flames at length subside, he strows a bed of glowing embers wide. Above the coals the smoking fragments turns, and sprinkles sacred salt from lifted urns. With bread the glittering canisters they load, which round the board Menoetius' son bestowed. Himself, opposed to Ulysses' full insight, each portion parts, and orders every rite. The first fat offering to the immortals due, amidst the greedy flames Patroclus threw. Then each, indulging in the social feast, his thirst and hunger soberly repressed. That done, to Phoenix Ajax gave the sign, not unperceived. Ulysses crowned with wine the foaming bowl, and instant thus began, his speech addressing to the godlike man: "Health to Achilles! Happy are thy guests, not those more honour'd whom Atrides feasts. Though generous plenty crown thy loaded boards, that Agamemnon's regal tent affords. But greater cares sit heavy on our souls, nor eased by banquets or by flowing bowls. What scenes of slaughter in yon fields appear! The dead we mourn, and for the living fear. Greece on the brink of fate all doubtful stands, and owns no help but from thy saving hands. Troy and her aids for ready vengeance call, their threatening tents already shade our wall. Hear how with shouts their conquest they proclaim, and point at every ship their vengeful flame. For them the father of the gods declares, theirs are his omens, and his thunder theirs. See, full of Jove, avenging Hector rise, see, heaven and earth the raging chief defies. What fury in his breast, what lightning in his eyes! He waits but for the morn to sink in flame the ships, the Greeks, and all the Grecian name. Heavens, how my country's woes distract my mind, lest fate accomplish all his rage designed! And must we, gods, our heads inglorious lay in Trojan dust, and this the fatal day? Return, Achilles, O return, though late, to save thy Greeks, and stop the course of fate. If in that heart or grief or courage lies, rise to redeem, yet to conquer, rise! The day may come when, all our warriors slain, that heart shall melt, that courage rise in vain. Regard in time, O prince, divinely brave, those wholesome counsels which thy father gave. When Peleus in his aged arms embraced his parting son, these accents were his last: "My child, with strength, with glory and success, thy arms may Juno and Minerva bless. Trust that to heaven, but thou thy cares engage to calm thy passions and subdue thy rage. From gentler manners let thy glory grow, and shun contention, the sure source of woe. That young and old may in thy praise combine, the virtues of humanity be thine." This now despised advice thy father gave. Check thy anger, and be truly brave. if thou wilt yield to great Atrides' prayers, gifts worthy thee his royal hand prepares. If not, but hear me while I number o'er the proffered presents an exhaustless store. 10 weighty talents of the purest gold, and twice 10 vases of refulgent mould. 7 sacred tripods, whose unsullied frame yet knows no office, nor has felt the flame. 12 steeds, unmatched in fleetness and in force, and still victorious in the dusty course. Rich were the man whose ample stores exceed the prizes purchased by their winged speed. 7 lovely captives of the Lesbian line, skilled in each art, unmatched in form divine. The same he chose for more than vulgar charms, when Lesbos sank beneath thy conquering arms. All these to buy thy friendship shall be paid, and, joined with these, the long-contested maid. With all her charms Briseis he'll resign, and solemn swear those charms were only thine. Untouched she stayed, uninjured she removes, pure from his arms, and guiltless of his loves. These instant shall be thine, and if the powers give to our arms proud Ilion's hostile towers, then shalt thou store, when Greece the spoil divides, with gold and brass thy loaded navy's sides. Besides, full 20 nymphs of Trojan race with copious love shall crown thy warm embrace, such as thyself shall choose, who yield to none, or yield to Helen's heavenly charms alone. Yet hear me further, when our wars are o'er, if safe we land on Argos' fruitful shore, there shalt thou live his son, his honour share, and with Orestes' self divide his care. Yet more, 3 daughters in his court are bred, and each well worthy of a royal bed. Laodice and Iphigenia fair, and bright Chrysothemis with golden hair. Her shalt thou wed whom most thy eyes approve. He asks no presents, no reward for love. Himself will give the dower, so vast a store as never father gave a child before. 7 ample cities shall confess thy sway, the Enope and Pheræ thee obey. Cardamyle, with ample turrets crowned, and sacred Pedasus for vines renowned. Æpea, fair, the pastures Thyre yields, and rich Anthea with her flowery fields. The whole extent to Pylos' sandy plain, along the verdant margin of the main. There heifers graze, and labouring oxen toil. Bold are the men, and generous is the soil. There shalt thou reign, with power and justice crowned, and rule the tributary realms around. Such are the proffers which this day we bring, such the repentance of a suppliant king. But if all this, relentless, thou disdain, if honour and if interest plead in vain, yet some redress to suppliant Greece afford, and be, amongst her guardian gods, adored. If no regard thy suffering country claim, hear thy own glory and the voice of fame. For now that chief, whose unresisted ire made nations tremble and whole hosts retire, proud Hector, now the unequal fight demands, and only triumphs to deserve thy hands. Then thus the goddess born: Ulysses, hear a faithful speech, that knows no art nor fear. What in my secret soul is understood, my tongue shall utter, and my deeds make good. Let Greece then know, my purpose I retain, nor with new treaties vex my peace in vain. Who dares think one thing and another tell, my heart detests him as the gates of hell. Then thus in short my fixed resolves attend, which nor Atrides nor his Greeks can bend. Long toils, long perils in their cause I bore, but now the unfruitful glories charm no more. Fight or not fight, a like reward we claim. The wretch and hero find their prize the same. Alike regretted in the dust he lies, who yields ignobly, or who bravely dies. Of all my dangers, all my glorious pains, a life of labours, lo, what fruit remains? As the bold bird her helpless young attends, from danger guards them, and from want defends, in search of prey she wings the spacious air, and with the untasted food supplies her care. For thankless Greece such hardships have I braved, her wives, her infants, by my labours saved. Long sleepless nights in heavy arms I stood, and sweat laborious days in dust and blood. I sacked 12 ample cities on the main, and 12 lay smoking on the Trojan plain. Then at Atrides' haughty feet were laid the wealth I gathered, and the spoils I made. Your mighty monarch these in peace possessed. Some few my soldiers had, himself the rest. Some present too to every prince was paid, and every prince enjoys the gift he made. I only must refund of all his train. See what preeminence our merits gain. My spoil alone his greedy soul delights. My spouse alone must bless his lustful nights. The woman, let him, as he may, enjoy. But what's the quarrel, then, of Greece to Troy? What to these shores the assembled nations draws? What calls for vengeance but a woman's cause? Are fair endowments and a beauteous face beloved by none but those of Atreus' race? The wife whom choice and passion doth approve, sure every wise and worthy man will love. Nor did my fair one less distinction claim. Slave as she was, my soul adored the dame. Wronged in my love, all proffers I disdain. Deceived for once, I trust not kings again. Ye have my answer. What remains to do, your king Ulysses may consult with you. What needs he the defence this arm can make? Has he not walls no human force can shake? Has he not fenced his guarded navy round with piles, with ramparts, and a trench profound? And will not these, the wonders he has done, repel the rage of Priam's single son? There was a time, 'twas when for Greece I fought, when Hector's prowess no such wonders wrought. He kept the verge of Troy, nor dared to wait Achilles' fury at the Scaean gate. He tried it once, and scarce was saved by fate. But now those ancient enmities are o'er. Tomorrow we the favouring gods implore. Then shall you see our parting vessels crowned, and hear with oars the Hellespont resound. The third day hence shall Thea greet our sails, if mighty Neptune send propitious gales. Thea to her Achilles shall restore the wealth he left for this detested shore. Thither the spoils of this long war shall pass, the ruddy gold, the steel, the shining brass. My beauteous captives thither I'll convey, and all that rests of my unravish'd prey. One only valued gift your tyrant gave, and that resumed, the fair Lernessian slave. Then tell him, loud, that all the Greeks may hear, and learn to scorn the wretch they basely fear. For arm'd in impudence, mankind he braves, and meditates new cheats on all he slaves. Though shameless as he is, to face these eyes is what he dares not. If he dares, he dies. Tell him, all terms, all commerce I decline, nor share his counsel, nor his battle join. For once deceived was his, but twice were mine. No, let the stupid prince, whom Jove deprives of sense and justice, run where frenzy drives. His gifts are hateful. Kings of such a kind stand but as slaves before a noble mind. Not though he proffered all himself possessed, and all his rapine could from others wrest. Not all the golden tides of wealth that crown the many-peopled Orchomenian town. Not all proud Thebes' unrivalled walls contain the world's great empress on the Egyptian plain, that spreads her conquests o'er 1,000 states, and pours her heroes through 100 gates, 200 horsemen, and 200 cars, from each wide portal issuing to the wars. Though bribes were heaped on bribes, in number more than dust in fields, or sands along the shore. Should all these offers for my friendship call, 'tis he that offers, and I scorn them all. Atrides' daughter never shall be led, an ill-match'd consort, to Achilles' bed, like golden Venus, though she charm'd the heart, and vied with Pallas in the works of art. Some greater Greek let those high nuptials grace. I hate alliance with the tyrant's race. If heaven restore me to my realms with life, the reverend Peleus shall elect my wife. The Salian nymphs there are of form divine, and kings that sue to mix their blood with mine. Blessed in kind love, my years shall glide away, content with just hereditary sway. There, deaf forever to the martial strife, enjoy the dear prerogative of life. Life is not to be bought with heaps of gold. Not all Apollo's Pythian treasures hold, or Troy once held, in peace and pride of sway, can bribe the poor possession of a day. Lost herds and treasures we by arms regain, and steeds unrivalled on the dusty plain. But from our lips the vital spirit fled returns no more to wake the silent dead. My fates long since by Thetis were disclosed, and each alternate, life or fame, proposed. Here if I stay before the Trojan town, short is my date, but deathless my renown. If I return, I quit immortal praise for years on years, and long extended days. Convinced, though late, I find my fond mistake, and warn the Greeks the wiser choice to make, to quit these shores, their native seats enjoy, nor hope the fall of heaven-defended Troy. Jove's arm displayed asserts her from the skies, her hearts are strengthened, and her glories rise. Go then to Greece, report our fixed design, bid all your councils, all your armies join, let all your forces, all your arts conspire, to save the ships, the troops, the chiefs from fire. One stratagem has failed, and others will. Ye find Achilles is unconquered still. Go then, digest my message as ye may, but here this night let reverend Phoenix stay. His tedious toils and hoary hairs demand a peaceful death in Phthia's friendly land. But whether he remain or sail with me, his age be sacred, and his will be free. The son of Peleus ceased. The chiefs around, in silence wrapped, in consternation drowned, attend the stern reply. Then Phoenix rose. Down his white beard a stream of sorrow flows, and while the fate of suffering Greece he mourned, with accent weak these tender words returned. Divine Achilles, wilt thou then retire, and leave our hosts in blood, our fleets on fire? If wrath so dreadful fill thy ruthless mind, how shall thy friend, thy Phoenix, stay behind? The royal Peleus, when from Phthia's coast he sent thee early to the Achaean host, thy youth as then in sage debates unskilled, and new to perils of the direful field, he bade me teach thee all the ways of war, to shine in councils and in camps to dare. Never, never let me leave thy side. No time shall part us, and no fate divide. Not though the god that breathed my life restore the bloom I boasted, and the port I bore, when Greece of old beheld my youthful flames, delightful Greece, the land of lovely dames. My father faithless to my mother's arms, old as he was, adored a stranger's charms. I tried what youth could do, at her desire, to win the damsel, and prevent my sire. My sire with curses loads my hated head, and cries, Ye Furies, barren be his bed! Infernal Jove, the vengeful fiends below, and ruthless Proserpine confirmed his vow. Despair and grief distract my labouring mind. Gods, what a crime my impious heart designed! I thought, but some kind god that thought suppressed, to plunge the poniard in my father's breast, then meditate my flight. My friends in vain with prayers entreat me, and with force detain. On fat of rams, black bulls, and brawny swine, they daily feast, with draughts of fragrant wine. Strong guards they placed, and watched 9 nights entire. The roofs and porches flamed with constant fire. The 10th I forced the gates, unseen of all, and favour'd by the night, o'erleaped the wall. My travels thence through spacious Greece extend, in Phthia's court at last my labours end. Your sire received me, as his son caress'd, with gifts enriched, and with possessions blessed. The strong Dolopians thenceforth owned my reign, and all the coast that runs along the main. By love to thee his bounties I repaid, and early wisdom to thy soul conveyed. Great as thou art, my lessons made thee brave. A child I took thee, but a hero gave. Thy infant breast a like affection show'd, still in my arms an ever-pleasing load, or at my knee by Phoenix wouldst thou stand. No food was grateful but from Phoenix' hand. I pass my watchings o'er thy helpless years, the tender labours, the compliant cares. The gods, I thought, reversed their hard decree, and Phoenix felt a father's joys in thee. Thy growing virtues justified my cares, and promised comfort to my silver hairs. Now be thy rage, thy fatal rage, resigned. A cruel heart ill suits a manly mind. The gods, the only great and only wise, are moved by offerings, vows, and sacrifice. Offending man their high compassion wins, and daily prayers atone for daily sins. Prayers are Jove's daughters, of celestial race. Lame are their feet, and wrinkled is their face. With humble mien and with dejected eyes, constant they follow, where injustice flies. Injustice swift, erect, and unconfined, sweeps the wide earth, and tramples o'er mankind, while prayers, to heal her wrongs, move slow behind. Who hears these daughters of Almighty Jove, for him they mediate to the throne above. When man rejects the humble suit they make, the sire revenges for the daughter's sake. From Jove commissioned, fierce injustice then descends to punish unrelenting men. O let not headlong passion bear the sway, these reconciling goddesses obey. Due honours to the seed of Jove belong, due honours calm the fierce and bend the strong. Were these not paid thee by the terms we bring, were rage still harbour'd in the haughty king, nor Greece nor all her fortunes should engage thy friend to plead against so just a rage. But since what honour asks the general sends, and sends by those whom most thy heart commends, the best and noblest of the Grecian train, permit not these to sue, and sue in vain. Let me, my son, an ancient fact unfold, a great example drawn from times of old. Hear what our fathers were, and what their praise, who conquered their revenge in former days. Where Calydon on rocky mountains stands, once fought the Aetolian and Coretian bands. To guard it those, to conquer these advance, and mutual deaths were dealt with mutual chance. The silver Cynthia bade contention rise, and vengeance of neglected sacrifice. On Œneus' field she sent a monstrous boar, that levelled harvests and whole forests tore. This beast, when many a chief his tusks had slain, great Meleager stretched along the plain. Then for his spoils a new debate arose, the neighbour nations thence commencing foes. Strong as they were, the bold Curetes failed, while Meleager's thundering arm prevailed, till rage at length inflamed his lofty breast, for rage invades the wisest and the best. Cursed by Althea, to his wrath he yields, and in his wife's embrace forgets the fields. She from Marpessa sprung, divinely fair, and matchless Idas, more than man in war. The god of day adored the mother's charms. Against the god the father bent his arms. The afflicted pair, their sorrows to proclaim, from Cleopatra changed their daughter's name, and called Alcyone, a name to show the father's grief, the mourning mother's woe. To her the chief retired from stern debate, but found no peace from fierce Althea's hate. Althea's hate the unhappy warrior drew, whose luckless hand his royal uncle slew. She beat the ground, and called the powers beneath on her own son to wreak her brother's death. Hell heard her curses from the realms profound, and the red fiends that walk the nightly round. In vain Ætolia her deliverer waits, war shakes her walls, and thunders at her gates. She sent ambassadors, a chosen band, priests of the gods, and elders of the land, besought the chief to save the sinking state. Their prayers were urgent, and their proffers great. Full 50 acres of the richest ground, half pasture green, and half with vineyards crowned. His suppliant father, aged Œneus, came. His sisters followed, even the vengeful dame, Althea, sues. His friends before him fall, he stands relentless, and rejects them all. Meanwhile the victor's shouts ascend the skies, the walls are scaled, the rolling flames arise. At length his wife, a form divine, appears, with piercing cries and supplicating tears. She paints the horrors of a conquered town, the heroes slain, the palaces o'erthrown, the matrons ravished, the whole race enslaved. The warrior heard, he vanquished, and he saved. The Ætolians, long disdained, now took their turn, and left the chief their broken faith to mourn. Learn hence, betimes to curb pernicious ire, nor stay till yonder fleets ascend in fire. Accept the presents, draw thy conquering sword, and be amongst our guardian gods adored. Thus he. The stern Achilles thus replied: My second father and my reverend guide, Thy friend, believe me, no such gifts demands, and asks no honours from a mortal's hands. Jove honours me, and favours my designs. His pleasure guides me, and his will confines. And here I stay, if such his high behest, while life's warm spirit beats within my breast. Yet hear one word, and lodge it in thy heart. No more molest me on Atrides' part. Is it for him these tears are taught to flow? For him these sorrows? For my mortal foe? A generous friendship no cold medium knows, burns with one love, with one resentment glows. One should our interests and our passions be, my friend must hate the man that injures me. Do this, my Phoenix, 'tis a generous part, and share my realms, my honours, and my heart. Let these return. Our voyage or our stay rest undetermined till the dawning day. He ceased, then ordered for the sage's bed a warmer couch with numerous carpets spread. With that, stern Ajax his long silence broke, and thus, impatient, to Ulysses spoke. Hence let us go, why waste we time in vain? See what effect our low submissions gain. Liked or not liked, his words we must relate. The Greeks expect them, and our heroes wait. Proud as he is, that iron heart retains its stubborn purpose, and his friends disdains. Stern and unpitying, if a brother bleed, on just atonement we remit the deed. A sire the slaughter of his son forgives. The price of blood discharged, the murderer lives. The haughtiest hearts at length their rage resign, and gifts can conquer every soul but thine. The gods that unrelenting breast have steeled, and cursed thee with a mind that cannot yield. One woman-slave was ravished from thy arms. Lo, 7 are offered, and of equal charms. Then hear, Achilles, be of better mind. Revere thy roof, and to thy guests be kind. And know the men of all the Grecian hosts, who honour worth, and prize thy valour most. O soul of battles and thy people's guide, to Ajax thus the first of Greeks replied. Well hast thou spoke, but at the tyrant's name my rage rekindles, and my soul's on flame. 'Tis just resentment, and becomes the brave, disgraced, dishonour'd, like the vilest slave. Return then, heroes, and our answer bear. The glorious combat is no more my care. Not till, amidst yon sinking navy slain, the blood of Greeks shall dye the sable main. Not till the flames, by Hector's fury thrown, consume your vessels, and approach my own. Just there the impetuous homicide shall stand. There cease his battle, and there feel our hand. This said, each prince a double goblet crowned, and cast a large libation on the ground. Then to their vessels through the gloomy shades the chiefs return, divine Ulysses leads. Meantime Achilles' slaves prepared a bed, with fleeces, carpets, and soft linen spread. There, till the sacred morn restored the day, in slumber sweet the reverend Phoenix lay. But in his inner tent, an ampler space, Achilles slept, and in his warm embrace fair Diomedes of the Lesbian race. Last for Patroclus was the couch prepared, whose nightly joys the beauteous Iphou shared. Achilles to his friend consigned her charms, when Scyros fell before his conquering arms. And now the elected chiefs whom Greece had sent passed through the hosts, and reached the royal tent. Then rising all, with goblets in their hands, the peers and leaders of the Achaean bands hailed their return. Atrides first begun. Say what success, divine Laertes' son, Achilles' high resolves declare to all. Returns the chief, or must our navy fall? Great king of nations, Ithacus replied. Fixed is his wrath, unconquered is his pride. He slights thy friendship, thy proposals scorns, and thus implored, with fiercer fury burns. To save our army and our fleets to free is not his care, but left to Greece and thee. Your eyes shall view, when morning paints the sky, beneath his oars the whitening billows fly. Us too he bids our oars and sails employ, nor hope the fall of heaven-protected Troy. For Jove o'ershades her with his arm divine, inspires her war, and bids her glory shine. Such was his word. What further he declared, these sacred heralds and great Ajax heard. But Phoenix in his tent the chief retains, safe to transport him to his native plains when morning dawns. If other he decree, his age is sacred, and his choice is free. Ulysses ceased. The great Achaean host, with sorrow seized, in consternation lost, attend the stern reply. Tydides broke the general silence, and undaunted spoke. Why should we gifts to proud Achilles send, or strive with prayers his haughty soul to bend? His country's woes he glories to deride, and prayers will burst that swelling heart with pride. Be the fierce impulse of his rage obeyed, our battles let him or desert or aid. Then let him arm when Jove or he think fit, that to his madness or to heaven commit. What for ourselves we can is always ours. This night let due repast refresh our powers, for strength consists in spirits and in blood, and those are owed to generous wine and food. But when the rosy messenger of day strikes the blue mountains with her golden ray, ranged at the ships, let all our squadrons shine in flaming arms, a long extended line. In the dread front let great Atrides stand, the first in danger as in high command. Shouts of acclaim the listening heroes raise, then each to heaven the due libations pays, till sleep, descending o'er the tents, bestows the grateful blessings of desired repose. End of Book 9. Book 10 of the Iliad by Homer, translated by Alexander Pope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 10. Argument. The Night Adventure of Diomedes and Ulysses. Upon the refusal of Achilles to return to the army, the distress of Agamemnon is described in the most lively manner. He takes no rest that night, but passes through the camp, awaking the leaders, and contriving all possible methods for the public safety. Menelaus, Nestor, Ulysses, and Diomedes are employed in raising the rest of the captains. They call a council of war, and determine to send scouts into the enemy's camp, to learn their posture and discover their intentions. Diomedes undertakes this hazardous enterprise, and makes choice of Ulysses for his companion. In their passage they surprise Dolon, whom Hector had sent on a like design to the camp of the Grecians. From him they are informed of the situation of the Trojan and auxiliary forces, and particularly of Briseis and the Thracians who were lately arrived. They pass on with success, kill Briseis with several of his officers, and seize the famous horses of that prince, with which they return in triumph to the camp. The same night continues. The scene lies in the two camps. All night the chiefs before their vessels lay, and lost in sleep the labours of the day. All but the king, with various thoughts oppressed, his country's cares lay rolling in his breast. As when by lightnings Jove's ethereal power foretells the rattling hail or weighty shower, or sends soft snows to whiten all the shore, or bids the brazen throat of war to roar. By fits one flash succeeds as one expires, and heaven flames thick with momentary fires. So, bursting frequent from Atrides' breast, sighs, following sighs, his inward fears confessed. Now o'er the fields, dejected, he surveys from thousand Trojan fires the mounting blaze, hears in the passing wind their music blow, and marks distinct the voices of the foe. Now looking backwards to the fleet and coast, anxious he sorrows for the endangered host. He rends his hair in sacrifice to Jove, and sues to him that ever lives above. Inly he groans, while glory and despair divide his heart, and wage a double war. 1,000 cares his labouring breast revolves. To seek sage Nestor now the chief resolves, with him, in wholesome counsels, to debate what yet remains to save the afflicted state. He rose, and first he cast his mantle round, next on his feet the shining sandals bound. A lion's yellow spoils his back concealed, his warlike hand a pointed javelin held. Meanwhile his brother, pressed with equal woes, alike denied the gifts of soft repose, laments for Greece, that in his cause before so much had suffered, and must suffer more. A leopard's spotted hide his shoulders spread, a brazen helmet glittered on his head. Thus, with a javelin in his hand, he went to wake Atrides in the royal tent. Already waked, Atrides he descried, his armour buckling at his vessel's side. Joyful they met. The Spartan thus begun, "Why puts my brother his bright armour on? Sends he some spy amidst these silent hours to try yon camp and watch the Trojan powers? But say, what hero shall sustain that task? Such bold exploits uncommon courage ask. Guideless, alone, through night's dark shade to go, and midst a hostile camp explore the foe." To whom the king, "In such distress we stand, no vulgar counsel our affairs demand. Greece to preserve is now no easy part, but asks high wisdom, deep design, and art. For Jove, averse, our humble prayer denies, and bows his head to Hector's sacrifice. What eye has witnessed, or what ear believed, in one great day, by one great arm achieved, such wondrous deeds as Hector's hand has done? And we beheld, the last revolving sun, what honours the beloved of Jove adorn. Sprung from no god, and of no goddess born, yet such his acts, as Greeks unborn shall tell, and curse the battle where their fathers fell. Now speed thy hasty course along the fleet. There call great Ajax and the prince of Crete. Ourself to hoary Nestor will repair, to keep the guards on duty be his care, for Nestor's influence best that quarter guides, whose son with Myrmidons o'er the watch presides. To whom the Spartan, "These thy orders borne, say, shall I stay, or with despatch return?" "There shall thou stay," the king of men replied, "else may we miss to meet without a guide, the paths so many and the camp so wide. Still, with your voice, the slothful soldiers raise, urge by their fathers' fame their future praise. Forget we now our state and lofty birth, not titles here, but works must prove our worth. To labour is the lot of man below, and when Jove gave us life, he gave us woe." This said, each parted to his several cares. The king to Nestor's sable ship repairs. The sage protector of the Greeks he found stretched in his bed, with all his arms around. The various coloured scarf, the shield he rears, the shining helmet, and the pointed spears. The dreadful weapons of the warrior's rage that, old in arms, disdained the peace of age. Then, leaning on his hand his watchful head, the hoary monarch raised his eyes, and said, "What art thou? Speak, that on designs unknown, while others sleep, thus range the camp alone. Seek'st thou some friend or nightly sentinel? Stand off, approach not, but thy purpose tell." "O son of Neleus," thus the king rejoined, "pride of the Greeks and glory of thy kind, lo, here the wretched Agamemnon stands, the unhappy general of the Grecian bands, whom Jove decrees with daily cares to bend, and woes that only with his life shall end. Scarce can my knees these trembling limbs sustain, and scarce my heart support its load of pain. No taste of sleep these heavy eyes have known, confused and sad, I wander thus alone, with fears distracted, with no fixed design, and all my people's miseries are mine. If aught of use thy waking thoughts suggest, since cares like mine deprive thy soul of rest, impart thy counsel, and assist thy friend. Now let us jointly to the trench descend, at every gate the fainting guard excite, tired with the toils of day and watch of night. Else may the sudden foe our works invade, so near and favour'd by the gloomy shade." To him thus Nestor, "Trust the powers above, nor think proud Hector's hopes confirm'd by Jove. How ill agree the views of vain mankind, and the wise counsels of the eternal mind! Audacious Hector! If the gods ordain that great Achilles rise and rage again, what toils attend thee, and what woes remain? Lo, faithful Nestor thy command obeys. The care is next our other chiefs to raise. Ulysses, Diomedes, we chiefly need. Meges for strength, Oileus famed for speed. Some other be dispatch'd of nimbler feet to those tall ships, remotest of the fleet, where lie great Ajax and the king of Crete. To rouse the Spartan I myself decree. Dear as he is to us, and dear to thee, yet must I tax his sloth, that claims no share with his great brother in his martial care. Him it behoved to every chief to sue, preventing every part performed by you. For strong necessity our toils demands, claims all our hearts, and urges all our hands. To whom the king: With reverence we allow thy just rebukes, yet learn to spare them now. My generous brother is of gentle kind, he seems remiss, but bears a valiant mind. Through too much deference to our sovereign sway, content to follow when we lead the way. But now, our ills industrious to prevent, long ere the rest he rose and sought my tent. The chiefs you named, already at his call, prepare to meet us near the navy wall. Assembling there, between the trench and gates, near the night guards, our chosen council waits. Then none, said Nestor, shall his rule withstand, for great examples justify command. With that, the venerable warrior rose. The shining greaves his manly legs enclose. His purple mantle golden buckles joined, warm with the softest wool, and doubly lined. Then rushing from his tent, he snatched in haste his steely lance, that lightened as he passed. The camp he traversed through the sleeping crowd, stopped at Ulysses' tent, and called aloud. Ulysses, sudden as the voice was sent, awakes, starts up, and issues from his tent. What new distress, what sudden cause of fright, thus leads you wandering in the silent night? O prudent chief, the Pylian sage replied, wise as thou art, be now thy wisdom tried. Whatever means of safety can be sought, whatever counsels can inspire our thought, whatever methods, or to fly or fight, all depend on this important night. He heard, returned, and took his painted shield, then joined the chiefs, and followed through the field. Without his tent, bold Diomedes they found, all sheathed in arms, his brave companions round, each sunk in sleep, extended on the field, his head reclining on his bossy shield. A wood of spears stood by, that, fixed upright, shot from their flashing points a quivering light. A bull's black hide composed the hero's bed, a splendid carpet rolled beneath his head. Then with his foot old Nestor gently shakes the slumbering chief, and in these words awakes. Rise, son of Tydeus! To the brave and strong, rest seems inglorious, and the night too long. But sleep'st thou now, when from yon hill the foe hangs o'er the fleet, and shades our walls below? At this, soft slumber from his eyelids fled. The warrior saw the hoary chief, and said, Wondrous old man, whose soul no respite knows, though years and honours bid thee seek repose, let younger Greeks our sleeping warriors wake. Ill fits thy age these toils to undertake. My friend, he answered, generous is thy care. These toils my subjects and my sons might bear. Their loyal thoughts and pious love conspire to ease a sovereign and relieve a sire. But now the last despair surrounds our host. No hour must pass, no moment must be lost. Each single Greek in this conclusive strife stands on the sharpest edge of death or life. Yet, if my years thy kind regard engage, employ thy youth as I employ my age. Succeed to these my cares, and rouse the rest. He serves me most who serves his country best. This said, the hero o'er his shoulders flung a lion's spoils that to his ankles hung, then seized his ponderous lance and strode along. Meges the bold, with Ajax famed for speed, the warrior roused, and to the entrenchments lead. And now the chiefs approach the nightly guard, a wakeful squadron, each in arms prepared. The unwearied watch their listening leaders keep, and, couching close, repel invading sleep. So faithful dogs their fleecy charge maintain, with toil protected from the prowling train. When the gaunt lioness, with hunger bold, springs from the mountains toward the guarded fold, through breaking woods her rustling course they hear. Loud and more loud the clamours strike their ear of hounds and men, They start, they gaze around, watch every side, and turn to every sound. Thus watched the Grecians, cautious of surprise. Each voice, each motion drew their ears and eyes. Each step of passing feet increased the affright, and hostile Troy was ever full in sight. Nestor with joy the wakeful band surveyed, and thus accosted through the gloomy shade. "'Tis well, my sons, your nightly cares employ, else must our host become the scorn of Troy. Watch thus, and Greece shall live," the hero said. Then o'er the trench the following chieftains led. His son and godlike Merion marched behind, for these the princes to their council joined. The trenches passed, the assembled kings around in silent state the consistory crowned. A place there was, yet undefiled with gore, the spot where Hector stopped his rage before, when night descending from his vengeful hand reprieved the relics of the Grecian band. The plain beside with mangled corpse was spread, and all his progress marked by heaps of dead. There sat the mournful kings, when Neleus' son, the council opening, in these words begun. "Is there," said he, "a chief so greatly brave, his life to hazard and his country save? Lives there a man who singly dares to go to yonder camp, or seize some straggling foe? Or favour'd by the night approach so near, their speech, their counsels, and designs to hear? If to besiege our navies they prepare, or Troy once more must be the seat of war? This could he learn, and to our peers recite, and pass unharmed the dangers of the night. What fame were his through all succeeding days, while Phoebus shines, or men have tongues to praise? What gifts his grateful country would bestow, what must not Greece to her deliverer owe? A sable ewe each leader should provide, with each a sable lambkin by her side. At every rite his share should be increased, and his the foremost honours of the feast." Fear held them mute. Alone, untaught to fear, Tydides spoke. "The man you seek is here. Through yon black camps to bend my dangerous way, some god within commands, and I obey. But let some other chosen warrior join to raise my hopes, and second my design. By mutual confidence and mutual aid, great deeds are done, and great discoveries made. The wise new prudence from the wise acquire, and one brave hero fans another's fire." Contending leaders at the word arose, each generous breast with emulation glows. So brave a task each Ajax strove to share, bold Merion strove, and Nestor's valiant heir. The Spartan wished the second place to gain, and great Ulysses wished, nor wished in vain. Then thus the king of men the contest ends. "Thou first of warriors, and thou best of friends, undaunted Diomed, what chief to join in this great enterprise is only thine. Just be thy choice, without affection made, to birth or office no respect be paid. Let worth determine here." The monarch spake, and inly trembled for his brother's sake. "Then thus," the godlike Diomed rejoined, "my choice declares the impulse of my mind. How can I doubt, while great Ulysses stands to lend his counsels and assist our hands? A chief whose safety is Minerva's care, so famed, so dreadful in the works of war, blessed in his conduct, I no aid require. Wisdom like his might pass through flames of fire." "It fits thee not, before these chiefs of fame," replied the sage, "to praise me or to blame. Praise from a friend, or censure from a foe, are lost on hearers that our merits know. But let us haste, night rolls the hours away, the reddening orient shows the coming day. The stars shine fainter on the ethereal plains, and of night's empire but a third remains." Thus having spoke, with generous ardour pressed, in arms terrific their huge limbs they dressed. A two-edged falchion Thrasymed the brave, and ample buckler, to Tydides gave. Then in a leathern helm he cased his head, short of its crest, and with no plume o'erspread, such as by youths unused to arms are worn. No spoils enrich it, and no studs adorn. Next him Ulysses took a shining sword, a bow and quiver with bright arrows stored, a well-proved casque with leather braces bound, thy gift, Meriones, his temples crowned. Soft wool within, without in order spread, a boar's white teeth grinned horrid o'er his head. This from Amyntor, rich Ormenus' son, Autolycus by fraudful rapine won, and gave Amphidamas. From him the prize Molus received, the pledge of social ties. The helmet next by Morion was possessed, and now Ulysses' thoughtful temples pressed. Thus, sheathed in arms, the council they forsake, and dark through paths oblique their progress take. Just then, in sign she favour'd their intent, a long-winged heron great Minerva sent. This, though surrounding shades obscured their view, by the shrill clang and whistling wings they knew. As from the right she soared, Ulysses prayed, hailed the glad omen, and addressed the maid. "O daughter of that god whose arm can wield the avenging bolt, and shake the dreadful shield! O thou, for ever present in my way, who all my motions, all my toils survey! Safe may we pass beneath the gloomy shade, safe by thy succour to our ships conveyed, and let some deed this signal night adorn, to claim the tears of Trojans yet unborn." Then godlike Diomedes preferred his prayer: "Daughter of Jove, unconquered Pallas, hear! Great queen of arms, whose favour Tydeus won, as thou defend'st the sire, defend the son. When on Asipus' banks the banded powers of Greece he left, and sought the Theban towers, peace was his charge. Received with peaceful show, he went a legate, but returned a foe. Then, helped by thee, and covered by thy shield, he fought with numbers, and made numbers yield. So now be present, O celestial maid, so still continue to the race thine aid. A youthful steer shall fall beneath the stroke, untamed, unconscious of the galling yoke, with ample forehead, and with spreading horns, whose taper tops refulgent gold adorns." The heroes prayed, and Pallas from the skies accords their vow, succeeds their enterprise. Now, like two lions panting for the prey, with dreadful thoughts they trace the dreary way, through the black horrors of the ensanguined plain, through dust, through blood, o'er arms and hills of slain. Nor less bold Hector and the sons of Troy on high designs the wakeful hours employ. The assembled peers their lofty chief enclosed, who thus the counsels of his breast proposed: "What glorious man, for high attempts prepared, dares greatly venture for a rich reward? Of yonder fleet a bold discovery make, what watch they keep, and what resolves they take. If now subdued they meditate their flight, and, spent with toil, neglect the watch of night. His be the chariot that shall please him most of all the plunder of the vanquished host. His the fair steeds that all the rest excel, and his the glory to have served so well." A youth there was among the tribes of Troy, Dolon his name, Diomedes' only boy. 5 girls beside the reverend herald told. Rich was the son in brass, and rich in gold, not blessed by nature with the charms of face, but swift of foot, and matchless in the race. "Hector," he said, "my courage bids me meet this high achievement, and explore the fleet. But first exalt thy sceptre to the skies, and swear to grant me the demanded prize, the immortal coursers, and the glittering car that bear Pelides through the ranks of war. Encouraged thus, no idle scout I go. Fulfil thy wish, their whole intention know, even to the royal tent pursue my way, and all their counsels, all their aims betray." The chief then heaved the golden sceptre high, attesting thus the monarch of the sky: "Be witness thou, immortal lord of all, whose thunder shakes the dark aerial hall. By none but Dolon shall this prize be borne, and him alone the immortal steeds adorn." Thus Hector swore. The gods were called in vain, but the rash youth prepares to scour the plain. Across his back the bended bow he flung, a wolf's grey hide around his shoulders hung. A ferret's downy fur his helmet lined, and in his hand a pointed javelin shined. Then, never to return, he sought the shore, and trod the path his feet must tread no more. Scarce had he passed the steeds and Trojan throng, still bending forward as he coursed along, when, on the hollow way, the approaching tread Ulysses marked, and thus to Diomedes: "O friend, I hear some step of hostile feet moving this way, or hastening to the fleet. Some spy, perhaps, to lurk beside the main, or nightly pillager that strips the slain. Yet let him pass, and win a little space, then rush behind him, and prevent his pace. But if too swift of foot he flies before, confine his course along the fleet and shore. Betwixt the camp and him our spears employ, and intercept his hoped return to Troy." With that they stepped aside, and stooped their head, as Dolon passed, behind a heap of dead. Along the path the spy unwary flew, soft at just distance both the chiefs pursue. So distant they, and such the space between, as when two teams of mules divide the green, to whom the hind like shares of land allows, when now new furrows part the approaching ploughs. Now Dolon, listening, heard them as they passed. Hector, he thought, had sent, and checked his haste, till scarce at distance of a javelin's throw, no voice succeeding, he perceived the foe. As when two skilful hounds the leveret wind, or chase through woods obscure the trembling hind, now lost, now seen, they intercept his way, and from the herd still turn the flying prey. So fast, and with such fears the Trojan flew, so close, so constant the bold Greeks pursue. Now almost on the fleet the dastard falls, and mingles with the guards that watch the walls. When brave Tydides stopped, a generous thought, inspired by Pallas, in his bosom wrought, lest on the foe some forward Greek advance, and snatch the glory from his lifted lance. Then thus aloud: "Whoe'er thou art, remain! This javelin else shall fix thee to the plain." He said, and high in air the weapon cast, which wilful erred, and o'er his shoulder passed. Then fixed in earth. Against the trembling wood the wretch stood propped, and quivered as he stood. A sudden palsy seized his turning head, his loose teeth chattered, and his colour fled. The panting warrior seize him as he stands, and with unmanly tears his life demands. "Oh, spare my youth, and for the breath I owe, large gifts of price my father shall bestow. Vast heaps of brass shall in your ships be told, and steel well tempered, and refulgent gold." To whom Ulysses made this wise reply: "Whoe'er thou art, be bold, nor fear to die. What moves thee, say, when sleep has closed the sight, to roam the silent fields in dead of night? Cam'st thou the secrets of our camp to find, by Hector prompted, or thy daring mind? Or art some wretch by hopes of plunder led, through heaps of carnage, to despoil the dead?" Then thus pale Dolon, with a fearful look, still as he spoke his limbs with horror shook: "Hither I came, by Hector's words deceived. Much did he promise, rashly I believed. No less a bribe than great Achilles' car, and those swift steeds that sweep the ranks of war, urged me, unwilling, this attempt to make, to learn what counsels, what resolves you take. If now subdued, you fix your hopes on flight, and tired with toils, neglect the watch of night." "Bold was thy aim, and glorious was the prize," Ulysses, with a scornful smile, replies. "Far other rulers those proud steeds demand, and scorn the guidance of a vulgar hand. Even great Achilles scarce their rage can tame, Achilles sprung from an immortal dame. But say, be faithful, and the truth recite, where lies encamped the Trojan chief to-night? Where stand his coursers? In what quarter sleep their other princes? Tell what watch they keep. Say, since this conquest, what their counsels are, or here to combat from their city far, or back to Ilion's walls transfer the war." Ulysses thus, and thus Diomedes' son. What Dolon knows, his faithful tongue shall own. Hector, the peers assembling in his tent, a council holds at Ilus' monument. No certain guards the nightly watch partake, where'er yon fires ascend the Trojans wake. Anxious for Troy, the guard the natives keep. Safe in their cares the auxiliar forces sleep, whose wives and infants, from the danger far, discharge their souls of half the fears of war. "Then sleep those aids among the Trojan train?" inquired the chief, "or scattered o'er the plain?" To whom the spy: "Their powers they thus dispose the Paeons dreadful with their bended bows, the Carians, Caucons, the Pelasgian host, and Leleges encamp along the coast. Not distant far, lie higher on the land the Lycian, Mysian, and Maeonian band, and Phrygia's horse by Thymbrus' ancient wall, the Thracians' utmost and apart from all. These Troy but lately to her succour won, led on by Rhesus, great Eioneus' son. I saw his coursers in proud triumph go, swift as the wind, and white as winter snow. Rich silver plates his shining car enfold, his solid arms refulgent flame with gold. No mortal shoulders suit the glorious load, celestial panoply to grace a god. Let me, unhappy, to your fleet be borne, or leave me here a captive's fate to mourn, in cruel chains, till your return reveal the truth or falsehood of the news I tell. To this Tydides, with a gloomy frown, think not to live, though all the truth be shown. Shall we dismiss thee in some future strife to risk more bravely thy now forfeit life? Or that again our camps thou mayst explore? No, once a traitor, thou be traced no more. Sternly he spoke, and as the wretch prepared with humble blandishment to stroke his beard, like lightning swift the wrathful falchion flew, divides the neck and cuts the nerves in two. One instant snatched his trembling soul to hell, the head, yet speaking, muttered as it fell. The furry helmet from his brow they tear, the wolf's grey hide, the unbended bow and spear. These great Ulysses lifting to the skies, to favouring Pallas dedicates the prize. Great Queen of Arms, receive this hostile spoil, and let the Thracian steeds reward our toil. Thee first of all the heavenly host we praise. O speed our labours and direct our ways. This said, the spoils with dropping gore defaced, high on a spreading tamarisk he placed. Then heaped with reeds and gathered boughs the plain, to guide their footsteps to the place again. Through the still night they crossed the devious fields, slippery with blood, o'er arms and heaps of shields, arriving where the Thracian squadrons lay, and eased in sleep the labours of the day. Ranged in 3 lines they view the prostrate band, the horses yoked beside each warrior stand, their arms in order on the ground reclined. Through the brown shade the fulgid weapons shined. Amidst lay Rhesus, stretched in sleep profound, and the white steeds behind his chariot bound. The welcome sight Ulysses first descries, and points to Diomedes the tempting prize. The man, the coursers, and the car behold, described by Dolon with the arms of gold. Now, brave Tydides, now thy courage try, approach the chariot, and the steeds untie. Or if thy soul aspire to fiercer deeds, urge thou the slaughter while I seize the steeds. Pallas, this said, her hero's bosom warms, breathed in his heart, and strung his nervous arms. Where'er he passed, a purple stream pursued his thirsty falchion, fat with hostile blood, bathed all his footsteps, dyed the fields with gore, and a low groan remurmured through the shore. So the grim lion, from his nightly den, o'erleaps the fences and invades the pen. On sheep or goats, resistless in his way, he falls, and foaming rends the guardless prey. Nor stopped the fury of his vengeful hand, till 12 lay breathless of the Thracian band. Ulysses following, as his partner slew, back by the foot each slaughtered warrior drew. The milk-white courser studious to convey safe to the ships, he wisely cleared the way, lest the fierce steeds, not yet to battle spread, should start and tremble at the heaps of dead. Now 12 dispatched, the monarch last they found. Tydides' falchion fixed him to the ground. Just then a deathful dream Minerva sent. A warlike form appeared before his tent, whose visionary steel his bosom tore. So dreamed the monarch, and awaked no more. Ulysses now the snowy steeds detains, and leads them, fastened by the silver reins. These with his bow unbent he lashed along. The scourge forgot, on Rhesus' chariot hung. Then gave his friend the signal to retire. But him new dangers, new achievements fire. Doubtful he stood, or with his reeking blade to send more heroes to the infernal shade, drag off the car where Rhesus' armour lay, or heave with manly force and lift away. While unresolved the son of Tydeus stands, Pallas appears, and thus her chief commands. Enough, my son! From further slaughter cease, regard thy safety, and depart in peace. Haste to thy ships, the gotten spoils enjoy, nor tempt too far the hostile gods of Troy." The voice divine confessed the martial maid. In haste he mounted, and her word obeyed. The coursers fly before Ulysses' bow, swift as the wind, and white as winter snow. Not unobserved they passed. The god of light had watch'd his Troy, and mark'd Minerva's flight, saw Tydeus' son with heavenly succour bless'd, and vengeful anger fill'd his sacred breast. Swift to the Trojan camp descends the power, and wakes Hippocoon in the morning hour. On Rhesus' side accustomed to attend, a faithful kinsman and instructive friend, he rose, and saw the field deform'd with blood, an empty space where late the coursers stood, the yet warm Thracians panting on the coast. For each he wept, but for his Rhesus most. Now while on Rhesus' name he calls in vain, the gathering tumult spreads o'er all the plain. On heaps the Trojans rush, with wild affright, and wondering view the slaughters of the night. Meanwhile the chiefs, arriving at the shade where late the spoils of Hector's spy were laid, Ulysses stopp'd. To him Tydides bore the trophy, dropping yet with Dolon's gore. Then mounts again. Again their nimbler feet the coursers ply, and thunder towards the fleet. Old Nestor first perceived the approaching sound, bespeaking thus the Grecian peers around. "Methinks the noise of trampling steeds I hear, thickening this way, and gathering on my ear. Perhaps some horses of the Trojan breed (so may ye gods my pious hope succeed) the great Tydides and Ulysses bear, return'd triumphant with this prize of war. Yet much I fear may that fear be vain, the chiefs outnumber'd by the Trojan train. Perhaps even now pursued, they seek the shore, or perhaps those heroes are no more." Scarce had he spoke, when lo, the chiefs appear, and spring to earth. The Greeks dismiss their fear. With words of friendship and extended hands they greet the kings, and Nestor first demands: "Say thou, whose praises all our host proclaim, thou living glory of the Grecian name, say whence these coursers, by what chance bestow'd, the spoil of foes, or present of a god? Not those fair steeds, so radiant and so gay, that draw the burning chariot of the day. Old as I am, to age I scorn to yield, and daily mingle in the martial field. But sure till now no coursers struck my sight like these, conspicuous through the ranks of fight. Some god, I deem, conferr'd the glorious prize, bless'd as ye are, and favourites of the skies. The care of him who bids the thunder roar, and her whose fury bathes the world with gore." "Father, not so," sage Ithacus rejoined. "The gifts of heaven are of a nobler kind. Of Thracian lineage are the steeds ye view, whose hostile king the brave Tydides slew. Sleeping he died, with all his guards around, and 12 beside lay gasping on the ground. These other spoils from conquered Dolon came, a wretch whose swiftness was his only fame. By Hector sent our forces to explore, he now lies headless on the sandy shore." Then o'er the trench the bounding coursers flew, the joyful Greeks with loud acclaim pursue. Straight to Tydides' high pavilion borne, the matchless steeds his ample stalls adorn. The neighing coursers their new fellows greet, and the full racks are heaped with generous wheat. But Dolon's armour to his ships conveyed, high on the painted stern Ulysses laid, a trophy destined to the blue-eyed maid. Now from nocturnal sweat and sanguine stain they cleanse their bodies in the neighbouring main. Then in the polish'd bath, refresh'd from toil, their joints they supple with dissolving oil. In due repast indulge the genial hour, and first to Pallas the libations pour. They sit rejoicing in her aid divine, and the crowned goblet foams with floods of wine. End of Book 10. Book 11 of the Iliad by Homer, translated by Alexander Pope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 11. Argument. The third battle and the axe of Agamemnon. Agamemnon, having armed himself, leads the Grecians to battle. Hector prepares the Trojans to receive them, while Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva give the signals of war. Agamemnon bears all before him, and Hector is commanded by Jupiter, who sends Iris for that purpose, to decline the engagement, till the king shall be wounded and retire from the field. He then makes a great slaughter of the enemy. Ulysses and Diomedes put a stop to him for a time, but the latter, being wounded by Paris, is obliged to desert his companion, who is encompassed by the Trojans, wounded, and in the utmost danger, till Menelaus and Ajax rescue him. Hector comes against Ajax, but that hero alone opposes multitudes, and rallies the Greeks. In the meantime, Machaon, in the other wing of the army, is pierced with an arrow by Paris, and carried from the fight in Nestor's chariot. Achilles, who overlooked the action from his ship, sent Patroclus to inquire which of the Greeks was wounded in that manner. Nestor entertains him in his tent with an account of the accidents of the day, and a long recital of some former wars which he remembered, tending to put Patroclus upon persuading Achilles to fight for his countrymen, or at least to permit him to do it, clad in Achilles' armour. Patroclus, on his return, meets Eurypylus, also wounded, and assists him in that distress. This book opens with the 28th day of the poem, and the same day, with its various actions and adventures, is extended through the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, and part of the 18th books. The scene lies in the field near the monument of Ilus. The saffron morn, with early blushes spread, now rose refulgent from Tithonus' bed, with newborn day to gladden mortal sight, and gild the courts of heaven with sacred light. When baleful Eros, sent by Jove's command, the torch of discord blazing in her hand, through the red skies her bloody sign extends, and, wrapped in tempests, o'er the fleet descends. High on Ulysses' bark her horrid stand she took, and thundered through the seas and land. Even Ajax and Achilles heard the sound, whose ships, remote, the guarded navy bound. Thence the black fury through the Grecian throng with horror sounds the loud Orthian song. The navy shakes, and at the dire alarms each bosom boils, each warrior starts to arms. No more they sigh, inglorious to return, but breathe revenge, and for the combat burn. The king of men his hardy host inspires, with loud command, with great example fires. Himself first rose, himself before the rest his mighty limbs in radiant armour dressed. And first he cased his manly legs around in shining greaves with silver buckles bound. The beaming cuirass next adorned his breast, the same which once King Cinyras possessed. The fame of Greece and her assembled host had reached that monarch on the Cyprian coast. 'Twas then the friendship of the chief to gain, this glorious gift he sent, nor sent in vain. 10 rows of azure steel the work enfold, twice 10 of tin, and 12 of ductile gold. 3 glittering dragons to the gorget rise, whose imitated scales against the skies reflected various light, and arching bowed, like coloured rainbows o'er a showery cloud. Jove's wondrous bow, of 3 celestial dyes, placed as a sign to man amidst the skies. A radiant baldric o'er his shoulder tied, sustained the sword that glittered at his side. Gold was the hilt, a silver sheath encased the shining blade, and golden hangers graced. His buckler's mighty orb was next displayed, that round the warrior cast a dreadful shade. 10 zones of brass its ample brim surround, and twice 10 bosses the bright convex crowned. Tremendous Gorgon frowned upon its field, and circling terrors filled the expressive shield. Within its concave hung a silver thong on which a mimic serpent creeps along. His azure length in easy waves extends till in 3 heads the embroidered monster ends. Last o'er his brow his fourfold helm he placed, with nodding horsehair formidably graced. And in his hands 2 steely javelins wields, that blaze to heaven and lighten all the fields. That instant Juno and the martial maid in happy thunders promised Greece their aid. High o'er the chief they clashed their arms in air, and, leaning from the clouds, expect the war. Close to the limits of the trench and mound, the fiery coursers to their chariots bound. The squires restrained, The foot, with those who wield the lighter arms, rush forward to the field. To second these, in close array combined, the squadrons spread their sable wings behind. Now shouts and tumults wake the tardy sun, as with the light the warrior's toils begun. Even Jove, whose thunder spoke his wrath, distilled red drops of blood o'er all the fatal field, the woes of men unwilling to survey, and all the slaughters that must stain the day. Near Ilus' tomb, in order ranged around, the Trojan lines possessed the rising ground. There wise Polydamas and Hector stood, Aeneas, honour'd as a guardian god, bold Polybus, Agenor the divine, the brother warriors of Antenor's line, with youthful Alcimus, whose beauteous face and fair proportion match'd the ethereal race. Great Hector, covered with his spacious shield, plies all the troops, and orders all the field. As the red star now shows his sanguine fires through the dark clouds, and now in night retires, thus through the ranks appeared the godlike man, plunged in the rear, or blazing in the van, while streamy sparkles, restless as he flies, flash from his arms, as lightning from the skies. As sweating reapers in some wealthy field, ranged in two bands, their crooked weapons wield, bear down the furrows till their labours meet, thick fall the heapy harvests at their feet. So Greece and Troy the field of war divide, and falling ranks are strowed on every side. None stooped a thought to base inglorious flight, but horse to horse, and man to man they fight. Not rabid wolves more fierce contest their prey. Each wounds, each bleeds, but none resign the day. Discord with joy the scene of death decries, and drinks large slaughter at her sanguine eyes. Discord alone, of all the immortal train, swells the red horrors of this direful plain. The gods in peace their golden mansions fill, ranged in bright order on the Olympian hill. But general murmurs told their griefs above, and each accused the partial will of Jove. Meanwhile, apart, superior and alone, the eternal monarch on his awful throne, wrapped in the blaze of boundless glory sat, and fixed, fulfilled the just decrees of fate. On earth he turned his all-considering eyes, and marked the spot where Ilion's towers arise. The sea with ships, the fields with armies spread, the victors rage, the dying, and the dead. Thus while the morning beams, increasing bright, o'er heaven's pure azure spread the glowing light, co-mutual death the fate of war confounds, each adverse battle gored with equal wounds. But now, what time in some sequestered vale the weary woodman spreads his sparing meal, when his tired arms refuse the axe to rear, and claim a respite from the sylvan war, but not till half the prostrate forests lie stretched in long ruin, and exposed to day, then, nor till then, the Greeks' impulsive might pierced the black phalanx, and let in the light. Great Agamemnon then the slaughter led, and slew Baenor at his people's head, whose squire Oileus, with a sudden spring, leaped from the chariot to revenge his king. But in his front he felt the fatal wound, which pierced his brain, and stretched him on the ground. Atrides spoiled, and left them on the plain. Vain was their youth, their glittering armour vain. Now soiled with dust, and naked to the sky, their snowy limbs and beauteous bodies lie. Two sons of Priam next to battle move, the product, one of marriage, one of love. In the same car the brother warriors ride. This took the charge to combat, that to guide. Far other task than when they wont to keep on Ida's tops their father's fleecy sheep. These on the mountains once Achilles found, and captive led, with pliant osiers bound. Then to their sire for ample sums restored, but now to perish by Atrides' sword. Pierced in the breast the base-born Isus bleeds. Cleft through the head his brother's fate succeeds. Swift to the spoil the hasty victor falls, and, stripped, their features to his mind recalls. The Trojans see the youths untimely die, but helpless tremble for themselves, and fly. So when a lion ranging o'er the lawns finds on some grassy lair the couching fawns, their bones he cracks, their reeking vitals draws, and grinds the quivering flesh with bloody jaws. The frighted hind beholds, and dares not stay, but swift through rustling thickets bursts her way. all drowned in sweat. The panting mother flies, and the big tears roll trickling from her eyes. Amidst the tumult of the routed train, the sons of false Antimachus were slain. He who for bribes his faithless counsels sold, and voted Helen's stay for Paris gold. Atrides marked, as these their safety sought, and slew the children for the father's fault. Their headstrong horse, unable to restrain, they shook with fear, and dropped the silken rein. Then in the chariot on their knees they fall, and thus with lifted hands for mercy call. O spare our youth, and for the life we owe, Antimachus shall copious gifts bestow. Soon as he hears that, not in battle slain, the Grecian ships his captive sons detain, large heaps of brass in ransom shall be told, and steel well tempered, and persuasive gold. These words, attended with the flood of tears, the youths addressed to unrelenting ears. The vengeful monarch gave this stern reply: "If from Antimachus ye spring, ye die. The daring wretch who once in council stood to shed Ulysses and my brother's blood for proffered peace, and sues his seed for grace? No, die, and pay the forfeit of your race." This said, Pisander from the car he cast, and pierced his breast. Supine he breathed his last. His brother leaped to earth, but as he lay, the trenchant falchion lopped his hands away. His severed head was tossed among the throng, and, rolling, drew a bloody train along. Then, where the thickest fought, the victor flew. The king's example all his Greeks pursue. Now by the foot the flying foot were slain, horse trod by horse lay foaming on the plain. From the dry fields thick clouds of dust arise, shade the black host, and intercept the skies. The brass-hoofed steeds tumultuous plunge and bound, and the thick thunder beats the labouring ground. Still slaughtering on, the king of men proceeds. The distanced army wonders at his deeds, as when the winds with raging flames conspire, and o'er the forests roll the flood of fire. In blazing heaps the grove's old honours fall, and one refulgent ruin levels all. Before Atrides' rage, so sinks the foe. Whole squadrons vanish, and proud heads lie low. The steeds fly trembling from his waving sword, and many a car, now lighted of its lord, wide o'er the field with guideless fury rolls, breaking their ranks and crushing out their souls, while his keen falchion drinks the warriors' lives, more grateful now to vultures than their wives. Perhaps great Hector then had found his fate, but Jove and destiny prolonged his date. Safe from the darts, the care of heaven he stood, amidst alarms, and death, and dust, and blood. Now past the tomb where ancient Ilus lay, through the midfield the routed urge their way. Where the wild figs the adjoining summit crown, the path they take, and speed to reach the town. As swift, Atrides with loud shouts pursued, hot with his toil, and bathed in hostile blood. Now near the beech tree and the Scion gates, the hero halts, and his associates waits. Meanwhile on every side around the plain, dispersed, disordered, fly the Trojan train. So flies a herd of beeves, that hear dismayed the lions roaring through the midnight shade. On heaps they tumble with successless haste, the savage seizes, draws, and rends the last. Not with less fury stern Atrides flew, still pressed the rout, and still the hindmost slew. Hurled from their cars the bravest chiefs are killed, and rage, and death, and carnage load the field. Now storms the victor at the Trojan wall, surveys the towers, and meditates their fall. But Jove descending shook the Idaean hills, and down their summits poured 100 rills. The unkindled lightning in his hand he took, and thus the many-colour'd maid bespoke: "Iris, with haste thy golden wings display, to godlike Hector this our word convey. While Agamemnon wastes the ranks around, fights in the front, and bathes with blood the ground, bid him give way. But issue forth commands, and trust the war to less important hands. But when, or wounded by the spear or dart, that chief shall mount his chariot and depart, then Jove shall string his arm, and fire his breast. Then to her ships shall flying Greece be pressed, till to the main the burning sun descend, and sacred night her awful shade extend. He spoke, and Iris at his word obeyed. On wings of winds descends the various maid. The chief she found amidst the ranks of war, close to the bulwarks on his glittering car. The goddess then: "O son of Priam, hear! From Jove I come, and his high mandate bear. While Agamemnon wastes the ranks around, fights in the front, and bathes with blood the ground, abstain from fight. Yet issue forth commands, and trust the war to less important hands. But when, or wounded by the spear or dart, the chief shall mount his chariot and depart, then Jove shall string thy arm, and fire thy breast. Then to her ships shall flying Greece be press'd, till to the main the burning sun descend, and sacred night her awful shade extend." She said, and vanish'd. Hector, with a bound, springs from his chariot on the trembling ground, in clanging arms. He grasps in either hand a pointed lance, and speeds from band to band, revives their ardour, turns their steps from flight, and wakes anew the dying flames of fight. They stand to arms; the Greeks their onset dare, condense their powers, and wait the coming war. New force, new spirit to each breast returns; the fight renewed, with fiercer fury burns. The king leads on; all fix on him their eye, and learn from him to conquer or to die. Ye sacred nine, celestial muses, tell, who faced him first, and by his prowess fell. The great Iphidamus, the bold and young, from sage Antenor and Theano sprung, whom from his youth his grandsire Cisseus bred, and nursed in Thrace where snowy flocks are fed. Scarce did the down his rosy cheeks invest, and early honour warm his generous breast, when the kind sire consigned his daughter's charms, Theano's sister, to his youthful arms. But called by glory to the wars of Troy, he leaves untasted the first fruits of joy. From his loved bride departs with melting eyes, and swift to aid his dearer country flies. With 12 black ships he reach'd Procope's strand, thence took the long laborious march by land. Now, fierce for fame, before the ranks he springs, towering in arms, and braves the king of kings. Atrides first discharged the missive spear, the Trojan stooped, the javelin passed in air. Then near the corslet at the monarch's heart, with all his strength the youth directs his dart. But the broad belt, with plates of silver bound, the point rebated, and repelled the wound. Encumbered with the dart, Atrides stands, till, grasped with force, he wrenched it from his hands. At once his weighty sword discharged a wound full on his neck, that felled him to the ground. Stretched in the dust the unhappy warrior lies, and sleep eternal seals his swimming eyes. O worthy better fate! O early slain, thy country's friend, and virtuous, though in vain! No more the youth shall join his consort's side, at once a virgin, and at once a bride. No more with presents her embraces meet, or lay the spoils of conquest at her feet, on whom his passion, lavish of his store, bestowed so much, and vainly promised more. Unwept, uncovered on the plain he lay, while the proud victor bore his arms away. Coon, Antenor's eldest hope, was nigh. Tears at the sight came starting from his eye, while pierced with grief the much-loved youth he viewed, and the pale features now deformed with blood. Then, with his spear, unseen, his time he took, aimed at the king, and near his elbow strook. The thrilling steel transpierced the brawny part, and through his arm stood forth the barbed dart. Surprised the monarch feels, yet void of fear, on Coon rushes with his lifted spear. His brother's corpse the pious Trojan draws, and calls his country to assert his cause, defends him breathless on the sanguine field, and o'er the body spreads his ample shield. Atrides, marking an unguarded part, transfixed the warrior with his brazen dart. Prone on his brother's bleeding breast he lay, the monarch's falchion lopped his head away. The social shades the same dark journey go, and join each other in the realms below. The vengeful victor rages round the fields, with every weapon art or fury yields. By the long lance, the sword, or ponderous stone, whole ranks are broken, and whole troops o'erthrown. This, while yet warm distilled the purple flood; but when the wound grew stiff with clotted blood, then grinding tortures his strong bosom rend. Less keen those darts the fierce Ilithae send. the powers that cause the teeming matrons' throes, sad mothers of unutterable woes. Stung with the smart, all panting with the pain, he mounts the car, and gives his squire the rein. Then with a voice which fury made more strong, and pain augmented, thus exhorts the throng: "O friends, O Greeks, assert your honours won! Proceed and finish what this arm begun. Lo, angry Jove forbids your chief to stay, and envies half the glories of the day." He said. The driver whirls his lengthful thong, the horses fly, the chariot smokes along. Clouds from their nostrils the fierce coursers blow, and from their sides the foam descends in snow. Shot through the battle in a moment's space, the wounded monarch at his tent they place. No sooner Hector saw the king retired, but thus his Trojans and his aids he fired. "Hear, all ye Dardan, all ye Lycian race, famed in close fight and dreadful face to face. Now call to mind your ancient trophies won, your great forefathers' virtues and your own. Behold, the general flies, deserts his powers. Lo, Jove himself declares the conquest ours. Now on yon ranks impel your foaming steeds, and, sure of glory, dare immortal deeds." With words like these the fiery chief alarms his fainting host, and every bosom warms. As the bold hunter cheers his hounds to tear the brindled lion, or the tusky bear, with voice and hand provokes their doubting heart, and springs the foremost with his lifted dart, so godlike Hector prompts his troops to dare, nor prompts alone, but leads himself the war. On the black body of the foe he pours, as from the clouds' deep bosom, swelled with showers, a sudden storm the purple ocean sweeps, drives the wild waves, and tosses all the deeps. Say, Muse, when Jove the Trojans' glory crowned, beneath his arm what heroes bit the ground? Odysseus, Dolopes, and Autonous died. Opytes next was added to their side. Then brave Hipponous, famed in many a fight, Opheltius, Orus, sunk to endless night, Aesymnus, Agelaus, all chiefs of name, the rest were vulgar deaths unknown to fame. As when a western whirlwind, charged with storms, dispels the gathered clouds that Notus forms, the gust continued, violent and strong, rolls sable clouds in heaps on heaps along. Now to the skies the foaming billows rears, now breaks the surge, and wide the bottom bears. Thus raging Hector, with resistless hands, o'erturns, confounds, and scatters all their bands. Now the last ruin the whole host appalls, now Greece had trembled in her wooden walls, but wise Ulysses called Tydides forth, his soul rekindled, and awaked his worth. And stand we deedless, O eternal shame, till Hector's arm involve the ships in flame? Haste, let us join, and combat side by side. The warrior thus, and thus the friend replied: No martial toil I shun, no danger fear. Let Hector come, I wait his fury here. But Jove with conquest crowns the Trojan train, and Jove our foe, all human force is vain. He sighed, but, sighing, raised his vengeful steel, and from his car the proud Thymbraeus fell. Molion, the charioteer, pursued his lord, his death ennobled by Ulysses' sword. There slain, they left them in eternal night, then plunged amidst the thickest ranks of fight. So 2 wild boars outstrip the following hounds, then swift revert, and wounds return for wounds. Stern Hector's conquests in the middle plain stood checked awhile, and Greece respired again. The sons of Merops shone amidst the war, towering they rode in one refulgent car. In deep prophetic arts their father skilled, had warned his children from the Trojan field. Fate urged them on, the father warned in vain. They rushed to fight, and perished on the plain. Their breasts no more the vital spirit warms, the stern Tydides strips their shining arms. Hippyrachus by great Ulysses dies, and rich Hippodamus becomes his prize. Great Jove from Ide with slaughter fills his sight, and level hangs the doubtful scale of fight. By Tydeus' lance Agastrophus was slain, the far-famed hero of Paeonian strain. Winged with his fears, on foot he strove to fly, his steeds too distant, and the foe too nigh. Through broken orders, swifter than the wind he fled, but flying left his life behind. This Hector sees as his experienced eyes traverse the files, and to the rescue flies. Shouts as he passed the crystal regions rend, and moving armies on his march attend. Great Diomedes himself was seized with fear, and thus bespoke his brother of the war. Mark how this way yon bending squadrons yield. The storm rolls on, and Hector rules the field. Here stand his utmost force, the warrior said. Swift at the word his ponderous javelin fled, nor missed its aim, but where the plumage danced, raised the smooth cone, and thence obliquely glanced. Safe in his helm, the gift of Phoebus' hands, without a wound the Trojan hero stands, but yet so stunned that, staggering on the plain, his arm and knee his sinking bulk sustain. O'er his dim sight the misty vapours rise, and a short darkness shades his swimming eyes. Tydides followed to regain his lance, while Hector rose, recovered from the trance, remounts his car, and herds amidst the crowd. The Greek pursues him, and exults aloud. Once more thank Phoebus for thy forfeit breath, or thank that swiftness which outstrips the death. Well by Apollo are thy prayers repaid, and oft that partial power has lent his aid. Thou shalt not long the death deserved withstand, if any god assist Tydides' hand. Fly then, inglorious, but thy flight this day whole hecatombs of Trojan ghosts shall pay. Him, while he triumphed, Paris eyed from far, the spouse of Helen, the fair cause of war. Around the fields his feathered shafts he sent, from ancient Ilus' ruined monument. Behind the column placed, he bent his bow, and winged an arrow at the unwary foe. Just as he stooped, Agastrophus' crest to seize, and drew the corslet from his breast, the bowstring twanged, nor flew the shaft in vain, but pierced his foot, and nailed it to the plain. The laughing Trojan, with a joyful spring, leaps from his ambush, and insults the king. "He bleeds," he cries, "some god has sped my dart, would the same god had fixed it in his heart." So Troy, relieved from that wide-wasting hand, should breathe from slaughter, and in combat stand, whose sons now tremble at his darted spear, as scattered lambs the rushing lion fear. He dauntless thus: "Thou conqueror of the fair, thou woman warrior with the curling hair, vain archer, trusting to the distant dart, unskilled in arms to act a manly part, thou hast but done what boys or women can. Such hands may wound, but not incense a man. Nor boast the scratch thy feeble arrow gave. A coward's weapon never hurts the brave. Not so this dart, which thou mayst one day feel. Fate wings its flight, and death is on the steel. Where this but lights, some noble life expires. Its touch makes orphans, bathes the cheeks of sires, steeps earth in purple, gluts the birds of air, and leaves such objects as distract the fair." Ulysses hastens with a trembling heart, before him steps, and bending draws the dart. Forth flows the blood, an eager pang succeeds, Tydides mounts, and to the navy speeds. Now on the field Ulysses stands alone, the Greeks all fled, the Trojans pouring on, but stands collected in himself and whole, and questions thus his own unconquered soul. What further subterfuge, what hopes remain? What shame, inglorious, if I quit the plain? What danger, singly, if I stand the ground? My friends all scattered, all the foes around. Yet wherefore doubtful? Let this truth suffice: the brave meets danger, and the coward flies. To die or conquer proves a hero's heart, and knowing this, I know a soldier's part. Such thoughts revolving in his careful breast, near and more near the shady cohorts pressed. These, in the warrior, their own fate enclose, and round him deep the steely circle grows. So fares a boar whom all the troop surrounds, of shouting huntsmen and of clamorous hounds. He grinds his ivory tusks, he foams with ire, his sanguine eyeballs glare with living fire. By these, by those, on every part is plied, and the red slaughter spreads on every side. Pierced through the shoulder, first Diomedes fell, next Ennomus and Thoon sank to hell. Chersidamus, beneath the naval thrust, falls prone to earth, and grasps the bloody dust. Cherops, the son of Hippasus, was near. Ulysses reached him with the fatal spear, but to his aid his brother Socus flies, Socus the brave, the generous, and the wise. Near as he drew, the warrior thus began: "O great Ulysses, much enduring man, not deeper skill'd in every martial sleight than worn to toils, and active in the fight, this day 2 brothers shall thy conquest grace, and end at once the great Hypatian race, or thou beneath this lance must press the field." He said, and forceful pierced his spacious shield. Through the strong breast the ringing javelin thrown plough'd half his side, and bared it to the bone. By Pallas' care, the spear, though deep infix'd, stopp'd short of life, nor with his entrails mix'd. The wound not mortal, wise Ulysses knew, then furious thus, but first some steps withdrew: "Unhappy man, whose death our hands shall grace, Fate calls thee hence, and finish'd is thy race. Nor longer check my conquests on the foe, But pierced by this, to endless darkness go, And add one spectre to the realms below." He spoke, while Socus, seized with sudden fright, Trembling gave way, and turned his back to flight. Between his shoulders pierced the following dart, And held its passage through the panting heart. Wide in his breast appear'd the grisly wound; He falls, his armour rings against the ground. Then thus Ulysses, gazing on the slain: "Famed son of Hippasus, there press the plain; There ends thy narrow span assign'd by fate; Heaven owes Ulysses yet a longer date. Ah, wretch! no father shall thy corpse compose, Thy dying eyes no tender mother close; But hungry birds shall tear those balls away, And hovering vultures scream around their prey. Me Greece shall honour, when I meet my doom, With solemn funerals and a lasting tomb." Then raging with intolerable smart, He writhes his body, and extracts the dart. The dart a tide of spouting gore pursued, And gladdened Troy with sight of hostile blood. Now troops on troops the fainting chief invade; Forced he recedes, and loudly calls for aid. Thrice to its pitch his lofty voice he rears, The well-known voice thrice Menelaus hears. Alarm'd, to Ajax Telamon he cried, Who shares his labours, and defends his side: "O friend, Ulysses' shouts invade my ear; Distress'd he seems, and no assistance near. Strong as he is, yet one opposed to all; Oppress'd by multitudes, the best may fall. Greece robb'd of him must bid her host despair, And feel a loss not ages can repair." Then, where the cry directs, his course he bends. Great Ajax, like the god of war, attends. The prudent chief in sore distress they found, With bands of furious Trojans compass'd round. As when some huntsman, with a flying spear, From the blind thicket wounds a stately deer; Down his cleft side, while fresh the blood distills, He bounds aloft, and scuds from hills to hills, Till life's warm vapour issuing through the wound, Wild mountain wolves the fainting beast surround. Just as their jaws his prostrate limbs invade, The lion rushes through the woodland shade; The wolves, though hungry, scour dispersed away; The lordly savage vindicates his prey. Ulysses thus, unconquered by his pains, A single warrior half a host sustains. But soon as Ajax leaves his tower-like shield, The scattered crowds fly frighted o'er the field. Atrides' arm the sinking hero stays, And, saved from numbers, to his car conveys. Victorious Ajax plies the routed crew, And first Doryclus, Priam's son, he slew. On strong Pandicus next inflicts a wound, And lays Lysander bleeding on the ground. As when a torrent, swell'd with wintry rains, Pours from the mountains o'er the deluged plains, And pines and oaks from their foundations torn, A country's ruins to the seas are borne. Fierce Ajax thus o'erwhelms the yielding throng; Men, steeds, and chariots roll in heaps along. But Hector, from this scene of slaughter far, Raged on the left, and ruled the tide of war. Loud groans proclaim his progress through the plain, And deep Scamander swells with heaps of slain. There Nestor and Idomeneus oppose the warrior's fury; there the battle glows; There, fierce on foot, or from the chariot's height, His sword deforms the beauteous ranks of fight. The spouse of Helen, dealing darts around, had pierced Machaon with a distant wound. In his right shoulder the broad shaft appeared, and trembling Greece for her physician feared. To Nestor then Idomeneus begun: "Glory of Greece, old Neleus' valiant son, ascend thy chariot, haste with speed away, and great Machaon to the ships convey. A wise physician skill'd our wounds to heal, is more than armies to the public weal." Old Nestor mounts the seat; beside him rode the wounded offspring of the healing god. He lends the lash; the steeds with sounding feet shake the dry field, and thunder toward the fleet. But now Cebriones from Hector's car surveyed the various fortune of the war. "While here (he cried) the flying Greeks are slain, Trojans on Trojans yonder load the plain. Before great Ajax see the mingled throng of men and chariots driven in heaps along. I know him well, distinguish'd o'er the field by the broad glittering of the sevenfold shield. Thither, O Hector, thither urge thy steeds; there danger calls, and there the combat bleeds. There horse and foot in mingled deaths unite, and groans of slaughter mix with shouts of fight." Thus having spoke, the driver's lash resounds; swift through the ranks the rapid chariot bounds. Stung by the stroke, the coursers scour the fields, o'er heaps of carcasses and hills of shields. The horses' hoofs are bathed in heroes' gore, and, dashing, purple all the car before. The groaning axle sable drops distills, and mangled carnage clogs the rapid wheels. Here Hector, plunging through the thickest fight, broke the dark phalanx, and let in the light. By the long lance, the sword, or ponderous stone, the ranks he scattered, and the troops o'erthrown. Ajax he shuns, through all the dire debate, and fears that arm whose force he felt so late. But partial Jove, espousing Hector's part, shot heaven-bred horror through the Grecian's heart. Confused, unnerved in Hector's presence grown, amazed he stood, with terrors not his own. O'er his broad back his moony shield he threw, and, glaring round, by tardy steps withdrew. Thus the grim lion his retreat maintains, beset with watchful dogs, and shouting swains. Repulsed by numbers from the nightly stalls, though rage impels him, and though hunger calls, long stands the showering darts, and missile fires; then sourly slow the indignant beast retires. So turned stern Ajax, by whole hosts repell'd, while his swollen heart at every step rebelled. As the slow beast, with heavy strength endued, in some wide field by troops of boys pursued, though round his sides a wooden tempest rain crops the tall harvest, and lays waste the plain. Thick on his hide the hollow blows resound, the patient animal maintains his ground, scarce from the field with all their efforts chased, and stirs but slowly when he stirs at last. On Ajax thus a weight of Trojans hung, the strokes redoubled on his buckler rung. Confiding now in bulky strength he stands, now turns, and backward bears the yielding bands. Now stiff recedes, yet hardly seems to fly, and threats his followers with retorted eye. Fixed as the bar between two warring powers, while hissing darts descend in iron showers, in his broad buckler many a weapon stood, its surface bristled with the quivering wood. And many a javelin, guiltless on the plain, marks the dry dust, and thirsts for blood in vain. But bold Eurypylus his aid imparts, and dauntless springs beneath a cloud of darts, whose eager javelin launched against the foe, great Episaon felt the fatal blow. From his torn liver the red current flowed, and his slack knees desert their dying load. The victor rushing to despoil the dead, from Paris' bow a vengeful arrow fled. Fixed in his nervous thigh the weapon stood, fixed was the point, but broken was the wood. Back to the lines the wounded Greek retired, yet thus retreating his associates fired. What god, O Grecians, has your hearts dismayed? Oh, turn to arms! 'Tis Ajax claims your aid. This hour he stands the mark of hostile rage, and this the last brave battle he shall wage. Haste, join your forces, from the gloomy grave the warrior rescue, and your country save. Thus urged the chief. A generous troop appears, who spread their bucklers, and advance their spears, to guard their wounded friend. While thus they stand with pious care, great Ajax joins the band. Each takes new courage at the hero's sight. The hero rallies and renews the fight. Thus raged both armies like conflicting fires, while Nestor's chariot far from fight retires. His coursers steeped in sweat and stained with gore, the Greeks' preserver, great Machaon, bore. That hour Achilles, from the topmost height of his proud fleet, o'erlooked the fields of fight. His feasted eyes beheld around the plain the Grecian rout, the slaying and the slain. His friend Machaon, singled from the rest, a transient pity touch'd his vengeful breast. Straight to Menoetius' much-loved son he sent, graceful as Mars, Patroclus quits his tent. In evil hour, then fate decreed his doom, and fixed the date of all his woes to come. Why calls my friend? Thy loved injunctions lay. Whate'er thy will, Patroclus shall obey. O first of friends, Pelides thus replied, still at my heart and ever at my side, the time is come when yon despairing host shall learn the value of the man they lost. Now at my knees the Greeks shall pour their moan, and proud Atrides tremble on his throne. Go now to Nestor, and from him be taught what wounded warrior late his chariot brought. For, seen at distance, and but seen behind, his form recalled Machaon to my mind. Nor could I, through yon cloud, discern his face, the coursers passed me with so swift a pace. The hero said. His friend obeyed with haste, through intermingled ships and tents he passed. The chiefs descending from their car he found, the panting steeds Myrmidon unbound. The warriors standing on the breezy shore, to dry their sweat and wash away the gore, here paused a moment, while the gentle gale conveyed that freshness the cool seas exhale. Then to consult on farther methods went, and took their seats beneath the shady tent. The draught prescribed, fair Hecamede prepares, Arsinoe's daughter, graced with golden hairs, whom to his aged arms a royal slave, Greece, as the prize of Nestor's wisdom gave. A table first with azure feet she placed, whose ample orb a brazen charger graced. Honey new pressed, the sacred flour of wheat, and wholesome garlic, crowned the savory treat. Next her white hand an antique goblet brings, a goblet sacred to the Pylian kings from eldest times, embossed with studs of gold, 2 feet support it, and 4 handles hold. On each right handle, bending o'er the brink, in sculptured gold 2 turtles seem to drink, a massy weight, yet heaved with ease by him, when the brisk nectar overlooked the brim. Tempered in this, the nymph of form divine pours a large portion of the Pramnian wine, with goat's milk cheese a flavorous taste bestows, and last with flour the smiling surface strows. This for the wounded prince the dame prepares, the cordial beverage reverend Nestor shares. So lubrious draughts the warriors thirst allay, and pleasing conference beguiles the day. Meantime Patroclus, by Achilles sent, unheard approach'd, and stood before the tent. Old Nestor, rising then, the hero led to his high seat. The chief refused, and said, "'Tis now no season for these kind delays." The great Achilles with impatience stays. To great Achilles this respect I owe, who asks, what hero, wounded by the foe, was borne from combat by thy foaming steeds? With grief I see the great Machaon bleeds. This to report my hasty course I bend. Thou know'st the fiery temper of my friend. Can then the sons of Greece, the sage rejoined, excite compassion in Achilles' mind? Seeks he the sorrows of our host to know? This is not half the story of our woe. Tell him, not great Machaon bleeds alone. Our bravest heroes in the navy groan. Ulysses, Agamemnon, Diomedes, and stern Eurypylus already bleed. But ah, what flattering hopes I entertain! Achilles heeds not, but derides our pain. Even till the flames consume our fleet he stays, and waits the rising of the fatal blaze. Chief after chief the raging foe destroys, calm he looks on, and every death enjoys. Now the slow course of all impairing time unstrings my nerves, and ends my manly prime. Oh, had I still that strength my youth possess'd, when this bold arm the Epeian powers oppress'd, the bulls of Elis in glad triumph led, and stretch'd the great Itymoneus dead. Then from my fury fled the trembling swains, and ours was all the plunder of the plains. 50 white flocks, full 50 herds of swine, as many goats, as many lowing kine, and thrice the number of unrivalled steeds, all teeming females, and of generous breeds. These, as my first essay of arms, I won. Old Neleus gloried in his conquering son. Thus Elis forced, her long arrears restored, and shares were parted to each Pylian lord. The state of Pyli was sunk to last despair, when the proud Eleans first commenced the war. For Neleus' sons Alcides rage had slain. Of 12 bold brothers I alone remain. Oppressed, we armed, and now this conquest gained. My sire 300 chosen sheep obtained. That large reprisal he might justly claim for prize defrauded and insulted fame, when Elis monarch at the public course detained his chariot and victorious horse. The rest the people shared. Myself surveyed the just partition, and due victims paid. 3 days were past when Elis rose to war, with many a courser and with many a car. The sons of Actor at their army's head, young as they were, the vengeful squadrons led. High on the rock fair Threoesus stands, our utmost frontier on the Pylian lands. Not far the streams of famed Alpheus flow, the stream they passed, and pitched their tents below. Pallas, descending in the shades of night, alarms the Pylians, and commands the fight. Each burns for fame, and swells with martial pride, myself the foremost, but my sire denied. Fear'd for my youth, exposed to stern alarms, and stopp'd my chariot and detained my arms. My sire denied in vain. On foot I fled amidst our chariots, for the goddess led. Along fair Arenes' delightful plain soft Minyus rolls his waters to the main. There, horse and foot, the Pylian troops unite, and sheathed in arms expect the dawning light. Thence, ere the sun advanced his noonday flame, to great Alpheus' sacred source we came. There first to Jove our solemn rites were paid. An untamed heifer pleased the blue-eyed maid, a bull Alpheus, and a bull was slain to the blue monarch of the watery main. In arms we slept beside the winding flood, while round the town the fierce Epeans stood. Soon as the sun with all-revealing ray flamed in the front of heaven, and gave the day, bright scenes of arms and works of war appear. The nations meet, there Peilos, Elis here. The first who fell beneath my javelin bled, King Achilles' son, and spouse of Agamemnon, she that all simple's healing virtues knew, and every herb that drinks the morning dew. I seized his car, the van of battle led. The Epeans saw, they trembled, and they fled. The foe dispersed, their bravest warrior killed. Fierce as the whirlwind now I swept the field. Full 50 captive chariots graced my train. 2 chiefs from each fell breathless to the plain. Then Actor's sons had died, but Neptune shrouds the youthful heroes in a veil of clouds. O'er heapy shields, and o'er the prostrate throng, collecting spoils, and slaughtering all along, through wide Bupratian fields we forced the foes, where o'er the vales the Olynian rocks arose, till Pallas stopped us where Elysium flows. Even there the hindmost of the rear I slay, and the same arm that led concludes the day. Then back to Pyli, triumphant, take my way. There to high Jove were public thanks assigned, as first of gods, to Nestor of mankind. Such then I was, impelled by youthful blood, so proved my valour for my country's good. Achilles with unactive fury glows, and gives to passion what to Greece he owes. How shall he grieve, when to the eternal shade her host shall sink, nor his the power to aid? O friend, my memory recalls the day when, gathering aids along the Grecian sea, I and Ulysses touched at Thea's port, and entered Peleus' hospitable court. A bull to Jove he slew in sacrifice, and poured libations on the flaming thyself, Achilles, and thy reverend sire Menoetius' thighs. Thyself, Achilles, and thy reverend sire Menoetius turned the fragments on the fire. Achilles sees us, to the feast invites. So shall we sit, and share the genial rites. We then explained the cause on which we came, urged you to arms, and found you fierce for fame. Your ancient fathers generous precepts gave. Peleus said only this, "My son, be brave." Menoetius thus, "Though great Achilles shine in strength superior and of race divine, yet cooler thoughts thy elder years attend. Let thy just counsels aid, and rule thy friend." Thus spoke your father at Thessalia's court, words now forgot, though now of vast import. Ah, try the utmost that a friend can say. Such gentle force the fiercest minds obey. Some favouring god Achilles' heart may move, though deaf to glory, he may yield to love. If some dire oracle his breast alarm, if aught from heaven withhold his saving arm, some beam of comfort yet on Greece may shine, if thou but lead the Myrmidonian line. Clad in Achilles' arms, if thou appear, proud Troy may tremble, and desist from war. Pressed by fresh forces, her o'er-labour'd train shall seek their walls, and Greece respire again. This touch'd his generous heart, and from the tent along the shore with hasty strides he went. Soon as he came where on the crowded strand the public mart and courts of justice stand, where the tall fleet of great Ulysses lies, and altars to the guardian gods arise, there, sad, he met the brave Euaemon's son. Large painful drops from all his members run. An arrow's head yet rooted in his wound, the sable blood in circles marked the ground. As faintly reeling he confess'd the smart, weak was his pace, but dauntless was his heart. Divine compassion touch'd Patroclus' breast, who, sighing, thus his bleeding friend addressed: "Ah, hapless leaders of the Grecian host! Thus must ye perish on a barbarous coast? Is this your fate, to glut the dogs with gore, far from your friends and from your native shore? Say, great Eurypylus, shall Greece yet stand? Resists she yet the raging Hector's hand? Or are her heroes doom'd to die with shame, and this the period of our wars and fame?" Eurypylus replies, "No more, my friend, Greece is no more. This day her glories end. Even to the ships victorious Troy pursues, her force increasing as her toil renews. Those chiefs that used her utmost rage to meet, lie pierced with wounds, and bleeding in the fleet. But thou, Patroclus, act a friendly part. Lead to my ships, and draw this deadly dart. With lukewarm water wash the gore away, with healing balms the raging smart allay, such as sage Chiron, sire of pharmacy, once taught Achilles and Achilles thee. Of two famed surgeons, Podalirius stands this hour surrounded by the Trojan bands, and great Machaon, wounded in his tent, now wants that succour which so oft he lent." To him the chief: "What then remains to do? The event of things the gods alone can view. Charged by Achilles' great command I fly, and bear with haste the Pylian king's reply. But thy distress this instant claims relief." He said, and in his arms upheld the chief. The slaves their master's slow approach survey'd, and hides of oxen on the floor display'd. There stretch'd at length the wounded hero lay. Patroclus cut the forky steel away. Then in his hands a bitter root he bruised, the wound he wash'd, the styptic juice infused. The closing flesh that instant ceased to glow, the wound to torture, and the blood to flow. End of Book 11. Book 12 of the Iliad by Homer, translated by Alexander Pope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 12. Argument. The battle at the Grecian wall. The Greeks having retired into their entrenchments, Hector attempts to force them. But it proving impossible to pass the ditch, Polydamas advises to quit their chariots and manage the attack on foot. The Trojans follow his counsel, and having divided their army into 5 bodies of foot, begin the assault. But upon the signal of an eagle with a serpent in his talons, which appeared on the left hand of the Trojans, Polydamas endeavours to withdraw them again. This Hector opposes, and continues the attack, in which, after many actions, Sarpedon makes the first breach in the wall. Hector also, casting a stone of vast size, forces open one of the gates and enters at the head of his troops, who victoriously pursue the Grecians even to their ships. While thus the hero's pious cares attend the cure and safety of his wounded friend, Trojans and Greeks with clashing shields engage, and mutual deaths are dealt with mutual rage. Nor long the trench or lofty walls oppose, with gods averse the ill-fated works arose. Their powers neglected, and no victim slain, the walls were raised, the trenches sunk in vain. Without the gods, how short a period stands the proudest monument of mortal hands! This stood while Hector and Achilles raged, while sacred Troy the warring hosts engaged. But when her sons were slain, her city burned, and what survived of Greece to Greece returned. Then Neptune and Apollo shook the shore, then Ida's summits poured their watery store. Briseis and Rhodeus then unite their rills, Caresis roaring down the stony hills, Aesopus, Grenicus with mingled force, and Xanthus foaming from his fruitful source, and gulfy Simois, rolling to the main helmets and shields, and godlike heroes slain. These, turned by Phoebus from their wonted ways, deluged the rampire 9 continual days. The weight of water saps the yielding wall, and to the sea the floating bulwarks fall. Incessant cataracts the thunderer pours, and half the skies descend in sluicy showers. The god of ocean, marching stern before, with his huge trident wounds the trembling shore, vast stones and piles from their foundation heaves, and whelms the smoky ruin in the waves. Now smoothed with sand and levelled by the flood, no fragment tells where once the wonder stood. In their old bounds the rivers roll again, shine twixt the hills, or wander o'er the plain. But this the gods in later times perform, as yet the bulwark stood, and braved the storm. The strokes yet echoed of contending powers, war thundered at the gates, and blood disdained the towers. Smote by the arm of Jove with dire dismay, close by their hollow ships the Grecians lay. Hector's approach in every wind they hear, and Hector's fury every moment fear. He, like a whirlwind, tossed the scattering throng, mingled the troops, and drove the field along. So midst the dogs and hunters' daring bands, fierce of his might, a boar or lion stands. Armed foes around a dreadful circle form, and hissing javelins rain an iron storm. His powers untamed their bold assault defy, and where he turns the rout disperse or die. He foams, he glares, he bounds against them all, and if he falls, his courage makes him fall. With equal rage encompassed Hector glows, exhorts his armies, and the trenches shows. The panting steeds impatient fury breathe, and snort and tremble at the gulf beneath. Just at the brink they neigh and paw the ground, and the turf trembles, and the skies resound. Eager they viewed the prospect dark and deep. Vast was the leap, and headlong hung the steep. The bottom bare, a formidable show, and bristled thick with sharpened stakes below. The foot alone this strong defence could force, and try the pass impervious to the horse. This saw Polydamas, who wisely brave restrained great Hector, and this counsel gave: "O thou bold leader of the Trojan bands, and you, confederate chiefs from foreign lands, what entrance here can cumbrous chariots find, the stakes beneath, the Grecian walls behind? No pass through those without 1,000 wounds, no space for combat in yon narrow bounds. Proud of the favours mighty Jove has shown, on certain dangers we too rashly run. If 'tis will our haughty foes to tame, O may this instant end the Grecian name. Here, far from Argos, let their heroes fall, and one great day destroy and bury all. But should they turn, and here oppress our train, what hopes, what methods of retreat remain? Wedged in the trench, by our own troops confused, in one promiscuous carnage crushed and bruised, all Troy must perish, if their arms prevail, nor shall a Trojan live to tell the tale. Hear then, ye warriors, and obey with speed. Back from the trenches let your steeds be led, Then all alighting, wedged in firm array, proceed on foot, and Hector lead the way. So Greece shall stoop before our conquering power, and this, if Jove consent, her fatal hour." This counsel pleased, the godlike Hector sprung swift from his seat, his clanging armour rung. The chief's example followed by his train, each quits his car and issues on the plain. By orders strict the charioteers enjoined compel the coursers to their ranks behind. The forces part in 5 distinguished bands, and all obey their several chiefs' commands. The best and bravest in the first conspire, pant for the fight, and threat the fleet with fire. Great Hector glorious in the van of these, Polydamas and brave Cebriones. Before the next the graceful Paris shines, and bold Alcathous and Agenor joins. The sons of Priam with the third appear, Deiphobus and Helenus the seer. In arms with these the mighty Asius stood, who drew from Hyrtacus his noble blood, and whom Arisbus yellow coursers bore, the coursers fed on Selle's winding shore. Antenor's sons the 4th battalion guide, and great Aeneas born on Fountful Ide. Divine Sarpedon the last band obeyed, whom Glaucus and Asteropaeus aid. Next him, the bravest, at their army's head, but he more brave than all the hosts he led. Now with compacted shields in close array, the moving legions speed their headlong way. Already in their hopes they fire the fleet, and see the Grecians gasping at their feet. While every Trojan thus, and every aid, the advice of wise Polydamas obeyed, Asius alone, confiding in his car, his vaunted coursers urged to meet the war. Unhappy hero, and advised in vain, those wheels returning ne'er shall mark the plain. No more those coursers with triumphant joy restore their master to the gates of Troy. Black death attends behind the Grecian wall, and great Idomeneus shall boast thy fall. Fierce to the left he drives, where from the plain the flying Grecians strove their ships to gain. Swift through the wall their horse and chariots passed, the gates half open to receive the last. Thither, exulting in his force, he flies, his following host with clamours rend the skies. To plunge the Grecians headlong in the main, such their proud hopes, but all their hopes were vain. To guard the gates 2 mighty chiefs attend, who from the Lapiths' warlike race descend. This Polypœtes, great Porithos' heir, and that Leonteus, like the god of war. As 2 tall oaks before the wall they rise, their roots in earth, their heads amidst the skies, whose spreading arms with leafy honours crowned, forbid the tempest, and protect the ground. High on the hills appears their stately form, and their deep roots for ever brave the storm. So graceful these, and so the shock they stand of raging Asius and his furious band. Orestes, Acamas in front appear, and Oenomaus and Thoon close the rear. In vain their clamours shake the ambient fields, in vain around them beat their hollow shields. The fearless brothers on the Grecians call, to guard their navies, and defend the wall. Even when they saw Troy's sable troops impend, and Greece tumultuous from her towers descend, forth from the portals rush'd the intrepid pair, opposed their breasts, and stood themselves the war. So 2 wild boars spring furious from their den, roused with the cries of dogs and voice of men. On every side the crackling trees they tear, and root the shrubs, and lay the forest bare. They gnash their tusks, with fire their eyeballs roll, till some wide wound lets out their mighty soul. Around their heads the whistling javelins sung, with sounding strokes their brazen targets rung. Fierce was the fight, while yet the Grecian powers maintained the walls, and manned the lofty towers. To save their fleet their last efforts they try, and stones and darts in mingled tempests fly. As when sharp Boreas blows abroad, and brings the dreary winter on his frozen wings, beneath the low-hung clouds the sheets of snow descend, and whiten all the fields below. So fast the darts on either army pour, so down the rampires rolls the rocky shower. Heavy and thick resound the battered shields, and the deaf echo rattles round the fields. With shame repulsed, with grief and fury driven, the frantic Odysseus thus accuses heaven. In powers immortal who shall now believe? Can those two flatter, and can Jove deceive? What man could doubt but Troy's victorious power should humble Greece, and this her fatal hour? But like when wasps from hollow crannies drive, to guard the entrance of their common hive, darkening the rock, while with unwearied wings they strike the assailants, and infix their stings, a race determined that to death contend, so fierce these Greeks their last retreats defend. Gods, shall two warriors only guard their gates, repel an army, and defraud the fates? These empty accents mingled with the wind, nor moved great Jove's unalterable mind. To godlike Hector and his matchless might was owed the glory of the destined fight. Like deeds of arms through all the forts were tried, and all the gates sustained an equal tide. Through the long walls the stony showers were heard, the blaze of flames, the flash of arms appeared. The spirit of a god my breast inspired, to raise each act to life and sing with fire. While Greece unconquered kept alive the war, secure of death, confiding in despair, and all her guardian gods in deep dismay, with unassisting arms deplored the day. Even yet the dauntless Lapithae maintain the dreadful pass, and round them heap the slain. First Damasus, by Polypoetes' steel, pierced through his helmet's brazen visor fell. The weapon drank the mingled brains and gore. The warrior sinks, tremendous now no more. Next Ormenus and Paeon yield their breath, nor less Leonteus strews the field with death. First through the belt Hippomachus he gored, then sudden waved his unresisted sword. Antiphates, as through the ranks he broke, the falchion struck, and fate pursued the stroke. Iamenus, Orestes, Menon bled, and round him rose a monument of dead. Meantime the bravest of the Trojan crew, bold Hector and Polydamas, pursue. Fierce with impatience on the works to fall, and wrap in rolling flames the fleet and wall. These on the farther bank now stood and gazed, by heaven alarmed, by prodigies amazed. A signal omen stopped the passing host, their martial fury in their wonder lost. Jove's bird on sounding pinions beat the skies, a bleeding serpent of enormous size his talons trussed. Alive, and curling round, he stung the bird, whose throat received the wound. Mad with the smart he drops the fatal prey, in airy circles wings his painful way, floats on the winds, and rends the heaven with cries. Amidst the host the fallen serpent lies. They, pale with terror, mark its spires unrolled, and Jove's portent with beating hearts behold. Then first Polydamas the silence broke, long weighed the signal, and to Hector spoke. How oft, my brother, thy reproach I bear, for words well meant, and sentiments sincere! True to those counsels which I judge the best, I tell the faithful dictates of my breast. To speak his thoughts is every freeman's right, in peace, in war, in council, and in fight. And all I move, deferring to thy sway, but tends to raise that power which I obey. Then hear my words, nor may my words be vain. Seek not this day the Grecian ships to gain, for sure, to warn us, Jove his omen sent, and thus my mind explains its clear event. The victor eagle, whose sinister flight retards our host and fills our hearts with fright, dismissed his conquest in the middle skies, allowed to seize, but not possess the prize. Thus, though we gird with fires the Grecian fleet, though these proud bulwarks tumble at our feet, toils unforeseen and fiercer are decreed. More woes shall follow, and more heroes bleed. So bodes my soul, and bids me thus advise, for thus a skilful seer would read the skies. To him then Hector with disdain returned, fierce as he spoke, his eyes with fury burned. Are these the faithful counsels of thy tongue? Thy will is partial, not thy reason wrong. Or if the purpose of thy heart thou vent, sure heaven resumes the little sense it lent. What coward counsels would thy madness move against the word, the will revealed of Jove? The leading sign, the irrevocable nod, and happy thunders of the favouring god, these shall I slight? And guide my wavering mind by wandering birds, that flit with every wind? Ye vagrants of the sky, your wings extend, or where the suns arise, or where descend, to right, to left, unheeded take your way, while I the dictates of high heaven obey. Without a sign his sword the brave man draws, and asks no omen, but his country's cause. But why shouldst thou suspect the war's success? None fears it more, as none promotes it less. Though all our chiefs amidst yon ships expire, trust thy own cowardice to escape their fire. Troy and her sons may find a general grave, but thou canst live, for thou canst be a slave. Yet should the fears that wary mind suggests spread their cold poison through our soldiers' breasts, my javelin can revenge so base a part, and free the soul that quivers in thy heart. Furious he spoke, and rushing to the wall, calls on his host. His host obey the call. With ardour follow where their leader flies, redoubling clamours thunder in the skies. Jove breathes a whirlwind from the hills of Ide, and drifts of dust the clouded navy hide. He fills the Greeks with terror and dismay, and gives great Hector the predestined day. Strong in themselves, but stronger in his aid, close to the works their rigid siege they laid. In vain the mounds and massy beams defend, while these they undermine, and those they rend. Upheaved the piles that prop the solid wall, and heaps on heaps the smoky ruins fall. Greece on her ramparts stands the fierce alarms, the crowded bulwarks blaze with waving arms, shield touching shield, a long refulgent row, whence hissing darts, incessant, rain below. The bold Achilles fly from tower to tower, and rouse, with flame divine, the Grecian power. The generous impulse every Greek obeys, threats urge the fearful, and the valiant praise. Fellows in arms, whose deeds are known to fame, and you, whose ardour hopes an equal name, since not alike endued with force or art, behold a day when each may act his part. A day to fire the brave, and warm the cold, to gain new glories, or augment the old. Urge those who stand, and those who faint excite. Drown Hector's vaunts in loud exhorts of fight. Conquest, not safety, fill the thoughts of all. Seek not your fleet, but sally from the wall. So Jove once more may drive their routed train, and Troy lie trembling in her walls again. Their ardour kindles all the Grecian powers, and now the stones descend in heavier showers. As when high Jove his sharp artillery forms, and opes his cloudy magazine of storms. In winter's bleak uncomfortable reign, a snowy inundation hides the plain. He stills the winds, and bids the skies to sleep, then pours the silent tempest thick and deep. And first the mountain tops are covered o'er, then the green fields, and then the sandy shore. Bent with the weight, the nodding woods are seen, and one bright waste hides all the works of men. The circling seas, alone absorbing all, drink the dissolving fleeces as they fall. So from each side increased the stony rain, and the white ruin rises o'er the plain. Thus godlike Hector and his troops contend to force the ramparts, and the gates to rend. Nor Troy could conquer, nor the Greeks would yield, till great Sarpedon tower'd amid the field. For mighty Jove inspired with martial flame his matchless son, and urged him on to fame. In arms he shines, conspicuous from afar, and bears aloft his ample shield in air, within whose orb the thick bull hides were rolled, ponderous with brass, and bound with ductile gold. And while two pointed javelins arm his hands, majestic moves along, and leads his Lycian bands. So pressed with hunger, from the mountain's brow descends a lion on the flocks below. So stalks the lordly savage o'er the plain, in sullen majesty and stern disdain. In vain loud mastiffs bay him from afar, and shepherds gall him with an iron war. Regardless, furious, he pursues his way. He foams, he roars, he rends the panting prey. Resolved alike, divine Sarpedon glows with generous rage that drives him on the foes. He views the towers and meditates their fall, to sure destruction dooms the aspiring wall. Then casting on his friend an ardent look, fired with the thirst of glory, thus he spoke: "Why boast we, Glaucus, our extended reign, where Xanthus streams enrich the Lycian plain? Our numerous herds that range the fruitful field, and hills where vines their purple harvest yield, our foaming bowls with pure nectar crowned, our feasts enhanced with music's sprightly sound. Why on those shores are we with joy surveyed, admired as heroes and as gods obeyed, unless great acts superior merit prove, and vindicate the bounteous powers above? 'Tis ours, the dignity they give to grace, the first in valour, as the first in place, that when with wondering eyes our martial bands behold our deeds transcending our commands, such, they may cry, deserve the sovereign state, whom those that envy dare not imitate. Could all our care elude the gloomy grave, which claims no less the fearful and the brave, for lust of fame I should not vainly dare in fighting fields, nor urge thy soul to war. But since, alas, ignoble age must come, disease and death's inexorable doom, the life which others pay, let us bestow, and give to fame what we to nature owe. Brave though we fall, and honour'd if we live, or let us glory gain, or glory give." He said. His words the listening chief inspire with equal warmth, and rouse the warriors' fire. The troops pursue their leaders with delight, rush to the foe, and claim the promised fight. Menestheus from on high the storm beheld, threatening the fort, and blackening in the field. Around the walls he gazed, to view from far what aid appeared to avert the approaching war, and saw where Teucer with the Achilles stood, of fight insatiate, prodigal of blood. In vain he calls, the din of helms and shields rings to the skies, and echoes through the fields. The brazen hinges fly, the walls resound, heaven trembles, roar the mountains, thunders all the ground. Then thus to Thoos: "Hence with speed," he said, "and urge the bold Achilles to our aid. Their strength, united, best may help to bear the bloody labours of the doubtful war. Hither the Lycian princes bend their course, the best and bravest of the hostile force. But if too fiercely there the foes contend, let Telamon at least our towers defend, and Teucer haste with his unerring bow to share the danger, and repel the foe." Swift, at the word, the herald speeds along the lofty ramparts, through the martial throng, and finds the heroes bathed in sweat and gore, opposed in combat on the dusty shore. "Ye valiant leaders of our warlike bands, your aid," said Thoas, "Petios' son demands. Your strength, united, best may help to bear the bloody labours of the doubtful war. Thither the Lycian princes bend their course, the best and bravest of the hostile force. But if too fiercely here the foes contend, at least let Telamon those towers defend, and Teucer haste with his unerring bow to share the danger, and repel the foe." Straight to the fort great Ajax turned his care, and thus bespoke his brothers of the war: "Now, valiant Lycomedes, exert your might, and brave Oileus, prove your force in fight. To you I trust the fortune of the field, till by this arm the foe shall be repelled. That done, expect me to complete the day." Then with his sevenfold shield he strode away. With equal steps bold Teucer pressed the shore, whose fatal bow the strong Pandion bore. High on the walls appeared the Lycian powers, like some black tempest gathering round the towers. The Greeks, oppressed, their utmost force unite, prepared to labour in the unequal fight. The war renews, mixed shouts and groans arise, tumultuous clamour mounts and thickens in the skies. Fierce Ajax first the advancing host invades, and sends the brave Achilles to the shades, Sarpedon's friend. Across the warrior's way, rent from the walls, a rocky fragment lay. In modern ages not the strongest swain could heave the unwieldy burden from the plain. He poised, and swung it round, then tossed on high. It flew with force, and labour'd up the sky. Full on the Lycian's helmet thundering down, the ponderous ruin crushed his batter'd crown. As skilful divers from some airy steep headlong descend, and shoot into the deep, so falls Achilles, then in groans expires, and murmuring to the shades the soul retires. While to the ramparts daring Glaucus drew, from Teucer's hand a winged arrow flew. The bearded shaft the destined passage found, and on his naked arm inflicts a wound. The chief, who feared some foe's insulting boast might stop the progress of his warlike host, concealed the wound, and, leaping from his height, retired reluctant from the unfinished fight. Divine Sarpedon with regret beheld disabled Glaucus slowly quit the field. His beating breast with generous ardour glows, he springs to fight, and flies upon the foes. Agamemnon first was doom'd his force to feel, deep in his breast he plunged the pointed steel. Then from the yawning wound with fury tore the spear, pursued by gushing streams of gore. Down sinks the warrior with a thundering sound, his brazen armour rings against the ground. Swift to the battlement the victor flies, tugs with full force, and every nerve applies. It shakes, the ponderous stones disjointed yield, the rolling ruins smoke along the field. A mighty breach appears, the walls lie bare, and, like a deluge, rushes in the war. At once bold Teucer draws the twanging bow, and Ajax sends his javelin at the foe. Fixed in his belt the feathered weapon stood, and through his buckler drove the trembling wood. But Jove was present in the dire debate, to shield his offspring and avert his fate. The prince gave back, not meditating flight, but urging vengeance and severer fight. Then raised with hope and fired with glory's charms, his fainting squadrons to new fury warms. O where, ye Lycians, is the strength you boast, your former fame and ancient virtue lost? The breach lies open, but your chief in vain attempts alone the guarded pass to gain. Unite, and soon that hostile fleet shall fall. The force of powerful union conquers all. This just rebuke inflamed the Lycian crew. They join, they thicken, and the assault renew. Unmoved the embodied Greeks their fury dare, and fixed support the weight of all the war. Nor could the Greeks repel the Lycian powers, nor the bold Lycians force the Grecian towers. As on the confines of adjoining grounds, two stubborn swains, with blows dispute their bounds. They tug, they sweat, but neither gain nor yield 1 foot 1 inch of the contended field. Thus, obstinate to death, they fight, they fall, nor these can keep, nor those can win the wall. Their manly breasts are pierced with many a wound, loud strokes are heard, and rattling arms resound. The copious slaughter covers all the shore, and the high ramparts drip with human gore. As when 2 scales are charged with doubtful loads, from side to side the trembling balance nods, while some laborious matron, just and poor, with nice exactness weighs her woolly store, till poised aloft the resting beam suspends each equal weight, nor this nor that descends. So stood the war, till Hector's matchless might, with fates prevailing, turned the scale of fight. Fierce as a whirlwind up the walls he flies, and fires his host with loud repeated cries. Advance, ye Trojans, lend your valiant hands, haste to the fleet, and toss the blazing brands. They hear, they run, and gathering at his call, raise scaling engines and ascend the wall. Around the works a wood of glittering spears shoots up, and all the rising host appears. A ponderous stone bold Hector heaved to throw, pointed above, and rough and gross below. Not 2 strong men the enormous weight could raise, such men as live in these degenerate days. Yet this, as easy as a swain could bear the snowy fleece, he tossed and shook in air. For Jove upheld, and lightened of its load the unwieldy rock, the labour of a god. Thus arm'd, before the folded gates he came, of massy substance and stupendous frame, with iron bars and brazen hinges strong, on lofty beams of solid timber hung. Then thundering through the planks with forceful sway, drives the sharp rock, the solid beams give way, the folds are shattered, from the crackling door leap the resounding bars, the flying hinges roar. Now rushing in, the furious chief appears, gloomy as night, and shakes 2 shining spears. A dreadful gleam from his bright armour came, and from his eyeballs flash'd the living flame. He moves a god, resistless in his course, and seems a match for more than mortal force. Then pouring after, through the gaping space, a tide of Trojans flows, and fills the place. The Greeks behold, they tremble, and they fly. The shore is heaped with death, and tumult rends the sky. End of Book 12. Book 13 of the Iliad by Homer, translated by Alexander Pope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 13. Argument. The fourth battle continued, in which Neptune assists the Greeks. The acts of Idomeneus. Neptune, concerned for the loss of the Grecians, upon seeing the fortification forced by Hector, who had entered the gate near the station of the Achilles, assumes the shape of Calchas, and inspires those heroes to oppose him. Then, in the form of one of the generals, encourages the other Greeks who had retired to their vessels. The Ajaces form their troops in a close phalanx, and put a stop to Hector and the Trojans. Several deeds of valour are performed. Meriones, losing his spear in the encounter, repairs to seek another at the tent of Idomeneus. This occasions a conversation between those 2 warriors, who return together to the battle. Idomeneus signalizes his courage above the rest. He kills Othryoneus, Osseus, and Alcathous. Deiphobus and Aeneas march against him, and at length Idomeneus retires. Menelaus wounds Helenus, and kills Pisander. The Trojans are repulsed on the left wing. Hector still keeps his ground against the Ajaces, till, being galled by the Locrians, slingers and archers, Polydamas advises to call a council of war. Hector approves of his advice, but goes first to rally the Trojans, upraids Paris, rejoins Polydamas, meets Ajax again, and renews the attack. The 28th day still continues. The scene is between the Grecian wall and the seashore. When now the Thunderer on the sea-beat coast had fixed great Hector and his conquering host, he left them to the fates, in bloody fray to toil and struggle through the well-fought day. Then turned to Thracia from the field of fight those eyes that shed insufferable light, to where the Mysians prove their martial force, and hardy Thracians tame the savage horse, and where the far-famed Hippomogeon strays, renowned for justice and for length of days. Thrice happy race, that, innocent of blood, from milk, innoxious, seek their simple food. Jove sees delighted, and avoids the scene of guilty Troy, of arms and dying men. No aid, he deems, to either host is given, while his high law suspends the powers of heaven. Meantime the monarch of the watery main observed the Thunderer, nor observed in vain. In Samothracia, on a mountain's brow, whose waving woods o'erhung the deeps below, he sat, and round him cast his azure eyes where Ida's misty tops confusedly rise. Below, fair Ilion's glittering spires were seen, the crowded ships and sable seas between. There, from the crystal chambers of the main emerged, he sat and mourned his Argives slain. At Jove incensed, with grief and fury stung, prone down the rocky steep he rushed along. Fierce as he passed, the lofty mountains nod, the forest shakes, earth trembled as he trod, and felt the footsteps of the immortal god. From realm to realm 3 ample strides he took, and, at the 4th, the distant Aegae shook. Far in the bay his shining palace stands, eternal frame, not raised by mortal hands. This having reach'd, his brass-hoofed steeds he reins, fleet as the winds, and decked with golden manes. Refulgent arms his mighty limbs enfold, immortal arms of adamant and gold. He mounts the car, the golden scourge applies, he sits superior, and the chariot flies. His whirling wheels the glassy surface sweep. The enormous monsters rolling o'er the deep gambol around him on the watery way, and heavy whales in awkward measures play. The sea subsiding spreads a level plain, exults, and owns the monarch of the main. The parting waves before his coursers fly, the wondering waters leave his axle dry. Deep in the liquid regions lies a cave, between where Tenedos the surges lave, and rocky Imbrus breaks the rolling wave. There the great ruler of the azure round stopped his swift chariot and his steeds unbound, fed with ambrosial herbage from his hand, and linked their fetlocks with a golden band, infrangible, immortal. There they stay. The father of the floods pursues his way, where, like a tempest darkening heaven around, or fiery deluge that devours the ground, the impatient Trojans, in a gloomy throng, embattled rolled, as Hector rushed along. To the loud tumult and the barbarous cry the heavens re-echo, and the shores reply. They vow destruction to the Grecian name, and in their hopes the fleets already flame. But Neptune, rising from the seas profound, the god whose earthquakes rock the solid ground, now wears a mortal form, like Calchas seen, such his loud voice, and such his manly mien. His shouts incessant every Greek inspire, but most the Ajaces, adding fire to fire. "'Tis yours, O warriors, all our hopes to raise! O recollect your ancient worth and praise! 'Tis yours to save us, if you cease to fear. Flight, more than shameful, is destructive here. On other works though Troy with fury fall, and pour her armies o'er our batter'd wall, there Greece has strength; but this part o'erthrown, her strength were vain. I dread for you alone. Here Hector rages like the force of fire, vaunts of his gods, and calls high Jove his sire. If yet some heavenly power your breast excite, breathe in your hearts and string your arms to fight, Greece yet may live, her threatened fleet maintain, and Hector's force, and Jove's own aid, be vain." Then with his sceptre, that the deep controls, he touch'd the chiefs, and steel'd their manly souls. Strength, not their own, the touch divine imparts, prompts their light limbs, and swells their daring hearts. Then as a falcon from the rocky height, her quarry seen, impetuous at the sight, forth springing instant, darts herself from high, shoots on the wing, and skims along the sky. Such, and so swift, the power of ocean flew, the wide horizon shut him from their view. The inspiring god Oileus' active son perceived the first, and thus to Telamon: "Some god, my friend, some god in human form favouring descends, and wills to stand the storm. Not Calchas this, the venerable seer; short as he turned, I saw the power appear. I marked his parting, and the steps he trod. His own bright evidence reveals a god. Even now some energy divine I share, and seem to walk on wings, and tread in air." With equal ardour, Telamon returns, my soul is kindled, and my bosom burns. New rising spirits all my force alarm, lift each impatient limb, and brace my arm. This ready arm, unthinking, shakes the dart, the blood pours back, and fortifies my heart. Singly, methinks, yon towering chief I meet, and stretch the dreadful Hector at my feet. Full of the god that urged their burning breast, the heroes thus their mutual warmth expressed. Neptune meanwhile the routed Greeks inspired, who, breathless, pale, with length of labours tired, pant in the ships, while Troy to conquest calls, and swarms victorious o'er their yielding walls. Trembling before the impending storm they lie, while tears of rage stand burning in their eye. Greece sunk, they thought, and this their fatal hour, but breathe new courage as they feel the power. Teucer and Laetus first his words excite, then stern Peneleus rises to the fight. Thoas, Deipyrus, in arms renowned, and Merion next, the impulsive fury found. Last, Nestor's son the same bold ardour takes, while thus the god the martial fire awakes. O lasting infamy! O dire disgrace to chiefs of vigorous youth and manly race! I trusted in the gods and you to see brave Greece victorious and her navy free. Ah no, the glorious combat you disclaim, and one black day clouds all her former fame. Heavens, what a prodigy these eyes survey, unseen, unthought, till this amazing day! Fly we at length from Troy's oft-conquered bands? And falls our fleet by such inglorious hands? A rout undisciplined, a straggling train, not born to glories of the dusty plain. Like frighted fawns, from hill to hill pursued, a prey to every savage of the wood. Shall these, so late who trembled at your name, invade your camps, involve your ships in flame? A change so shameful, say, what cause has wrought? The soldier's baseness, or the general's fault? Fools, will ye perish for your leader's vice? The purchase infamy, and life the price? 'Tis not your cause, Achilles' injured fame. Another's is the crime, but yours the shame. Grant that our chief offend through rage or lust. Must you be cowards if your king's unjust? Prevent this evil, and your country save. Small thought retrieves the spirits of the brave. Think and subdue. On dastards dead to fame I waste no anger, for they feel no shame. But you, the pride, the flower of all our host, my heart weeps blood to see your glory lost. Nor deem this day, this battle, all you lose. A day more black, a fate more vile ensues. Let each reflect, who prizes fame or breath, on endless infamy, on instant death. For lo, the fated time, the appointed shore! Hark, the gates burst, the brazen barriers roar. Impetuous Hector thunders at the wall. The hour, the spot, to conquer or to fall. These words the Grecians' fainting hearts inspire, and listening armies catch the godlike fire. Fixed at his post was each bold Ajax found, with well-ranged squadrons strongly circled round. So close their order, so disposed their fight, as Pallas' self might view with fixed delight. Or had the god of war inclined his eyes, the god of war had owned a just surprise. A chosen phalanx, firm, resolved as fate, descending Hector and his battle weight. An iron scene gleams dreadful o'er the fields, armour in armour locked, and shields in shields. Spears lean on spears, on targets targets throng, helms stuck to helms, and man drove man along. The floating plumes unnumbered wave above, as when an earthquake stirs the nodding grove. And levelled at the skies, with pointing rays, their brandished lances at each motion blaze. Thus breathing death, in terrible array, the close compacted legions urged their way. Fierce they drove on, impatient to destroy. Troy charged the first, and Hector first of Troy. As from some mountain's craggy forehead torn, a rock's round fragment flies, with fury born, which from the stubborn stone a torrent rends. Precipitate the ponderous mass descends. From steep to steep the rolling ruin bounds. At every shock the crackling wood resounds. Still gathering force, it smokes, and urged amain whirls, leaps, and thunders down, impetuous to the plain. There stops. So Hector. Their whole force he proved, resistless when he raged, and when he stopped, unmoved. On him the war is bent, the darts are shed, and all their falchions wave around his head. Repulsed he stands, nor from his stand retires, but with repeated shouts his army fires. Trojans, be firm! This arm shall make your way through yon square body and that black array. Stand, and my spear shall rout their scattering power, strong as they seem, embattled like a tower. For he that Juno's heavenly bosom warms, the first of gods, this day inspires our arms. He said, and roused the soul in every breast. Urged with desire of fame beyond the rest, forth marched Deiphobus, but, marching, held before his wary steps his ample shield. Bold Merion aimed a stroke, nor aimed it wide. The glittering javelin pierced the tough bull hide, but pierced not through. Unfaithful to his hand, the point broke short, and sparkled in the sand. The Trojan warrior, touched with timely fear, on the raised orb to distance bore the spear. The Greek, retreating, mourned his frustrate blow, and cursed the treacherous lance that spared a foe. Then to the ships with surly speed he went, to seek a surer javelin in his tent. Meanwhile with rising rage the battle glows, the tumult thickens, and the clamour grows. By Teucer's arm the warlike Imbrius bleeds, the son of Mentor, rich in generous steeds. Ere yet to Troy the sons of Greece were led, in fair Pedaeus' verdant pastures bred, the youth had dwelt, remote from war's alarms, and blessed in bright Medesicaste's arms. This nymph, the fruit of Priam's ravished joy, allied the warrior to the house of Troy. To Troy, when glory called his arms, he came, and match'd the bravest of her chiefs in fame. With Priam's sons, a guardian of the throne, he lived, beloved and honour'd as his own. Him Teucer pierced between the throat and ear, he groans beneath the Telamonian spear. As from some far-seen mountain's airy crown, subdued by steel, a tall ash tumbles down, and soils its verdant tresses on the ground, so falls the youth, his arms the fall resound. Then Teucer rushing to despoil the dead, from Hector's hand a shining javelin fled. He saw, and shunn'd the death. The forceful dart sung on, and pierced Amphimachus' heart, Teutus' son, of Neptune's forceful line. Vain was his courage and his race divine. Prostrate he falls, his clanging arms resound, and his broad buckler thunders on the ground. To seize his beamy helm the victor flies, and just had fastened on the dazzling prize, when Ajax' manly arm a javelin flung. Full on the shield's round boss the weapon rung. He felt the shock, nor more was doom'd to feel, secure in mail, and sheathed in shining steel. Repulsed, he yields. The victor Greeks obtain the spoils contested, and bear off the slain. Between the leaders of the Athenian line, Stichius the brave, Menestheus the divine, deplored Amphimachus, sad object, lies. Imbrius remains the fierce Ajaces' prize. As two grim lions bear across the lawn, snatch'd from devouring hounds, a slaughter'd fawn. In their fell jaws high lifting through the wood, and sprinkling all the shrubs with drops of blood, so these, the chief. Great Ajax from the dead strips his bright arms, Oileus lops his head. Tossed like a ball, and whirled in arrow way, at Hector's feet the gory visage lay. The god of ocean, fired with stern disdain, and pierced with sorrow for his grandson slain, inspires the Grecian hearts, confirms their hands, and breathes destruction on the Trojan bands. Swift as a whirlwind rushing to the fleet, he finds the lance-famed Idomen of Crete. His pensive brow the generous care expressed with which a wounded soldier touch'd his breast, whom in the chance of war a javelin tore, and his sad comrades from the battle bore. Him to the surgeons of the camp he sent. That office paid, he issued from his tent fierce for the fight, to whom the god begun, in Thoas' voice, Andremon's valiant son, who ruled where Calydon's white rocks arise, and Pleuron's chalky cliffs emblaze the skies. Where's now the imperious vaunt, the daring boast of Greece victorious, and proud Ilion lost? To whom the king: On Greece no blame be thrown, arms are her trade, and war is all her own. Her hardy heroes from the well-fought plains nor fear withholds, nor shameful sloth detains. 'Tis heaven, alas, and Jove's all-powerful doom, that far, far distant from our native home, wills us to fall inglorious. O my friend, once foremost in the fight, still prone to lend or arms or counsels, now perform thy best, and what thou canst not singly, urge the rest. Thus he, and thus the god whose force can make the solid globe's eternal bases shake. Ah, never may he see his native land, but feed the vultures on this hateful strand, who seeks ignobly in his ships to stay, nor dares to combat on this signal day. For this, behold, in horrid arms I shine, and urge thy soul to rival acts with mine. Together let us battle on the plain. Two, not the worst, nor even this succour vain. Not vain the weakest, if their force unite, but ours the bravest have confessed in fight. This said, he rushes where the combat burns, swift to his tent the Cretan king returns. From thence, two javelins glittering in his hand, and clad in arms that lightened all the strand, fierce on the foe the impetuous hero drove, like lightning bursting from the arm of Jove, which to pale man the wrath of heaven declares, or terrifies the offending world with wars. In streamy sparkles, kindling all the skies, from pole to pole the trail of glory flies. Thus his bright armour o'er the dazzled throng gleamed dreadful, as the monarch flashed along. Him, near his tent, Meriones attends, whom thus he questions: "Ever best of friends, O say, in every art of battle skilled, what holds thy courage from so brave a field? On some important message art thou bound? Or bleeds my friend by some unhappy wound? Inglorious here my soul abhors to stay, and glows with prospects of the approaching day." "O prince," Meriones replies, "whose care leads forth the embattled sons of Crete to war, this speaks my grief, this headless lance I wield, the rest lies rooted in a Trojan shield." To whom the Cretan: "Enter, and receive the wonted weapons, those my tent can give. Spears I have store, and Trojan lances all, that shed a lustre round the illumined wall. Though I, disdainful of the distant war, nor trust the dart, nor aim the uncertain spear, yet hand to hand I fight, and spoil the slain, and thence these trophies, and these arms I gain. Enter, and see on heaps the helmets rolled, and high-hung spears, and shields that flame with gold." "Nor vain," said Merion, "are our martial toils. We too can boast of no ignoble spoils, but those my ship contains, whence distant far I fight conspicuous in the van of war. What need I more? If any Greek there be who knows not Merion, I appeal to thee." To this Idomeneus: "The fields of fight have proved thy valour and unconquered might, and were some ambush for the foes designed, even there thy courage would not lag behind. In that sharp service, singled from the rest, the fear of each, or valour, stands confessed. No force, no firmness, the pale coward shows. He shifts his place, his colour comes and goes. A dropping sweat creeps cold on every part. Against his bosom beats his quivering heart. Terror and death in his wild eyeballs stare. With chattering teeth he stands, and stiffening hair, and looks a bloodless image of despair. Not so the brave, still dauntless, still the same, unchanged his colour, and unmoved his frame. Composed his thought, determined is his eye, and fixed his soul, to conquer or to die. If aught disturb the tenor of his breast, 'tis but the wish to strike before the rest. In such assays thy blameless worth is known, and every art of dangerous war thy own. By chance of fight, whatever wounds you bore, those wounds were glorious all, and all before. Such as may teach, 'twas still thy brave delight to oppose thy bosom where thy foremost fight. But why, like infants, cold to honour's charms, stand we to talk when glory calls to arms? Go, from my conquered spears the choicest take, and to their owners send them nobly back." Swift at the word, bold Merion snatched a spear, and, breathing slaughter, followed to the war. So Mars armipotent invades the plain, the wide destroyer of the race of man. Terror, his best beloved son, attends his course, armed with stern boldness and enormous force, the pride of haughty warriors to confound, and lay the strength of tyrants on the ground. From Thrace they fly, called to the dire alarms of warring legions and Ephyrian arms. Invoked by both, relentless they dispose to these glad conquest, murderous rout to those. So marched the leaders of the Cretan train, and their bright arms shot horror o'er the plain. Then first spake Merion: "Shall we join the right, or combat in the centre of the fight? Or to the left our wonted succour lend? Hazard and fame all parts alike attend." "Not in the centre," Idomen replied, "our ablest chieftains the main battle guide. Each godlike Ajax makes that post his care, and gallant Teucer deals destruction there, skilled or with shafts to gall the distant field, or bear close battle on the sounding shield. These can the rage of haughty Hector tame. Safe in their arms the navy fears no flame, till Jove himself descends, his bolts to shed, and hurl the blazing ruin at our head. Great must he be, of more than human birth, nor feed like mortals on the fruits of earth. Him neither rocks can crush, nor steel can wound, whom Ajax fells not on the ensanguined ground. In standing fight he mates Achilles' force, excelled alone in swiftness in the course. Then to the left our ready arms apply, and live with glory, or with glory die." He said, and Merion to the appointed place, fierce as the god of battles, urged his pace. Soon as the foe the shining chiefs beheld rush like a fiery torrent o'er the field, their force embodied in a tide they pour. The rising combat sounds along the shore. As warring winds in serious sultry rain, from different quarters sweep the sandy plain, on every side the dusty whirlwinds rise, and the dry fields are lifted to the skies. Thus by despair, hope, rage, together driven, met the black hosts, and, meeting, darkened heaven. All dreadful glared the iron face of war, bristled with upright spears that flashed afar. Dire was the gleam of breastplates, helms, and shields, and polished arms emblazed the flaming fields. Tremendous scene, that general horror gave, but touched with joy the bosoms of the brave. Saturn's great sons in fierce contention vied, and crowds of heroes in their anger died. The sire of earth and heaven, by Thetis won to crown with glory Peleus' godlike son, willed not destruction to the Grecian powers, but spared awhile the destined Trojan towers; while Neptune, rising from his azure main, warred on the king of heaven with stern disdain, and breathed revenge, and fired the Grecian train. Gods of one source, of one ethereal race, alike divine, and heaven their native place, but Jove the greater, first born of the skies, and more than men, or gods, supremely wise. For this, of Jove's superior might afraid, Neptune in human form concealed his aid. These powers enfold the Greek and Trojan train in war and discord's adamantine chain, indissolubly strong. The fatal tie is stretched on both, and close compelled they die. Dreadful in arms, and grown in combats grey, the bold Idomeneus controls the day. First by his hand Othryoneus was slain, swelled with false hopes, with mad ambition vain. Called by the voice of war to martial fame, from high Cabesus' distant walls he came. Cassandra's love he sought, with boasts of power, and promised conquest was the proffered dower. The king consented, by his vaunts abused. The king consented, but the fates refused. Proud of himself and of the imagined bride, the field he measured with a larger stride. Him as he stalked the Cretan javelin found, vain was his breastplate to repel the wound. His dream of glory lost, he plunged to hell. His arms resounded as the boaster fell. The great Idomeneus bestrides the dead, and thus he cries, "Behold thy promise sped! Such is the help thy arms to Ilion bring, and such the contract of the Phrygian king. Our offers now, illustrious prince, receive. For such an aid what will not Argos give? To conquer Troy with ours thy forces join, and count Atrides' fairest daughter thine. Meantime, on further methods to advise, come, follow to the fleet thy new allies. There hear what Greece has on her part to say." He spoke, and dragged the gory corse away. This Odysseus viewed, unable to contain, before his chariot warring on the plain. His crowded coursers to his squire consigned, impatient panted on his neck behind. To vengeance rising with a sudden spring, he hoped the conquest of the Cretan king. The wary Cretan, as his foe drew near, full on his throat discharged the forceful spear. Beneath the chin the point was seen to glide, and glittered extant at the further side. As when the mountain oak, or poplar tall, or pine, fit mast for some great admiral, groans to the oft-heaved axe with many a wound, then spreads a length of ruin o'er the ground, so sunk proud Odysseus in that dreadful day, and stretched before his much-loved coursers lay. He grinds the dust, distained with streaming gore, and, fierce in death, lies foaming on the shore. Deprived of motion, stiff with stupid fear, stands all aghast his trembling charioteer, nor shuns the foe, nor turns the steeds away, but falls transfixed, an unresisting prey. Pierced by Antilochus, he pants beneath the stately car, and labours out his breath. Thus Asius' steeds, their mighty master gone, remain the prize of Nestor's youthful son. Stabbed at the sight, Deiphobus drew nigh, and made with force the vengeful weapon fly. The Cretan saw, and stooping, caused to glance from his slope shield the disappointed lance. Beneath the spacious targe, a blazing round, thick with bull hides and brazen orbits bound, on his raised arm by 2 strong braces stayed, he lay collected in defensive shade. O'er his safe head the javelin idly sung, and on the tinkling verge more faintly rung. Even then the spear the vigorous arm confessed, and pierced, obliquely, King Hypsenor's breast. Warm'd in his liver, to the ground it bore the chief, his people's guardian now no more. Not unattended, the proud Trojan cries, nor unrevenged lamented Odysseus lies. For thee through hell's black portals stand displayed, this mate shall joy thy melancholy shade. Heart-piercing anguish at the haughty boast touched every Greek, but Nestor's son the most. Grieved as he was, his pious arms attend, and his broad buckler shields his slaughter'd friend. Till sad Mecistheus and Alastor bore his honour'd body to the tented shore. Nor yet from fight Idomeneus withdraws, resolved to perish in his country's cause, or find some foe, whom heaven and he shall doom to wail his fate in death's eternal gloom. He sees Alcathous in the front aspire, great Asaetes was the hero's sire, his spouse Epidamia divinely fair, Anchises' eldest hope and darling care, who charm'd her parents and her husband's heart with beauty, sense, and every work of art. He once of Ilion's youth the loveliest boy, the fairest she of all the fair of Troy. By Neptune now the hapless hero dies, who covers with a cloud those beauteous eyes, and fetters every limb. Yet bent to meet his fate he stands, nor shuns the lance of Crete. Fixed as some column or deep-rooted oak, while the winds sleep, his breast received the stroke. Before the ponderous stroke his corslet yields, long used to ward the death in fighting fields. The riven armour sends a jarring sound, his labouring heart heaves with so strong a bound. The long lance shakes and vibrates in the wound, fast flowing from its source as prone he lay, life's purple tide impetuous gushed away. Then Idomen, insulting o'er the slain, "Behold, Deiphobus, nor vaunt in vain! See, on one Greek 3 Trojan ghosts attend. This, my 3rd victim, to the shades I send. Approaching now thy boasted might approve, and try the prowess of the seed of Jove. From Jove, enamour'd of a mortal dame, great Minos, guardian of his country, came. Deucalion, blameless prince, was Minos' heir, his firstborn I, the 3rd from Jupiter. O'er spacious Crete and her bold sons I reign, and thence my ships transport me through the main. Lord of a host, o'er all my host I shine, a scourge to thee, thy father, and thy line." The Trojan heard, uncertain or to meet, alone, with venturous arms the king of Crete, or seek auxiliar force, at length decreed to call some hero to partake the deed. Forthwith Aeneas rises to his thought. For him in Troy's remotest lines he sought, where he, incensed at partial Priam stands, and sees superior posts in meaner hands. To him, ambitious of so great an aid, the bold Deiphobus approach'd and said, "Now, Trojan prince, employ thy pious arms, if e'er thy bosom felt fair honour's charms. Alcathous dies, thy brother and thy friend. Come, and the warrior's loved remains defend. Beneath his cares thy early youth was trained, one table fed you, and one roof contained. This deed to fierce Idomeneus we owe, haste, and revenge it on the insulting foe." Aeneas heard, and for a space resign'd to tender pity all his manly mind. Then rising in his rage, he burns to fight. The Greek awaits him with collected might. As the fell boar on some rough mountain's head, arm'd with wild terrors, and do slaughter bred, when the loud rustics rise and shout from far, attends the tumult, and expects the war. O'er his bent back the bristly horrors rise, fires stream in lightning from his sanguine eyes, his foaming tusks both dogs and men engage, but most his hunters rouse his mighty rage. So stood Idomeneus, his javelin shook, and met the Trojan with a lowering look. Antilochus, Deipyrus were near, the youthful offspring of the god of war, Merion and Aphareus, in field renowned. To these the warrior sent his voice around: "Fellows in arms, your timely aid unite! Lo, great Aeneas rushes to the fight! sprung from a god, and more than mortal bold, he fresh in youth, and I in arms grown old. Else should this hand, this hour, decide the strife, the great dispute, of glory or of life." He spoke, and all, as with one soul, obeyed. Their lifted bucklers cast a dreadful shade around the chief. Aeneas too demands the assisting forces of his native bands. Paris, Deiphobus, Agenor join, co-aids and captains of the Trojan line. In order follow all the embodied train, like Ida's flocks proceeding o'er the plain. Before his fleecy care, erect and bold, stalks the proud ram, the father of the bold. With joy the swain surveys them, as he leads to the cool fountains through the well-known meads. So joys Aeneas, as his native band moves on in rank, and stretches o'er the land. Round dread Alcathous now the battle rose. On every side the steely circle grows. Now battered breastplates and hacked helmets ring, and o'er their heads unheeded javelins sing. Above the rest, two towering chiefs appear, there great Idomeneus, Aeneas here. Like gods of war dispensing fate they stood, and burned to drench the ground with mutual blood. The Trojan weapon whizzed along in air. The Cretan saw and shunned the brazen spear. Sent from an arm so strong, the missive wood stuck deep in earth, and quivered where it stood. But Oenomaus received the Cretan's stroke. The forceful spear his hollow corslet broke. It ripped his belly with a ghastly wound, and rolled the smoking entrails on the ground. Stretched on the plain, he sobs away his breath, and, furious, grasps the bloody dust in death. The victor from his breast the weapon tears. His spoils he could not, for the shower of spears. Though now unfit an active war to wage, heavy with cumbrous arms, stiff with cold age, his listless limbs unable for the course, in standing fight he yet maintains his force. Till faint with labour and by foes repelled, his tired slow steps he drags from off the field. Deiphobus beheld him as he passed, and, fired with hate, a parting javelin cast. The javelin erred, but held its course along, and pierced Ascalaphus, the brave and young. The son of Mars fell gasping on the ground, and gnashed the dust, all bloody with his wound. Nor knew the furious father of his fall. High throned amidst the great Olympian hall, on golden clouds the immortal synod sate, detained from bloody war by Jove and fate. Now where in dust the breathless hero lay, for slain Ascalaphus commenced the fray. Deiphobus to seize his helmet flies, and from his temples rends the glittering prize. Valiant as Mars, Meriones drew near, and on his loaded arm discharged his spear. He drops the weight, disabled with the pain. The hollow helmet rings against the plain. Swift as a vulture leaping on his prey, from his torn arm the Grecian rent away the reeking javelin, and rejoined his friends. His wounded brother good Polites tends. Around his waist his pious arms he threw, and from the rage of battle gently drew. Him his swift coursers on his splendid car wrapped from the lessening thunder of the war. To Troy they drove him, groaning from the shore, and sprinkling, as he passed, the sands with gore. Meanwhile fresh slaughter bathes the sanguine ground, heaps fall on heaps, and heaven and earth resound. Bold Aphareus by great Aeneas bled. As toward the chief he turned his daring head, he pierced his throat. The bending head, depressed beneath his helmet, nods upon his breast. His shield reversed o'er the fallen warrior lies, and everlasting slumber seals his eyes. Antilochus, as though unturned him round, transpierced his back with a dishonest wound. The hollow vein that to the neck extends along the chin his eager javelin rends. Supine he falls, and to his social train spreads his imploring arms, but spreads in vain. The exulting victor, leaping where he lay, from his broad shoulders tore the spoils away. His time observed, foreclosed by foes around, on all sides thick the peals of arms resound. His shield embossed the ringing storm sustains, but he impervious and untouched remains. Great Neptune's care preserved from hostile rage this youth, the joy of Nestor's glorious age. In arms intrepid, with the first he fought, faced every foe, and every danger sought. His winged lance, resistless as the wind, obeys each motion of the master's mind. Restless it flies, impatient to be free, and meditates the distant enemy. The son of Odysseus, Adamas, drew near, and struck his target with the brazen spear fierce in his front. But Neptune wards the blow, and blunts the javelin of the eluded foe. In the broad buckler half the weapon stood, splintered on earth flew half the broken wood. Disarm'd, he mingled in the Trojan crew, but Merion's spear o'ertook him as he flew. Deep in the belly's rim an entrance found, where sharp the pang, and mortal is the wound. Bending he fell, and doubled to the ground lay panting. Thus an ox in fetters tied, while death's strong pangs distend his labouring side, his bulk enormous on the field displays. His heaving heart beats thick as ebbing life decays. The spear the conqueror from his body drew, and death's dim shadows swarm before his view. Next brave Deipyrus in dust was laid. King Helenus waved high the Thracian blade, and smote his temples with an arm so strong, the helm fell off, and rolled amid the throng. There for some luckier Greek it rests a prize, for dark in death the godlike owner lies. Raging with grief, great Menelaus burns, and fraught with vengeance to the victor turns, that shook the ponderous lance in act to throw, and this stood adverse with the bended bow. Full on his breast the Trojan arrow fell, but harmless bounded from the plated steel. As on some ample barn's well-hardened floor, the winds collected at each open door, while the broad fan with force is whirled around, light leaps the golden grain, resulting from the ground. So from the steel that guards Atrides' heart, repelled to distance flies the bounding dart. Atrides, watchful of the unwary foe, pierced with his lance the hand that grasped the bow, and nailed it to the yew. The wounded hand trailed the long lance that marked with blood the sand. But good Agenor gently from the wound the spear solicits, and the bandage bound. A sling's soft wool, snatched from a soldier's side, at once the tent and ligature supplied. Behold, Pisander, urged by fate's decree, springs through the ranks to fall, and fall by thee, great Menelaus, to enhance thy fame. High towering in the front the warrior came. First the sharp lance was by Atrides thrown, the lance far distant by the winds was blown. Nor pierced Pisander through Atrides' shield, Pisander's spear fell shivered on the field. Not so discouraged, to the future blind, vain dreams of conquest swell his haughty mind. Dauntless he rushes where the Spartan lord like lightning brandished his far-beaming sword. His left arm high opposed the shining shield, his right beneath the covered poleaxe held. An olive's cloudy grain the handle made, distinct with studs, and brazen was the blade. This on the helm discharged a noble blow. The plume dropped nodding to the plain below, shorn from the crest. Atrides waved his steel, deep through his front the weighty falchion fell. The crashing bones before its force gave way. In dust and blood the groaning hero lay. Forced from their ghastly orbs and spouting gore, the clotted eyeballs tumble on the shore. And fierce Atrides spurned him as he bled, tore off his arms, and, loud exulting, said: "Thus, Trojans, thus, at length be taught to fear, O race perfidious, who delight in war! Already noble deeds ye have performed. A princess raped transcends a navy stormed. In such bold feats your impious might approve, without the assistance or the fear of Jove. The violated rights, the ravished dame, our heroes slaughtered and our ships on flame, crimes heaped on crimes shall bend your glory down, and whelm in ruins yon flagitious town. O thou, great Father, Lord of earth and skies, above the thought of man, supremely wise! If from thy hand the fates of mortals flow, from whence this favour to an impious foe? A godless crew, abandoned and unjust, still breathing rapine, violence, and lust. The best of things, beyond their measure, cloy, sleep's balmy blessing, love's endearing joy, the feast, the dance, whate'er mankind desire, even the sweet charms of sacred numbers tire. But Troy for ever reaps a dire delight in thirst of slaughter, and in lust of fight." This said, he seized, while yet the carcass heaved, the bloody armour which his train received, then sudden mixed among the warring crew, and the bold son of Pylæmenes slew. Harpalion had through Asia travelled far, following his martial father to the war. Through filial love he left his native shore, never, never to behold it more. His unsuccessful spear he chanced to fling against the target of the Spartan king. Thus of his lance disarm'd, from death he flies, and turns around his apprehensive eyes. Him through the hip transpiercing as he fled, the shaft of Merion mingled with the dead. Beneath the bone the glancing point descends, and, driving down, the swelling bladder rends. Sunk in his sad companion's arms he lay, and in short panting sobbed his soul away, like some vile worm extended on the ground, while life's red torrent gushed from out the wound. Him on his car the Paphlagonian train in slow procession bore from off the plain. The pensive father now no more, attends the mournful pomp along the shore, and unavailing tears profusely shed, and unrevenged deplored his offspring dead. Paris from far the moving sight beheld, with pity softened and with fury swell'd. His honour'd host, a youth of matchless grace, and loved of all the Paphlagonian race. With his full strength he bent his angry bow, and wing'd the feather'd vengeance at the foe. A chief there was, the brave Euchenor named, for riches much, and more for virtue famed, who held his seat in Corinth's stately town, Polida's son, a seer of old renown. Oft had the father told his early doom, by arms abroad, or slow disease at home. He climbed his vessel, prodigal of breath, and chose the certain glorious path to death. Beneath his ear the pointed arrow went, the soul came issuing at the narrow vent. His limbs, unnerved, dropped useless on the ground, and everlasting darkness shades him round. Nor knew great Hector how his legions yield, wrapped in the cloud and tumult of the field. Wide on the left the force of Greece commands, and conquest hovers o'er the Achaean bands. With such a tide superior virtue sway'd, and he that shakes the solid earth gave aid. But in the centre Hector fixed remained, where first the gates were forced, and bulwarks gained. There on the margin of the hoary deep, their naval station where the Ajaces keep, and where low walls confine the beating tides, whose humble barrier scarce the foe divides, where late in fight both foot and horse engaged, and all the thunder of the battle raged. There joined, the whole Boeotian strength remains, the proud Ionians with their sweeping trains, Locrians and Phthians, and the Epean force. But joined, repel not Hector's fiery course. The flower of Athens, Stichius, Pheidas led, Bias and great Menestheus at their head. Meges the strong the Epean bands controlled, and Dracius prudent, and Amphion bold. The Phthians, Medon, famed for martial might, and brave Podarces, active in the fight. This drew from Phylacus his noble line, Iphiclus' son, and that, O Ilius, thine. Young Ajax' brother by a stolen embrace, he dwelt far distant from his native place, by his fierce stepdame from his father's reign expelled and exiled for her brother slain. These rule the Phthians, and their arms employ, mixed with Boeotians on the shores of Troy. Now side by side, with like unwearied care, each Ajax labour'd through the field of war. So when two lordly bulls with equal toil force the bright ploughshare through the fallow soil, joined to one yoke the stubborn earth they tear, and trace large furrows with the shining share. O'er their huge limbs the foam descends in snow, and streams of sweat down their sour foreheads flow. A train of heroes followed through the field, who bore by turns great Ajax' sevenfold shield, whene'er he breathed, remissive of his might, tired with the incessant slaughters of the fight. No following troops his brave associate grace. In close engagement an unpractised race, the Locrian squadrons nor the javelin wield, nor bear the helm, nor lift the moony shield, but skill'd from far the flying shaft to wing, or whirl the sounding pebble from the sling. Dexterous with these, they aim a certain wound, or fell the distant warrior to the ground. Thus in the van the Telamonian train, throng'd in bright arms, a pressing fight maintain. Far in the rear the Locrian archers lie, whose stones and arrows intercept the sky. The mingled tempest on the foes they pour, Troy's scattering orders open to the shower. Now had the Greeks eternal fame acquired, and the galled Ilians to their walls retired. But sage Polydamas, discreetly brave, addressed great Hector, and this counsel gave. Though great in all, thou seem'st averse to lend impartial audience to a faithful friend. To gods and men thy matchless worth is known, and every art of glorious war thy own. But in cool thought and counsel to excel, how widely differs this from warring well! Content with what the bounteous gods have given, seek not alone to engross the gifts of heaven. To some the powers of bloody war belong, to some sweet music and the charm of song. To few, and wondrous few, has Jove assigned a wise, extensive, all-considering mind. Their guardians these the nations round confess, and towns and empires for their safety bless. If heaven have lodged this virtue in my breast, attend, O Hector, what I judge the best. See as thou mov'st on dangers spread, and war's whole fury burns around thy head. Behold, distressed within yon hostile wall, how many Trojans yield, disperse, or fall? What troops outnumber'd scarce the war maintain, and what brave heroes at the ships lie slain? Here cease thy fury, and the chiefs and kings convoked in council weigh the sum of things. Whether, the god succeeding our desires, to yon tall ships to bear the Trojan fires, or quit the fleet and pass unhurt away, contented with the conquest of the day. I fear, lest Greece, not yet undone, pay the large debt of last revolving sun. Achilles, great Achilles, yet remains on yonder decks, and yet o'erlooks the plains. The council pleased, and Hector with a bound leaped from his chariot on the trembling ground. Swift as he leaped his clanging arms resound. To guard this post, he cried, thy art employ, and here detain the scattered youth of Troy. Where yonder heroes faint I bend my way, and hasten back to end the doubtful day. This said, the towering chief prepares to go, shakes his white plumes that to the breezes flow, and seems a moving mountain topped with snow. Through all his host, inspiring force, he flies, and bids anew the martial thunder rise. To Panthus' son, at Hector's high command, haste the bold leaders of the Trojan band. But round the battlements, and round the plain, for many a chief he looked, but looked in vain. Deiphobus, nor Helenus the seer, nor Asius' son, nor Asius' self appear. For these were pierced with many a ghastly wound, some cold in death, some groaning on the ground, some low in dust, a mournful object, lay. High on the wall some breathed their souls away. Far on the left, amid the throng he found, cheering the troops, and dealing deaths around, the graceful Paris, whom with fury moved, opprobrious thus the impatient chief reproved. Ill-fated Paris, slave to womankind, as smooth of face as fraudulent of mind, where is Deiphobus, where Asius gone, the godlike father and the intrepid son? The force of Helenus dispensing fate, and great Othryoneus, so feared of late. Black fate hangs o'er thee from the avenging gods, imperial Troy from her foundations nods. Whelm'd in thy country's ruin shalt thou fall, and one devouring vengeance swallow all. When Paris thus, my brother and my friend, thy warm impatience makes thy tongue offend. In other battles I deserved thy blame, though then not deedless, nor unknown to fame. But since yon rampart by thy arms lay low, I scattered slaughter from my fatal bow. The chiefs you seek on yonder shore lie slain. Of all those heroes 2 alone remain, Deiphobus and Helenus the seer, each now disabled by a hostile spear. Go then, successful, where thy soul inspires. This heart and hand shall second all thy fires. What with this arm I can, prepare to know, till death for death be paid, and blow for blow. But 'tis not ours, with forces not our own to combat. Strength is of the gods alone. These words the hero's angry mind assuage, then fierce they mingle where the thickest rage. Around Polydamas, disdain'd with blood, Cebrion, Phalces, stern Orthios stood, Palmus with Polypœtes the divine, and 2 bold brothers of Hippotion's line, who reach'd fair Ilion from Ascania far the former day, the next engaged in war. As when from gloomy clouds a whirlwind springs, that bears Jove's thunder on its dreadful wings, wide o'er the blasted fields the tempest sweeps, then, gathered, settles on the hoary deeps. The afflicted deeps, tumultuous, mix and roar. The waves behind impel the waves before, wide rolling, foaming high, and tumbling to the shore. Thus rank on rank the thick battalions throng, chief urged on chief, and man drove man along. Far o'er the plains, in dreadful order bright, the brazen arms reflect a beamy light. Full in the blazing van great Hector shined, like Mars commissioned to confound mankind. Before him flaming his enormous shield, like the broad sun, illumined all the field. His nodding helm emits a streamy ray, his piercing eyes through all the battle stray, and, while beneath his targe he flashed along, shot terrors round, that withered e'en the strong. Thus stalked he, dreadful. Death was in his look. Whole nations feared, but not an Argive shook. The towering Ajax, with an ample stride, advanced the first, and thus the chief defied. "Hector, come on! Thy empty threats forbear! 'Tis not thy arm, 'tis thundering Jove we fear. The skill of war to us not idly given. Lo, Greece is humbled, not by Troy, but heaven. Vain are the hopes that haughty mind imparts, to force our fleet. The Greeks have hands and hearts. Long ere in flames our lofty navy fall, your boasted city and your god-built wall shall sink beneath us, smoking on the ground, and spread a long unmeasured ruin round. The time shall come when, chased along the plain, even thou shalt call on Jove and call in vain. Even thou shalt wish, to aid thy desperate course, the wings of falcons for thy flying horse. Shalt run, forgetful of a warrior's fame, while clouds of friendly dust conceal thy shame." As thus he spoke, behold, in open view, on sounding wings a dexter eagle flew. To Jove's glad omen all the Grecians rise, and hail, with shouts, his progress through the skies. Far echoing clamours bound from side to side. They ceased, and thus the chief of Troy replied: "From whence this menace, this insulting strain? Enormous boaster, doom'd to vaunt in vain! So may the gods on Hector life bestow, not that short life which mortals lead below, but such as those of Jove's high lineage born, the blue-eyed maid, or he that gilds the morn, as this decisive day shall end the fame of Greece, and Argos be no more a name. And thou, imperious, if thy madness wait the lance of Hector, thou shalt meet thy fate. That giant corse, extended on the shore, shall largely feast the fowls with fat and gore." He said, and like a lion stalked along, with shouts incessant earth and ocean rung, sent from his following host. The Grecian train with answering thunders filled the echoing plain, a shout that tore heaven's concave, and, above, shook the fixed splendours of the throne of Jove. End of Book 13. Book 14 of the Iliad by Homer, translated by Alexander Pope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 14, Argument. Juno deceives Jupiter by the girdle of Venus. Nestor, sitting at the table with Machaon, is alarmed with the increasing clamour of war, and hastens to Agamemnon. On his way he meets that prince with Diomedes and Ulysses, whom he informs of the extremity of the danger. Agamemnon proposes to make their escape by night, which Ulysses withstands, to which Diomedes adds his advice that, wounded as they were, they should go forth and encourage the army with their presence, which advice is pursued. Juno, seeing the partiality of Jupiter to the Trojans, forms a design to overreach him. She sets off her charms with the utmost care, and, the more surely to enchant him, obtains the magic girdle of Venus. She then applies herself to the god of sleep, and, with some difficulty, persuades him to seal the eyes of Jupiter. This done, she goes to Mount Ida, where the god, at first sight, is ravished with her beauty, sinks in her embraces, and is laid asleep. Neptune takes advantage of his slumber and succours the Greeks. Hector is struck to the ground with a prodigious stone by Ajax, and carried off from the battle. Several actions succeed till the Trojans, much distressed, are obliged to give way. The lesser Ajax signalizes himself in a particular manner. But not the genial feast, nor flowing bowl, could charm the cares of Nestor's watchful soul. His startled ears the increasing cries attend. Then thus, impatient, to his wounded friend: "What new alarm, divine Machaon? Say, what mix'd events attend this mighty day? Hark, how the shouts divide, and how they meet, and now come full and thicken to the fleet. Here with the cordial draught dispel thy care, let Hecamede the strengthening bath prepare, refresh thy wound, and cleanse the clotted gore, while I the adventures of the day explore." He said, and seizing Thrasymedes' shield, his valiant offspring, hastened to the field. That day the son his father's buckler bore, then snatch'd a lance, and issued from the door. Soon as the prospect opened to his view, his wounded eyes the scene of sorrow knew. Dire disarray, the tumult of the fight, the wall in ruins, and the Greeks in flight. As when old ocean's silent surface sleeps, the waves just heaving on the purple deeps, while yet the expected tempest hangs on high, weighs down the cloud and blackens in the sky, the mass of waters will no wind obey. Jove sends one gust, and bids them roll away. While wavering counsels thus his mind engage, fluctuates in doubtful thought the Pylian sage, to join the host or to the general haste, debating long, he fixes on the last. Yet as he moves, the sight his bosom warms, the field rings dreadful with the clang of arms, the gleaming falchions flash, the javelins fly, blows echo blows, and all or kill or die. Him in his march the wounded princes meet, by tardy steps ascending from the fleet. The king of men, Ulysses the divine, and who to Tydeus owes his noble line. Their ships at distance from the battle stand, in lines advanced along the shelving strand, whose bay the fleet unable to contain at length, beside the margin of the main, rank above rank, the crowded ships they moor, who landed first, lay highest on the shore. Supported on the spears they took their way, unfit to fight, but anxious for the day. Nestor's approach alarm'd each Grecian breast, whom thus the general of the host addressed: "O grace and glory of the Achaean name, what drives thee, Nestor, from the field of fame? Shall then proud Hector see his boast fulfilled, our fleets in ashes, and our heroes killed? Such was his threat, now too soon made good, on many a Grecian bosom writ in blood. Is every heart inflamed with equal rage against your king, nor will one chief engage? And have I lived to see with mournful eyes in every Greek a new Achilles rise?" Gerenian Nestor then: "So fate has willed, and all confirming time has fate fulfilled. Not he that thunders from the aerial bower, not Jove himself upon the past has power. The wall, our late inviolable bound, and best defence, lies smoking on the ground. Even to the ships their conquering arms extend, and groans of slaughter'd Greeks to heaven ascend. On speedy measures then employ your thought, in such distress if counsel profit aught. Arms cannot much, though Mars our souls incite, these gaping wounds withhold us from the fight." To him the monarch: "That our army bends, that Troy triumphant our high fleet ascends, and that the rampart, late our surest trust and best defence, lies smoking in the dust, all this from Jove's afflictive hand we bear, who, far from Argos, wills our ruin here. Past are the days when happier Greece was blessed, and all his favour, all his aid confessed. Now heaven averse our hands from battle ties, and lifts the Trojan glory to the skies. Cease we at length to waste our blood in vain, and launch what ships lie nearest to the main. Leave these at anchor till the coming night. Then, if impetuous Troy forbear the fight, bring all to sea, and hoist each sail for flight. Better from evils well foreseen to run, than perish in the danger we may shun." Thus he. The sage Ulysses thus replies, while anger flash'd from his disdainful eyes: "What shameful words, unkingly as thou art, fall from that trembling tongue and timorous heart? O were thy sway the curse of meaner powers, and thou the shame of any host but ours! A host, by Jove endued with martial might, and taught to conquer or to fall in fight, adventurous combats and bold wars to wage, employed our youth, and yet employs our age. And wilt thou thus desert the Trojan plain, and have whole streams of blood been spilt in vain? In such base sentence if thou couch thy fear, speak it in whispers, lest a Greek should hear. Lives there a man so dead to fame who dares to think such meanness, or the thought declares? And comes it even from him whose sovereign sway the banded legions of all Greece obey? Is this a general's voice that calls to flight, while war hangs doubtful, while his soldiers fight? What more could Troy? What yet their fate denies, thou giv'st the foe. All Greece becomes their prize. No more the troops, our hoisted sails in view, themselves abandoned, shall the fight pursue. But thy ships flying with despair shall see, and owe destruction to a prince like thee. Thy just reproofs, Atrides calm replies, like arrows pierce me, for thy words are wise. Unwilling as I am to lose the host, I force not Greece to quit this hateful coast. Glad I submit, whoe'er, or young or old, aught more conducive to our weal unfold. Tydides cut him short, and thus began: Such counsel if you seek, behold the man who boldly gives it, and what he shall say. Young though he be, disdain not to obey. A youth, who from the mighty Tydeus springs, may speak to councils and assembled kings. Hear then in me the great Oenides' son, whose honour'd dust (his race of glory ran) lies whelm'd in ruins of the Theban wall, brave in his life, and glorious in his fall. With 3 bold sons was generous Prothous bless'd, who Pleuron's walls and Calydon possess'd. Malus and Agrius, but who far surpass'd the rest in courage, Œneus was the last. From him, my sire. From Calydon expell'd, he pass'd to Argos, and in exile dwell'd. The monarch's daughter there, so Jove ordained, he won, and flourish'd where Adrastus reigned. There, rich in fortune's gifts, his acres till'd, beheld his vines their liquid harvest yield, and numerous flocks that whiten'd all the field. Such Tydeus was, the foremost once in fame, nor lives in Greece a stranger to his name. Then, what for common good my thoughts inspire, attend, and in the son respect the sire. Though sore of battle, though with wounds oppress'd, let each go forth and animate the rest, advance the glory which he cannot share, though not partaker, witness of the war. But lest new wounds on wounds o'erpower us quite, beyond the missile javelin's sounding flight, safe let us stand, and from the tumult far, inspire the ranks, and rule the distant war. He added not, the listening kings obey, slow moving on. Atrides leads the way. The god of ocean, to inflame their rage, appears a warrior furrowed o'er with age. Press'd in his own, the general's hand he took, and thus the venerable hero spoke: Atrides, lo! with what disdainful eye Achilles sees his country's forces fly. Blind, impious man, whose anger is his guide, who glories in unutterable pride. So may he perish, so may Jove disclaim the wretch relentless, and o'erwhelm with shame. But heaven forsakes not thee. O'er yonder sands soon shalt thou view the scattered Trojan bands fly diverse, while proud kings and chiefs renowned, driven heaps on heaps, with clouds involved around of rolling dust, their winged wheels employ to hide their ignominious heads in Troy. He spoke, then rush'd amid the warrior crew, and sent his voice before him as he flew, loud, as the shout encountering armies yield, when twice 10,000 shake the labouring field. Such was the voice, and such the thundering sound of him whose trident rends the solid ground. Each Argive bosom beats to meet the fight, and grisly war appears a pleasing sight. Meantime Saturnia from Olympus' brow, high throned in gold, beheld the fields below. With joy the glorious conflict she surveyed, where her great brother gave the Grecians aid. But placed aloft, on Ida's shady height, she sees her Jove, and trembles at the sight. Jove to deceive, what methods shall she try? What arts, to blind his all-beholding eye? At length she trusts her power, resolved to prove the old yet still successful cheat of love, against his wisdom to oppose her charms, and lull the lord of thunders in her arms. Swift to her bright apartment she repairs, sacred to dress and beauty's pleasing cares. With skill divine had Vulcan formed the bower, safe from access of each intruding power. Touch'd with her secret key, the doors unfold. Self-closed, behind her shut the valves of gold. Here first she bathes, and round her body pours soft oils of fragrance and ambrosial showers. The winds, perfumed, the balmy gale convey through heaven, through earth, and all the aerial way, spirit divine, whose exhalation greets the sense of gods with more than mortal sweets. Thus, while she breathed of heaven, with decent pride her artful hands the radiant tresses tied. Part on her head in shining ringlets rolled, part o'er her shoulders waved like melted gold. Around her next a heavenly mantle flowed, that rich with Pallas' labour'd colours glowed. Large clasps of gold the foldings gather'd round, a golden zone her swelling bosom bound. Far beaming pendants tremble in her ear, each gem illumined with a triple star. Then o'er her head she cast a veil more white than new-fallen snow, and dazzling as the light. Last her fair feet celestial sandals grace. Thus issuing radiant with majestic pace, forth from the dome the imperial goddess moves, and calls the mother of the smiles and loves. How long, to Venus thus apart she cried, shall human strife celestial minds divide? Ah, yet, will Venus aid Saturnia's joy, and set aside the cause of Greece and Troy? Let heaven's dread empress, Cytherea said, speak her request, and deem her will obeyed. Then grant me, said the queen, those conquering charms, that power which mortals and immortals warms, that love which melts mankind in fierce desires, and burns the sons of heaven with sacred fires. For lo, I haste to those remote abodes, where the great parents, sacred source of gods, Ocean and Thetis their old empire keep, on the last limits of the land and deep. In their kind arms my tender years were passed, what time old Saturn from Olympus cast, of upper heaven to Jove resigned the reign, whelm'd under the huge mass of earth and main. For strife, I hear, has made the union cease, which held so long that ancient pair in peace. What honour and what love shall I obtain, if I compose those fatal feuds again? Once more their minds in mutual ties engage, and, what my youth has owed, repay their age. She said. With awe divine, the queen of love obeyed the sister and the wife of Jove, and from her fragrant breast the zone embraced, with various skill and high embroidery graced. In this was every art and every charm, to win the wisest and the coldest warm. Fond love, the gentle vow, the gay desire, the kind deceit, the still reviving fire, persuasive speech, and the more persuasive sighs, silence that spoke, and eloquence of eyes. This on her hand the Cyprian goddess laid. Take this, and with it all thy wish, she said. With smiles she took the charm, and smiling press'd the powerful cestus to her snowy breast. Then Venus to the courts of Jove withdrew, whilst from Olympus pleased Saturnia flew. O'er high Pieria thence her course she bore, o'er fair Emathia's ever-pleasing shore, o'er Hemus hills with snows eternal crown'd, nor once her flying foot approach'd the ground. Then taking wing from Athos' lofty steep, she speeds to Lemnos o'er the rolling deep, and seeks the cave of death's half-brother, Sleep. Sweet pleasing Sleep, Saturnia thus began, who spread'st thy empire o'er each god and man. If e'er obsequious to thy Juno's will, O power of slumbers, hear and favour still. Shed thy soft dews on Jove's immortal eyes, while sunk in love's entrancing joys he lies. A splendid footstool and a throne, that shine with gold unfading Somnus shall be thine. The work of Vulcan, to indulge thy ease when wine and feasts thy golden humours please. Imperial dame, the balmy power replies, great Saturn's heir, and empress of the skies, o'er other gods I spread my easy chain. The sire of all, old Ocean, owns my reign, and his hush'd waves lie silent on the main. But how, unbidden, shall I dare to steep Jove's awful temples in the dew of sleep? Long since, too venturous, at thy bold command, on those eternal lids I laid my hand. What time, deserting Ilion's wasted plain, his conquering son, Alcides, plough'd the main. when lo! the deeps arise, the tempests roar, and drive the hero to the Coan shore. Great Jove, awaking, shook the blest abodes with rising wrath, and tumbled gods on gods. Me chief he sought, and from the realms on high had hurled indignant to the nether sky, but gentle night, to whom I fled for aid, the friend of earth and heaven, her wings displayed, empowered the wrath of gods and men to tame, even Jove revered the venerable dame. Vain are thy fears, the queen of heaven replies, and speaking, rolls her large majestic eyes. Think'st thou that Troy has Jove's high favour won, like great Alcides his all-conquering son? Hear, and obey the mistress of the skies, nor for the deed expect a vulgar prize. For know, thy loved one shall be ever thine, the youngest grace, Pasithea the divine. Swear then, he said, by those tremendous floods that roar through hell and bind the invoking gods. Let the great parent earth one hand sustain, and stretch the other o'er the sacred main. Call the black Titans that with Cronos dwell, to hear and witness from the depths of hell, that she, my loved one, shall be ever mine, the youngest grace, Pasithea the divine. The queen assents, and from the infernal bowers invokes the sable sub-Tartarian powers, and those who rule the inviolable floods, whom mortals name the dread Titanian gods. Then, swift as wind, o'er Lemnos' smoky isle they wing their way, and Imbrus' sea-beat soil. Through air, unseen, involved in darkness glide, and light on Lectos, on the point of Ide, mother of savages, whose echoing hills are heard resounding with 100 rills. Fair Ida trembles underneath the god, hush'd are her mountains and her forests nod. There on a fir, whose spiry branches rise to join its summit to the neighbouring skies, dark in embowering shade, concealed from sight, sat Sleep, in likeness of the bird of night. Calchas his name by those of heavenly birth, but called Cymindis by the race of earth. To Ida's top successful Juno flies. Great Jove surveys her with desiring eyes. The god, whose lightning sets the heavens on fire, through all his bosom feels the fierce desire, fierce as when first by stealth he seized her charms, mixed with her soul and melted in her arms. Fixed on her eyes he fed his eager look, then pressed her hand, and thus with transport spoke. Why comes my goddess from the ethereal sky, and not her steeds and flaming chariot nigh? Then she, I haste to those remote abodes where the great parents of the deathless gods, the reverend Ocean and grey Thetis reign, on the last limits of the land and main. I visit these, to whose indulgent cares I owe the nursing of my tender years, for strife I hear has made that union cease, which held so long that ancient pair in peace. The steeds, prepared my chariot to convey o'er earth and seas, and through the aerial way, wait under Ide. Of thy superior power to ask consent, I leave the Olympian bower, nor seek, unknown to thee, the sacred cells deep under seas, where hoary ocean dwells. For that, said Jove, suffice another day, but eager love denies the least delay. Let softer cares the present hour employ, and be these moments sacred all to joy. Ne'er did my soul so strong a passion prove, or for an earthly or a heavenly love. Not when I pressed Ixion's matchless dame, whence rose Pirithous like the gods in fame. Not when fair Danae felt the shower of gold stream into life, whence Perseus brave and bold. Not thus I burned for either Theban dame. Bacchus from this, from that Alcides came. Nor Phoenix' daughter beautiful and young, whence godlike Rhadamanth and Minos sprung. Not thus I burned for fair Latona's face, nor comelier Ceres' more majestic grace. Not thus even for thyself I felt desire, as now my veins receive the pleasing fire. He spoke. The goddess with the charming eyes glows with celestial red, and thus replies: Is this a scene for love? On Ida's height, exposed to mortal and immortal sight? Our joys profaned by each familiar eye, the sport of heaven, and fable of the sky? How shall I e'er review the blest abodes, or mix among the senate of the gods? Shall I not think that, with disordered charms, all heaven beholds me recent from thy arms? With skill divine has Vulcan form'd thy bower, sacred to love and to the genial hour. if such thy will, to that recess retire, in secret there indulge thy soft desire." She ceased, and smiling with superior love, thus answer'd mild the cloud-compelling Jove: "Nor god nor mortal shall our joys behold, Shaded with clouds, and circumfused in gold; Not even the sun, who darts through heaven his rays, And whose broad eye the extended earth surveys." Gazing he spoke, and kindling at the view, His eager arms around the goddess threw. Glad earth perceives, and from her bosom pours Unbidden herbs, and voluntary flowers. Thick new-born violets a soft carpet spread, And clustering lotus swell'd the rising bed, And sudden hyacinths the turf bestrow, And flamy crocus made the mountain glow. There golden clouds conceal the heavenly pair, Steep'd in soft joys and circumfused with air. Celestial dews, descending o'er the ground, Perfume the mount, and breathe ambrosia round. At length, with love and sleep's soft power oppress'd, The panting thunderer nods, and sinks to rest. Now to the navy borne on silent wings, To Neptune's ear soft sleep his message brings. Beside him sudden, unperceived, he stood, And thus with gentle words address'd the god: "Now, Neptune, now the important hour employ, To check awhile the haughty hopes of Troy. While Jove yet rests, while yet my vapours shed The golden vision round his sacred head, For Juno's love and Somnus' pleasing ties Have closed those awful and eternal eyes." Thus having said, the power of slumber flew On human lids to drop the balmy dew. Neptune, with zeal increased, renews his care, And towering in the foremost ranks of war, Indignant thus: "O once of martial fame! O Greeks, if yet ye can deserve the name! This half-recover'd day shall Troy obtain? Shall Hector thunder at your ships again? Lo! still he vaunts, and threats the fleet with fires, While stern Achilles in his wrath retires. One hero's loss too tamely you deplore; Be still yourselves, and ye shall need no more. Oh yet, if glory any bosom warms, Brace on your firmest helms, and stand to arms. His strongest spear each valiant Grecian wield, Each valiant Grecian seize his broadest shield. Let to the weak the lighter arms belong, The ponderous targe be wielded by the strong. Thus arm'd, not Hector shall our presence stay; Myself, ye Greeks, myself will lead the way." The troops assent, their martial arms they change, The busy chiefs their banded legions range. The kings, though wounded and oppress'd with pain, With helpful hands themselves assist the train. The strong and cumbrous arms the valiant wield, The weaker warrior takes a lighter shield. Thus, sheathed in shining brass, in bright array The legions march, and Neptune leads the way. His brandished falchion flames before their eyes, Like lightning flashing through the frighted skies. Clad in his might the earth-shaking power appears, Pale mortals tremble, and confess their fears. Troy's great defender stands alone unawed, Arms his proud host, and dares oppose a god. And lo! the god and wondrous man appear, The sea's stern ruler there, and Hector here. The roaring main, at her great master's call, Rose in huge ranks, and form'd a watery wall Around the ships. Seas hanging o'er the shores, both armies join. Earth thunders, ocean roars. Not half so loud the bellowing deeps resound, When stormy winds disclose the dark profound. Less loud the winds that from the Aeolian hall Roar through the woods, and make whole forests fall. Less loud the woods, when flames in torrents pour, Catch the dry mountain, and its shades devour. With such a rage the meeting hosts are driven, And such a clamour shakes the sounding heaven. The first bold javelin, urged by Hector's force, Direct at Ajax' bosom wing'd its course. But there no pass the crossing belts afford, One braced his shield, and one sustained his sword. Then back the disappointed Trojan drew, And cursed the lance that unavailing flew. But 'scaped not Ajax. His tempestuous hand A ponderous stone upheaving from the sand, Where heaps laid loose beneath the warrior's feet, Or served to ballast, or to prop the fleet, Toss'd round and round, the missive marble flings. On the raised shield the fallen ruin rings, Full on his breast and throat with force descends. nor deadened there its giddy fury spends, but whirling on, with many a fiery round, smokes in the dust, and ploughs into the ground. As when the bolt, red hissing from above, darts on the consecrated plant of Jove, the mountain oak in flaming ruin lies, black from the blow, and smokes of sulphur rise. Stiff with amaze the pale beholders stand, and own the terrors of the almighty hand. So lies great Hector prostrate on the shore, his slackened hand deserts the lance it bore, his following shield the fallen chief o'erspread, beneath his helmet dropp'd his fainting head, his load of armour, sinking to the ground, clanks on the field, a dead and hollow sound. Loud shouts of triumph fill the crowded plain, Greece sees, in hope, Troy's great defender slain. All spring to seize him, storms of arrows fly, and thicker javelins intercept the sky. In vain an iron tempest hisses round, he lies protected, and without a wound. Polydamas, Agenor the divine, the pious warrior of Anchises' line, and each bold leader of the Lycian band, with covering shields a friendly circle stand, his mournful followers, with assistant care, the groaning hero to his chariot bear. His foaming coursers, swifter than the wind, speed to the town, and leave the war behind. When now they touch'd the mead's enamelled side, where gentle Xanthus rolls his easy tide, with watery drops the chief they sprinkle round, placed on the margin of the flowery ground. Raised on his knees, he now ejects the gore, now faints anew, low sinking on the shore. By fits he breathes, half views the fleeting skies, and seals again by fits his swimming eyes. Soon as the Greeks the chief's retreat beheld, with double fury each invades the field. Oilean Ajax first his javelin sped, pierced by whose point the son of Enops bled. Satnius the brave, whom beauteous Neis bore amidst her flocks on Satnio's silver shore. Struck through the belly's rim, the warrior lies supine, and shades eternal veil his eyes. An arduous battle rose around the dead, by turns the Greeks, by turns the Trojans bled. Fired with revenge, Polydamas drew near, and at Prothoenor shook the trembling spear. The driving javelin through his shoulder thrust, he sinks to earth, and grasps the bloody dust. Lo thus, the victor cries, we rule the field, and thus their arms the race of Panthus wield. From this unerring hand there flies no dart, but bathes its point within a Grecian heart. Propped on that spear to which thou owest thy fall, go, guide thy darksome steps to Pluto's dreary hall. He said, and sorrow touch'd each Argive breast, the soul of Ajax burned above the rest. As by his side the groaning warrior fell, at the fierce foe he launched his piercing steel. The foe, reclining, shunn'd the flying death, but fate, Archilochus, demands thy breath. Thy lofty birth no succour could impart, the wings of death o'ertook thee on the dart. Swift to perform heaven's fatal will, it fled full on the juncture of the neck and head, and took the joint, and cut the nerves in twain. The dropping head first tumbled on the plain. So just the stroke, that yet the body stood erect, then rolled along the sands in blood. Here, proud Polydamas, here turn thy eyes, the towering Ajax loud insulting cries. Say, is this chief extended on the plain a worthy vengeance for Prothoenor slain? Mark well his port, his figure and his face, nor speak him vulgar, nor of vulgar race. Some lines, methinks, may make his lineage known, Antenor's brother, or perhaps his son. He spake, and smiled severe, for well he knew the bleeding youth, Troy saddened at the view. But furious Acamas avenged his cause. As Promachus his slaughter'd brother draws, he pierced his heart. Such fate attends you all, proud Argives, destined by our arms to fall. Not Troy alone, but haughty Greece, shall share the toils, the sorrows, and the wounds of war. Behold your Promachus, deprived of breath, a victim owed to my brave brother's death. Not unappeased he enters Pluto's gate, who leaves a brother to revenge his fate. Heart-piercing anguish struck the Grecian host, but touch'd the breast of bold Peneleus most. At the proud boaster he directs his course, the boaster flies, and shuns superior force. But young Ilioneus received the spear, Ilioneus his father's only care. Phorbas the rich, of all the Trojan train, whom Hermes loved, and taught the arts of gain. Full in his eye the weapon chanced to fall, and from the fibres scooped the rooted ball, drove through the neck, and hurled him to the plain. He lifts his miserable arms in vain. Swift his broad falchion fierce Peneleus spread, and from the spouting shoulders struck his head. To earth at once the head and helmet fly. The lance, yet sticking through the bleeding eye, the victor seized, and as aloft he shook the gory visage, thus insulting spoke: "Trojans, your great Ilioneus behold! Haste to his father, let the tale be told. Let his high roofs resound with frantic woe, such as the house of Promachus must know. Let doleful tidings greet his mother's ear, such as to Promachus' sad spouse we bear, when we victorious shall to Greece return, and the pale matron in our triumphs mourn." Dreadful he spoke, then toss'd the head on high. The Trojans hear, they tremble and they fly. Aghast they gaze around the fleet and wall, and dread the ruin that impends on all. Daughters of Jove, that on Olympus shine, ye all beholding, all recording nine, O say, when Neptune made proud Ilion yield, what chief, what hero first embrued the field? Of all the Grecians what immortal name, and whose bless'd trophies, will ye raise to fame? Thou first, great Ajax, on the unsanguined plain laid Hirtius, leader of the Mysian train. Phalces and Murmur Nestor's son o'erthrew, bold Merion, Morus and Hippotion slew. Strong Periphetes and Prothoon bled, by Teucer's arrows mingled with the dead. Pierced in the flank by Menelaus' steel, his people's pastor Hipparenor fell. Eternal darkness wrapped the warrior round, and the fierce soul came rushing through the wound. But stretched in heaps before Oileus' son fall mighty numbers run. Ajax the less, of all the Grecian race, skilled in pursuit, and swiftest in the chase. End of Book 14. Book 15 of the Iliad by Homer, translated by Alexander Pope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 15. Argument. The fifth battle at the ships, and the acts of Ajax. Jupiter, awaking, sees the Trojans repulsed from the trenches, Hector in a swoon, and Neptune at the head of the Greeks. He is highly incensed at the artifice of Juno, who appeases him by her submissions. She is then sent to Iris and Apollo. Juno, repairing to the assembly of the gods, attempts with extraordinary address to incense them against Jupiter. In particular she touches Mars with a violent resentment. He is ready to take arms, but is prevented by Minerva. Iris and Apollo obey the orders of Jupiter. Iris commands Neptune to leave the battle, to which, after much reluctance and passion, he consents. Apollo re-inspires Hector with vigor, brings him back to the battle, marches before him with his aegis, and turns the fortune of the fight. He breaks down great part of the Grecian wall. The Trojans rush in and attempt to fire the first line of the fleet, but are as yet repelled by the greater Ajax with a prodigious slaughter. Now in swift flight they pass the trench profound, and many a chief lay gasping on the ground. Then stopped and panted where the chariots lie, fear on their cheek and horror in their eye. Meanwhile, awakened from his dream of love, on Ida's summit sat imperial Jove. Round the wide fields he cast a careful view. There saw the Trojans fly, the Greeks pursue. These proud in arms, those scattered o'er the plain, and midst the war the monarch of the main. Not far, great Hector on the dust he spies, his sad associates round with weeping eyes, ejecting blood, and panting yet for breath, his senses wandering to the verge of death. The god beheld him with a pitying look, and thus, incensed, to fraudful Juno spoke: "O thou, still adverse to the eternal will, for ever studious in promoting ill! Thy arts have made the godlike Hector yield, and driven his conquering squadrons from the field. Canst thou, unhappy in thy wiles, withstand our power immense, and brave the almighty hand? Hast thou forgot, When bound and fixed on high from the vast concave of the spangled sky, I hung thee trembling in a golden chain, and all the raging gods opposed in vain. Headlong I hurled them from the Olympian hall, stunned in the whirl and breathless with the fall. For godlike Hercules these deeds were done, nor seemed the vengeance worthy such a son. When, by thy wiles induced, fierce Boreas tossed the shipwrecked hero on the Coan coast, him through 1,000 forms of death I bore, and sent to Argos and his native shore. Hear this, remember, and our fury dread, nor pull the unwilling vengeance on thy head, lest arts and blandishments successless prove thy soft deceits and well-dissembled love. The Thunderer spoke. Imperial Juno mourned, and, trembling, these submissive words returned: "By every oath that powers immortal ties, the foodful earth and all enfolding skies, by thy black waves, tremendous Styx, that flow through the drear realms of gliding ghosts below, by the dread honours of thy sacred head, and that unbroken vow, our virgin bed, not by my arts the ruler of the main steeps Troy in blood, and ranges round the plain. By his own ardour, his own pity sway'd, to help his Greeks, he fought and disobey'd. Else had thy Juno better counsels given, and taught submission to the Sire of heaven. Think'st thou with me, fair empress of the skies? The immortal father with a smile replies. Then soon the haughty sea god shall obey, nor dare to act but when we point the way. If truth inspires thy tongue, proclaim our will to yon bright synod on the Olympian hill. Our high decree let various Iris know, and call the god that bears the silver bow. Let her descend, and from the embattled plain command the sea god to his watery reign, while Phoebus hastes great Hector to prepare to rise afresh, and once more wake the war. His labouring bosom re-inspires with breath, and calls his senses from the verge of death. Greece, chased by Troy, even to Achilles' fleet, shall fall by thousands at the hero's feet. He, not untouched with pity, to the plain shall send Patroclus, but shall send in vain. What youths he slaughtered under Ilion's walls, even my loved son, divine Sarpedon, falls. Vanquish'd at last by Hector's lance he lies. Then, nor till then, shall great Achilles rise, and lo! that instant, godlike Hector dies. From that great hour the war's whole fortune turns, Pallas assists, and lofty Ilion burns. Not till that day shall Jove relax his rage, nor one of all the heavenly host engage in aid of Greece. The promise of a god I gave, and seal'd it with the almighty nod, Achilles' glory to the stars to raise. Such was our word, and fate the word obeys." The trembling queen, the almighty order given, swift from the Idaean summit shot to heaven. As some wayfaring man, who wanders o'er in thought a length of lands he trod before, sends forth his active mind from place to place, joins hill to dale, and measures space with space, so swift flew Juno to the blest abodes, if thought of man can match the speed of gods. There sat the powers in awful synod placed. They bowed, and made obeisance as she passed through all the brazen dome. With goblets crowned they hail her queen. The nectar streams around. Fair Themis first presents the golden bowl, and anxious asks what cares disturb her soul. To whom the white-arm'd goddess thus replies: "Enough thou know'st the tyrant of the skies severely bent his purpose to fulfil, unmoved his mind, and unrestrained his will. Go thou, the feasts of heaven attend thy call, bid the crowned nectar circle round the hall, but Jove shall thunder through the ethereal dome such stern decrees, such threatened woes to come, as soon shall freeze mankind with dire surprise, and damp the eternal banquets of the skies." The goddess said, and sullen took her place. Black horror saddened each celestial face. To see the gathering grudge in every breast, smiles on her lips a spleenful joy expressed, while on her wrinkled front and eyebrow bent sat steadfast care and lowering discontent. Thus she proceeds: "Attend ye powers above, but know 'tis madness to contest with Jove. Supreme he sits, and sees in pride of sway. Your vassal godheads grudgingly obey. Fierce in the majesty of power controls, shakes all the thrones of heaven, and bends the poles. Submiss, immortals, all he wills obey. And thou, great Mars, begin and show the way. Behold Ascalaphus, behold him die, but dare not murmur, dare not vent a sigh. Thy own loved boasted offspring lies o'erthrown, if that loved boasted offspring be thy own. Stern Mars, with anguish for his slaughtered son, smote his rebelling breast, and fierce begun. Thus then, immortals, thus shall Mars obey. Forgive me, gods, and yield my vengeance way. Descending first to yon forbidden plain, the god of battles dares avenge the slain. Dares, though the thunder bursting o'er my head should hurl me blazing on those heaps of dead. With that he gives command to fear and flight, to join his rapid coursers for the fight. Then grim in arms, with hasty vengeance flies, arms that reflect a radiance through the skies. And now had Jove, by bold rebellion driven, discharged his wrath on half the host of heaven. But Pallas, springing through the bright abode, starts from her azure throne to calm the god. Struck for the immortal race with timely fear, from frantic Mars she snatched the shield and spear. Then the huge helmet lifting from his head, thus to the impetuous homicide she said: By what wild passion, furious, art thou tossed? Striv'st thou with Jove? Thou art already lost. Shall not the Thunderer's dread command restrain? And was imperial Juno heard in vain? Back to the skies wouldst thou with shame be driven, and in thy guilt involve the host of heaven? Ilion and Greece no more should Jove engage, the skies would yield an ampler scene of rage. Guilty and guiltless find an equal fate, and one vast ruin whelm the Olympian state. Cease then thy offspring's death unjust to call. Heroes as great have died, and yet shall fall. Why should heaven's law with foolish man comply, exempted from the race ordained to die? This menace fixed the warrior to his throne. Sullen he sat, and curbed the rising groan. Then Juno called, Jove's orders to obey, the winged Iris and the god of day. Go wait the Thunderer's will, Saturnia cried, on yon tall summit of the fountful-eyed. There in the Father's awful presence stand, receive and execute his dread command. She said and sat. The god that gilds the day and various Iris wing their airy way. Swift as the wind to Ida's hills they came, fair nurse of fountains and of savage game. There sat the Eternal, he whose nod controls the trembling world and shakes the steady poles. Veiled in a mist of fragrance him they found, with clouds of gold and purple circled round. Well pleased the Thunderer saw their earnest care, and prompt obedience to the Queen of Air. Then, while a smile serenes his awful brow, commands the goddess of the showery bow: Iris, descend, and what we here ordain, report to yon mad tyrant of the main. Bid him from fight to his own deeps repair, or breathe from slaughter in the fields of air. If he refuse, then let him timely weigh our elder birthright, and superior sway. How shall his rashness stand the dire alarms, if heaven's omnipotence descend in arms? Strives he with me, by whom his power was given, and is there equal to the Lord of heaven? The Almighty spoke. The goddess winged her flight to sacred Ilion from the Idaean height. Swift as the rattling hail or fleecy snows drive through the skies when Boreas fiercely blows, so from the clouds descending Iris falls, and to blue Neptune thus the goddess calls: Attend the mandate of the Sire above. In me behold the messenger of Jove. He bids thee from forbidden wars repair to thine own deeps, or to the fields of air. This if refused, he bids thee timely weigh his elder birthright and superior sway. How shall thy rashness stand the dire alarms, if heaven's omnipotence descend in arms? Striv'st thou with him by whom all power is given? And art thou equal to the Lord of heaven? What means the haughty sovereign of the skies? The king of ocean thus, incensed, replies: Rule as he will his portioned realms on high. No vassal god, nor of his train, am I. 3 brother deities from Saturn came, and ancient Rhea, earth's immortal dame. Assigned by lot our triple rule we know, infernal Pluto sways the shades below. O'er the wide clouds and o'er the starry plain, ethereal Jove extends his high domain. My court beneath the hoary waves I keep, and hush the roarings of the sacred deep. Olympus and this earth in common lie. What claim has here the tyrant of the sky? Far in the distant clouds let him control, and awe the younger brothers of the pole. There to his children his commands be given, the trembling, servile, second race of heaven. And must I then, said she, O sire of floods, bear this fierce answer to the king of gods? Correct it yet, and change thy rash intent. A noble mind disdains not to repent. To elder brothers guardian fiends are given, to scourge the wretch insulting them and heaven. Great is the profit, thus the god rejoined, when ministers are blessed with prudent mind. Warned by thy words, to powerful Jove I yield, and quit, though angry, the contended field. Not but his threats with justice I disclaim, the same our honours, and our birth the same. If yet, forgetful of his promise given to Hermes, Pallas, and the queen of heaven, to favour Ilion, that perfidious place, he breaks his faith with half the ethereal race. Give him to know, unless the Grecian train lay yon proud structures level with the plain, howe'er the offence by other gods be past, the wrath of Neptune shall for ever last. Thus speaking, furious from the field he strode, and plunged into the bosom of the flood. The lord of thunders from his lofty height beheld, and thus bespoke the source of light. Behold, the god whose liquid arms are hurled around the globe, whose earthquakes rock the world, desists at length his rebel war to wage, seeks his own seas and trembles at our rage. Else had my wrath, heaven's thrones all shaking round, burned to the bottom of his seas profound. And all the gods that round old Saturn dwell had heard the thunders to the deeps of hell. Well was the crime, and well the vengeance spared. Even power immense had found such battle hard. Go thou, my son, the trembling Greeks alarm, shake my broad aegis on thy active arm. Be godlike Hector thy peculiar care, swell his bold heart, and urge his strength to war. Let Ilion conquer, till the Achaean train fly to their ships and Hellespont again. Then Greece shall breathe from toils. The godhead said. His will divine the son of Jove obeyed. Not half so swift the sailing falcon flies, that drives a turtle through the liquid skies, as Phoebus, shooting from the Idaean brow, glides down the mountain to the plain below. There Hector seated by the stream he sees, his sense returning with the coming breeze. Again his pulses beat, his spirits rise, again his loved companions meet his eyes. Jove thinking of his pains, they passed away, to whom the god who gives the golden day. Why sits great Hector from the field so far? What grief, what wound withholds thee from the war? The fainting hero, as the vision bright stood shining o'er him, half unsealed his sight. What blessed immortal with commanding breath thus wakens Hector from the sleep of death? Has fame not told how, while my trusty sword bathed Greece in slaughter, and her battle gored, the mighty Ajax with a deadly blow had almost sunk me to the shades below? Even yet, methinks, the gliding ghosts I spy, and hell's black horrors swim before my eye. To him Apollo: be no more dismayed, see and be strong, the Thunderer sends thee aid. Behold, thy Phoebus shall his arms employ, Phoebus, propitious still to thee and Troy. Inspire thy warriors then with manly force, and to the ships impel thy rapid horse. Even I will make thy fiery coursers way, and drive the Grecians headlong to the sea. Thus to bold Hector spoke the son of Jove, and breathed immortal ardour from above. As when the pampered steed, with reins unbound, breaks from his stall and pours along the ground, with ample strokes he rushes to the flood, to bathe his sides and cool his fiery blood. His head, now freed, he tosses to the skies, his mane dishevelled o'er his shoulders flies. He snuffs the females in the well-known plain, and springs exulting to his fields again. Urged by the voice divine, thus Hector flew, full of the god, and all his hosts pursue. As when the force of men and dogs combined invade the mountain goat or branching hind, far from the hunter's rage secure they lie closed in the rock, not fated yet to die. When lo, a lion shoots across the way, they fly, at once the chasers and the prey. So Greece, that late in conquering troops pursued, and marked their progress through the ranks in blood, soon as they see the furious chief appear, forget to vanquish, and consent to fear. Thoas with grief observed his dreadful course, Thoas the bravest of the Aetolian force, skilled to direct the javelin's distant flight, and bold to combat in the standing fight, not more in councils famed for solid sense than winning words and heavenly eloquence. "Gods, what portent," he cries, "these eyes invades! Lo, Hector rises from the Stygian shades! We saw him late by thundering Ajax killed. What god restores him to the frighted field? And not content that half of Greece lies slain, pours new destruction on her sons again. He comes not, Jove, without thy powerful will. Lo, still he lives, pursues, and conquers still. Yet hear my counsel, and his worst withstand. The Greeks' main body to the fleet command. But let the few whom brisker spirits warm stand the first onset, and provoke the storm. Thus point your arms, and when such foes appear fierce as he is, let Hector learn to fear." The warrior spoke, the listening Greeks obey, thickening their ranks, and form a deep array. Each Ajax, Teucer, Merion gave command, the valiant leader of the Cretan band, and Mars-like Meges, these the chiefs excite, approach the foe, and meet the coming fight. Behind, unnumbered multitudes attend, to flank the navy and the shores defend. Full on the front the pressing Trojans bear, and Hector first came towering to the war. Phoebus himself the rushing battle led, a veil of clouds involved his radiant head. High held before him Jove's enormous shield portentous shone, and shaded all the field. Vulcan to Jove the immortal gift consigned, to scatter hosts and terrify mankind. The Greeks expect the shock, the clamours rise from different parts, and mingle in the skies. Dire was the hiss of darts by heroes flung, and arrows leaping from the bowstring sung. These drink the life of generous warriors slain, those guiltless fall, and thirst for blood in vain. As long as Phoebus bore unmoved the shield, sat doubtful conquest hovering o'er the field. But when aloft he shakes it in the skies, shouts in their ears and lightens in their eyes, deep horror seizes every Grecian breast, their forces humbled and their fear confessed. So flies a herd of oxen, scattered wide, no swain to guard them, and no day to guide, when two fell lions from the mountain come, and spread the carnage through the shady gloom. Impending Phoebus pours around them fear, and Troy and Hector thunder in the rear. Heaps fall on heaps, the slaughter Hector leads, first great Arcesilaus, then Stichius bleeds, one to the bold Boeotians ever dear, and one Menestheus' friend and famed compeer. Maiden and Aesus Aeneas sped, this sprang from Phelus and the Athenians led, but hapless Medon from the Oileus came, him Ajax honour'd with a brother's name, though born of lawless love, from home expelled a banished man. In Phylace he dwelled, pressed by the vengeance of an angry wife. Troy ends at last his labours and his life. Mecisteus next Polydamas o'erthrew, and thee, brave Clonius, great Agenor slew. By Paris Deiochus inglorious dies, pierced through the shoulder as he basely flies. Polites' arm laid Echius on the plain, stretched on one heap the victors spoil the slain. The Greeks dismayed, confused, disperse or fall, some seek the trench, some skulk behind the wall. While these fly trembling, others pant for breath, and o'er the slaughter stalks gigantic death. On rushed bold Hector, gloomy as the night, forbids to plunder, animates the fight, points to the fleet. For by the gods, who flies, who dares but linger, by this hand he dies. No weeping sister his cold eye shall close, no friendly hand his funeral pyre compose. Who stops to plunder at this signal hour, the birds shall tear him, and the dogs devour. Furious he said, the smarting scourge resounds, the coursers fly, the smoking chariot bounds. The hosts rush on, loud clamours shake the shore, the horses thunder, earth and ocean roar. Apollo, planted at the trench's bound, push'd at the bank, down sank the enormous mound. Roll'd in the ditch the heapy ruin lay, a sudden road, a long and ample way. O'er the dread fosse a late impervious space, now steeds and men and cars tumultuous pass. The wondering crowds the downward level trod, before them flamed the shield and march'd the god. Then with his hand he shook the mighty wall, and lo, the turrets nod, the bulwarks fall. Easy, as when ashore an infant stands and draws imagined houses in the sands. The sportive wanton, pleased with some new play, sweeps the slight works and fashioned domes away. Thus vanish'd at thy touch the towers and walls, the toil of thousands in a moment falls. The Grecians gaze around with wild despair, confused and weary all the powers with prayer, exhort their men with praises, threats, commands, and urge the gods with voices, eyes, and hands. Experienced Nestor chief obtests the skies, and weeps his country with a father's eyes. O Jove, if ever on his native shore one Greek enriched thy shrine with offered gore, if e'er, in hope our country to behold, we paid the fattest firstlings of the fold, if e'er thou sign'st our wishes with thy nod, perform the promise of a gracious god. This day preserve our navies from the flame, and save the relics of the Grecian name. Thus pray'd the sage, the Eternal gave consent, and peals of thunder shook the firmament. Presumptuous Troy mistook the accepting sign, and catch'd new fury at the voice divine. As when black tempests mix the seas and skies, the roaring deeps in watery mountains rise, above the sides of some tall ship ascend, its womb they deluge, and its ribs they rend. Thus loudly roaring, and o'erpowering all, mount the thick Trojans up the Grecian wall. Legions on legions from each side arise, thick sound the keels, the storm of arrows flies. Fierce on the ships above, the cars below, these wield the mace, and those the javelin throw. While thus the thunder of the battle raged, and labouring armies round the works engaged, still in the tent Patroclus sat to tend the good Eurypylus, his wounded friend. He sprinkles healing balms to anguish kind, and adds discourse, the medicine of the mind. But when he saw, ascending up the fleet, victorious Troy, then, starting from his seat, with bitter groans his sorrows he expressed. He wrings his hands, he beats his manly breast. Though yet thy state require redress, he cries, depart I must, what horrors strike my eyes! Charged with Achilles' high command I go, a mournful witness of this scene of woe. I haste to urge him by his country's care to rise in arms, and shine again in war. Perhaps some favouring god his soul may bend, the voice is powerful of a faithful friend. He spoke, and speaking swifter than the wind sprung from the tent, and left the war behind. The embodied Greeks the fierce attack sustain, but strive, though numerous, to repulse in vain. Nor could the Trojans, through that firm array, force to the fleet and tents the impervious way. As when a shipwright, with Palladian art, smooths the rough wood, and levels every part, with equal hand he guides his whole design, by the just rule, and the directing line. The martial leaders with like skill and care preserved their line, and equal kept the war. Brave deeds of arms through all the ranks were tried, and every ship sustained an equal tide. At one proud bark, high towering o'er the fleet, Ajax the great, and godlike Hector meet. For one bright prize the matchless chiefs contend, nor this the ships can fire, nor that defend. One kept the shore, and one the vessel trod, that fixed as fate, this acted by a god. The son of Clytius, in his daring hand, the deck approaching, shakes a flaming brand, but, pierced by Telamon's huge lance, expires. Thundering he falls, and drops the extinguished fires. Great Hector view'd him with a sad survey, as stretch'd in dust before the stern he lay. Oh, all of Trojan, all of Lycian race, stand to your arms, maintain this arduous space. Lo, where the son of royal Clytius lies, ah, save his arms, secure his obsequies. This said, his eager javelin sought the foe, but Ajax shunned the meditated blow. Not vainly yet the forceful lance was thrown, it stretched in dust unhappy Lycophron. An exile long, sustained at Ajax' board, a faithful servant to a foreign lord, in peace and war, for ever at his side, near his loved master, as he lived he died. From the high poop he tumbles on the sand, and lies a lifeless load along the land. With anguish Ajax views the piercing sight, and thus inflames his brother to the fight. Teucer, behold extended on the shore our friend, our loved companion, now no more. Dear as a parent, with a parent's care to fight our wars he left his native air. This death deplored, to Hector's rage we owe. Revenge, revenge it on the cruel foe! Where are those darts on which the fates attend, and where the bow which Phoebus taught to bend? Impatient Teucer, hastening to his aid, before the chief his ample bow displayed, the well-stored quiver on his shoulders hung, then hissed his arrow, and the bowstring sung. Clytus, Picenor's son, renowned in fame, to thee, Polydamas, an honour'd name, drove through the thickest of the embattled plains the startling steeds, and shook his eager reins. As all on glory ran his ardent mind, the pointed death arrests him from behind. Through his fair neck the thrilling arrow flies, in youth's first bloom reluctantly he dies. Hurled from the lofty seat, at distance far, the headlong coursers spurn his empty car, till sad Polydamas the steeds restrained, and gave Astynous to thy careful hand. Then, fired to vengeance, rush'd amidst the foe. Rage edged his sword, and strengthened every blow. Once more bold Teucer, in his country's cause, at Hector's breast a chosen arrow draws. And had the weapon found the destined way, thy fall, great Trojan, had renowned that day. But Hector was not doomed to perish then. The all-wise disposer of the fates of men, imperial Jove, his present death withstands. Nor was such glory due to Teucer's hands. At its full stretch, as the tough string he drew, struck by an arm unseen, it burst in two. Down dropped the bow, the shaft with brazen head fell innocent, and on the dust lay dead. The astonished archer to great Ajax cries, "Some god prevents our destined enterprise! Some god, propitious to the Trojan foe, Has, from my arm unfailing, struck the bow, And broke the nerve my hands had twined with art, Strong to impel the flight of many a dart." "Since heaven commands it," Ajax made reply, "Dismiss the bow, and lay thy arrows by. Thy arms no less suffice the lance to wield, And quit the quiver for the ponderous shield. In the first ranks indulge thy thirst of fame, Thy brave example shall the rest inflame. Fierce as they are, by long successes vain, To force our fleet, or even a ship to gain, Asks toil, and sweat, and blood. Their utmost might shall find its match. No more, 'tis ours to fight." Then Teucer laid his faithless bow aside, the fourfold buckler o'er his shoulder tied. On his brave head a crested helm he placed, With nodding horsehair formidably graced. A dart, whose point with brass refulgent shines, The warrior wields, and his great brother joins. This Hector saw, and thus expressed his joy: "Ye troops of Lycia, Dardanus, and Troy, Be mindful of yourselves, your ancient fame, And spread your glory with the navy's flame. Jove is with us. I saw his hand but now From the proud archer strike his vaunted bow. Indulgent Jove, how plain thy favours shine, When happy nations bear the marks divine! How easy then to see the sinking state Of realms accursed, deserted, reprobate! Such is the fate of Greece, and such is ours. Behold, ye warriors, and exert your powers. Death is the worst, a fate which all must try, And for our country 'tis a bliss to die. The gallant man, though slain in fight he be, Yet leaves his nation safe, his children free. entails a debt on all the grateful state, his own brave friends shall glory in his fate. His wife live honour'd, all his race succeed, and late posterity enjoy the deed. This roused the soul in every Trojan breast. The godlike Ajax next his Greeks addressed. How long, ye warriors of the Argive race? To generous Argos what a dire disgrace! How long on these cursed confines will ye lie, yet undetermined or to live or die? What hopes remain? What methods to retire, if once your vessels catch the Trojan fire? Make how the flames approach, how near they fall, how Hector calls, and Troy obeys his call. Not to the dance that dreadful voice invites, it calls to death, and all the rage of fights. 'Tis now no time for wisdom or debates, to your own hands are trusted all your fates, and better far in one decisive strife, one day should end our labour or our life, than keep this hard-got inch of barren sands, still press'd, and press'd by such inglorious hands. The listening Grecians feel their leader's flame, and every kindling bosom pants for fame. Then mutual slaughters spread on either side. By Hector here the Phocian Schedius died. There, pierced by Ajax, sunk Laodamas, chief of the foot of old Antenor's race. Polydamas laid Otos on the sand, the fierce commander of the Epeian band. His lance bold Meges at the victor threw. The victor, stooping, from the death withdrew. That valued life, O Phoebus, was thy care. But Chrysemus' bosom took the flying spear. His corpse fell bleeding on the slippery shore. His radiant arms triumphant Meges bore. Dolops, the son of Lampus, rushes on, sprung from the race of old Laomedon, and famed for prowess in a well-fought field, he pierced the centre of his sounding shield. But Meges Phyleus' ample breastplate wore, well known in fight on Salie's winding shore. For King Euphetes gave the golden mail, compact and firm with many a jointed scale, which oft in cities storm'd and battles won, had saved the father, and now saves the son. Full at the Trojan's head he urged his lance, where the high plumes above the helmet dance, new tinged with Tyrian dye. In dust below, shorn from the crest, the purple honours glow. Meantime their fight the Spartan king survey'd, and stood by Meges' side a sudden aid. Through Dolops' shoulder urged his forceful dart, which held its passage through the panting heart, and issued at his breast. With thundering sound the warrior falls, extended on the ground. In rush the conquering Greeks to spoil the slain, but Hector's voice excites his kindred train. The hero most, from Hecataeon sprung, fierce Melanippus, gallant, brave, and young. He, ere to Troy the Grecians cross'd the main, fed his large oxen on Percotes' plain. But when oppressed, his country claim'd his care, returned to Ilion, and excell'd in war. For this, in Priam's court he held his place, beloved no less than Priam's royal race. Him Hector singled, as his troops he led, and thus inflamed him, pointing to the dead. Lo, Melanippus! Lo, where Dolops lies! And is it thus our royal kinsman dies? Or match'd he falls, to two at once a prey, and lo, they bear the bloody arms away. Come on, a distant war no longer wage, but hand to hand thy country's foes engage, till Greece at once and all her glory end, or Ilion from her towery height descend heaved from the lowest stone, and bury all in one sad sepulchre, one common fall. Hector, this said, rush'd forward on the foes. With equal ardour Melanippus glows. Then Ajax thus: O Greeks, respect your fame, respect yourselves, and learn an honest shame. Let mutual reverence mutual warmth inspire, and catch from breast to breast the noble fire. On valour's side the odds of combat lie, the brave live glorious, or lamented die. The wretch that trembles in the field of fame meets death, and worse than death, eternal shame. His generous sense he not in vain imparts, it sunk and rooted in the Grecian hearts. They join, they throng, they thicken at his call, and flank the navy with a brazen wall. Shields touching shields in order blaze above, and stop the Trojans, though impelled by Jove. The fiery Spartan first, with loud applause, warms the bold son of Nestor in his cause. "Is there," he said, "in arms a youth like you, so strong to fight, so active to pursue? Why stand you distant, nor attempt a deed? Lift the bold lance, and make some Trojan bleed." He said, and backward to the lines retired. Forth rush'd the youth, with martial fury fired, beyond the foremost ranks. His lance he threw, and round the black battalions cast his view. The troops of Troy recede with sudden fear, while the swift javelin hissed along in air. Advancing Melanippus met the dart with his bold breast, and felt it in his heart. Thundering he falls, his falling arms resound, and his broad buckler rings against the ground. The victor leaps upon his prostrate prize. Thus on a roe the well-breathed beagle flies, and rends his side, fresh bleeding with the dart the distant hunter sent into his heart. Observing Hector, to the rescue flew. Bold as he was, Antilochus withdrew. So when a savage, ranging o'er the plain, has torn the shepherd's dog, or shepherd's swain, while conscious of the deed he glares around, and hears the gathering multitude resound, timely he flies the yet untasted food, and gains the friendly shelter of the wood. So fears the youth. All Troy with shouts pursue, while stones and darts in mingled tempest flew. But, entered in the Grecian ranks, he turns his manly breast, and with new fury burns. Now on the fleet the tides of Trojans drove, fierce to fulfil the stern decrees of Jove. The sire of gods, confirming Thetis' prayer, the Grecian ardour quench'd in deep despair, but lifts to glory Troy's prevailing bands, swells all their hearts, and strengthens all their hands. On Ida's top he waits with longing eyes, to view the navy blazing to the skies. Then, nor till then, the scale of war shall turn, the Trojans fly, and conquer'd Ilion burn. These fates revolved in his almighty mind. He raises Hector to the work designed, bids him with more than mortal fury glow, and drives him, like a lightning, on the foe. So Mars, when human crimes for vengeance call, shakes his huge javelin, and whole armies fall. Not with more rage a conflagration rolls, wraps the vast mountains, and involves the poles. He foams with wrath. Beneath his gloomy brow like fiery meteors his red eyeballs glow. The radiant helmet on his temple burns, waves when he nods, and lightens as he turns. For Jove his splendour round the chief had thrown, and cast the blaze of both the hosts on one. Unhappy glories, for his fate was near, due to stern Pallas and Pelides' spear. Yet Jove deferred the death he was to pay, and gave what fate allowed, the honours of a day. Now all on fire for fame, his breast, his eyes burn at each foe, and single every prize. Still at the closest ranks, the thickest fight, he points his ardour and exerts his might. The Grecian phalanx, moveless as a tower, on all sides batter'd, yet resists his power. So some tall rock o'erhangs the hoary main, by winds assailed, by billows beat in vain. Unmoved it hears above the tempest blow, and sees the watery mountains break below. Girt in surrounding flames, he seems to fall like fire from Jove, and bursts upon them all. Bursts as a wave that from the cloud impends, and swelled with tempests on the ship descends. White are the decks with foam, the winds aloud howl o'er the masts, and sing through every shroud. Pale, trembling, tired, the sailors freeze with fears, and instant death on every wave appears. So pale the Greeks the eyes of Hector meet, the chief so thunders, and so shakes the fleet. As when a lion, rushing from his den, amidst the plain of some wide-water'd fen, where numerous oxen, as at ease they feed, at large expatiate o'er the ranker mead, leaps on the herds before the herdsman's eyes. The trembling herdsman far to distance flies. Some lordly bull, the rest dispersed and fled, he singles out, arrests, and lays him dead. Thus from the rage of Jove-like Hector flew all Greece in heaps, but one he seized and slew. Mycenaean Periphes, a mighty name, in wisdom great, in arms well known to fame. the minister of stern Eurystheus' ire against Alcides, Copreus was his sire. The son redeemed the honours of the race, a son as generous as the sire was base. O'er all his country's youth conspicuous far in every virtue, or of peace or war, but doom'd to Hector stronger force to yield. Against the margin of his ample shield he struck his hasty foot, his heels upsprung, supine he fell, his brazen helmet rung. On the fallen chief the invading Trojan press'd, and plunged the pointed javelin in his breast. His circling friends, who strove to guard too late the unhappy hero, fled, or shared his fate. Chased from the foremost line, the Grecian train now man the next, receding toward the main. Wedged in one body at the tents they stand, walled round with sterns, a gloomy desperate band. Now manly shame forbids the inglorious flight, now fear itself confines them to the fight. Man courage breathes in man, but Nestor most, the sage preserver of the Grecian host, exhorts, adjures, to guard these utmost shores, and by their parents, by themselves implores. O friends, be men! Your generous breasts inflame with mutual honour and with mutual shame. Think of your hopes, your fortunes, all the care your wives, your infants, and your parents share. Think of each living father's reverend head. Think of each ancestor with glory dead. Absent, by me they speak, by me they sue, they ask their safety and their fame from you. The gods their fates on this one action lay, and all are lost if you desert the day. He spoke, and round him breathed heroic fires. Minerva seconds what the sage inspires. The mist of darkness Jove around them threw she clear'd, restoring all the war to view. A sudden ray shot beaming o'er the plain, and show'd the shores, the navy, and the main. Hector they saw, and all who fly or fight, the scene wide opening to the blaze of light. First of the field great Ajax strikes their eyes, his port majestic, and his ample size. A ponderous mace with studs of iron crown'd, full 20 cubits long, he swings around, nor fights, like others, fixed to certain stands, but looks a moving tower above the bands. High on the decks with vast gigantic stride, the godlike hero stalks from side to side. So when a horseman from the watery mead, skilled in the manage of the bounding steed, drives 4 fair coursers, practised to obey, to some great city through the public way, safe in his art, as side by side they run, he shifts his seat and vaults from one to one, and now to this and now to that he flies, admiring numbers follow with their eyes. From ship to ship thus Ajax swiftly flew, no less the wonder of the warring crew. As furious, Hector thundered threats aloud, and rush'd, enraged, before the Trojan crowd. Then swift invades the ships, whose beaky prores lay ranked contiguous on the bending shores. So the strong eagle from his airy height, who marks the swan's or crane's embodied flight, stoops down impetuous while they light for food, and, stooping, darkens with his wings the flood. Jove leads him on with his almighty hand, and breathes fierce spirits in his following band. The warring nations meet, the battle roars, thick beats the combat on the sounding prores. Thou wouldst have thought, so furious was their fire, no force could tame them, and no toil could tire. As if new vigour from new fights they won, and the long battle was but then begun. Greece, yet unconquered, kept alive the war, secure of death, confiding in despair. Troy in proud hopes already viewed the main bright with the blaze, and red with heroes slain. Like strength is felt from hope and from despair, and each contends, as his were all the war. 'Twas thou, bold Hector, whose resistless hand first seized a ship on that contested strand, the same which dead Patroclus bore, the first that touch'd the unhappy Trojan shore. For this in arms the warring nations stood, and bathed their generous breasts with mutual blood. No room to poise the lance or bend the bow, but hand to hand and man to man they grow. Wounded, they wound, and seek each other's hearts with falchions, axes, swords, and shortened darts. The falchions ring, shields rattle, axes sound, swords flash in air or glitter on the ground. With streaming blood the slippery shores are dyed, and slaughter'd heroes swell the dreadful tide. Still raging, Hector with his ample hand grasps the high stern, and gives this loud command: "Haste, bring the flames! That toil of 10 long years is finished, and the day desired appears. This happy day with acclamations greet, bright with destruction of yon hostile fleet." The coward counsels of a timorous throng of reverend dotards checked our glory long. Too long Jove lulled us with lethargic charms, but now in peals of thunder calls to arms. In this great day he crowns our full desires, wakes all our force, and seconds all our fires. He spoke. The warriors at his fierce command pour a new deluge on the Grecian band. Even Ajax paused, so thick the javelins fly, stepped back, and doubted or to live or die. Yet, where the oars are placed, he stands to wait what chief approaching dares attempt his fate. Even to the last his naval charge defends, now shakes his spear, now lifts, and now protends. Even yet the Greeks with piercing shouts inspires, amidst attacks, and deaths, and darts, and fires. O friends, O heroes, names forever dear, once sons of Mars, and thunderbolts of war! Ah, yet, be mindful of your old renown, your great forefathers' virtues, and your own. What aids expect you in this utmost strait? What bulwarks rising between you and fate? No aids, no bulwarks your retreat attend, no friends to help, no city to defend. This spot is all you have, to lose or keep. There stand the Trojans, and here rolls the deep. 'Tis hostile ground you tread, your native lands far, far from hence. Your fates are in your hands. Raging he spoke, nor further wastes his breath, but turns his javelin to the work of death. Whate'er bold Trojan arm'd his daring hands against the sable ships with flaming brands, so well the chief his naval weapon sped, the luckless warrior at his stern lay dead. Full 12, the boldest, in a moment fell, sent by great Ajax to the shades of hell. End of Book 15. Book 16 of the Iliad by Homer, translated by Alexander Pope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 16. Argument. The 6th battle, the acts and death of Patroclus. Patroclus, in pursuance of the request of Nestor in the 11th book, entreats Achilles to suffer him to go to the assistance of the Greeks with Achilles' troops and armor. He agrees to it, but at the same time charges him to content himself with rescuing the fleet without further pursuit of the enemy. The armor, horses, soldiers, and officers are described. Achilles offers a libation for the success of his friend, after which Patroclus leads the Myrmidons to battle. The Trojans, at the sight of Patroclus in Achilles' armor, taking him for that hero, are cast into the uttermost consternation. He beats them off from the vessels, Hector himself flies, Sarpedon is killed, though Jupiter was averse to his fate. Several other particulars of the battle are described, in the heat of which Patroclus, neglecting the orders of Achilles, pursues the foe to the walls of Troy, where Apollo repulses and disarms him, Euphorbus wounds him, and Hector kills him, which concludes the book. So warred both armies on the ensanguined shore, while the black vessels smoked with human gore. Meantime Patroclus to Achilles flies, the streaming tears fall copious from his eyes. Not faster, trickling to the plains below, from the tall rock the sable waters flow. Divine Pelides, with compassion moved, thus spoke, indulgent, to his best beloved: "Patroclus, say what grief thy bosom bears, that flows so fast in these unmanly tears. No girl, no infant whom the mother keeps from her loved breast, with fonder passion weeps. Not more the mother's soul that infant warms, clung to her knees and reaching at her arms, than thou hast mine. Oh, tell me, to what end thy melting sorrows thus pursue thy friend? Griev'st thou for me, or for my martial band? or come sad tidings from our native land? Our fathers live, our first most tender care. Thy good Menoetius breathes the vital air, and hoary Peleus yet extends his days, pleased in their age to hear their children's praise. Or may some meaner cause thy pity claim? Perhaps yon relics of the Grecian name, doomed in their ships to sink by fire and sword, and pay the forfeit of their haughty lord. Whate'er the cause, reveal thy secret care, and speak those sorrows which a friend would share. A sigh that instant from his bosom broke, another followed, and Patroclus spoke. Let Greece at length with pity touch thy breast, thyself a Greek, and once of Greeks the best. Lo, every chief that might her fate prevent lies pierced with wounds, and bleeding in his tent. Eurypylus, Tydides, Atreus' son, and wise Ulysses at the navy groan, more for their country's wounds than for their own. Their pain soft arts of pharmacy can ease, thy breast alone no lenitives appease. May never rage like thine my soul enslave, O great in vain, unprofitably brave. Thy country slighted in her last distress, what friend, what man from thee shall hope redress? No, men unborn, and ages yet behind, shall curse that fierce, that unforgiving mind. O man unpitying, if of man thy race, but sure thou spring'st not from a soft embrace, nor ever amorous hero caused thy birth, nor ever tender goddess brought thee forth. Some rugged rock's hard entrails gave thee form, and raging seas produced thee in a storm, a soul well suiting that tempestuous kind, so rough thy manners, so untamed thy mind. If some dire oracle thy breast alarm, if aught from Jove or Thetis stop thy arm, some beam of comfort yet on Greece may shine, if I but lead the Myrmidonian line. Clad in thy dreadful arms if I appear, proud Troy shall tremble, and desert the war. Without thy person, Greece shall win the day, and thy mere image chase her foes away. Pressed by fresh forces, her o'er-labour'd train shall quit the ships, and Greece respire again. Thus, blind to fate, with supplicating breath, thou begg'st his arms, and in his arms thy death. Unfortunately good, a boding sigh thy friend returned, and with it this reply: Patroclus, thy Achilles knows no fears, nor words from Jove, nor oracles he hears, nor aught a mother's caution can suggest. The tyrant's pride lies rooted in my breast. My wrongs, my constant thought engage. Those my sole oracles inspire my rage. I made him tyrant, gave him power to wrong even me. I felt it, and shall feel it long. The maid, my black-eyed maid, he forced away, due to the toils of many a well-fought day, due to my conquest of her father's reign, due to the votes of all the Grecian train. From me he forced her, me, the bold and brave, disgraced, dishonour'd, like the meanest slave. But bear we this, the wrongs I grieve are past. 'Tis time our fury should relent at last. I fixed its date, the day I wish'd appears. How Hector to my ships his battle bears, the flames my eyes, the shouts invade my ears. Go then, Patroclus, court fair honour's charms in Troy's famed fields, and in Achilles' arms. Lead forth my martial Myrmidons to fight. Go, save the fleets, and conquer in my right. See the thin relics of their baffled band at the last edge of yon deserted land. Behold all Ilion on their ships descends, how the cloud blackens, how the storm impends. It was not thus, when at my sight amazed, Troy saw and trembled as this helmet blazed. Had not the injurious king our friendship lost, yon ample trench had buried half her host. No camps, no bulwarks now the Trojans fear, those are not dreadful, no Achilles there. No longer flames the lance of Tydeus' son, no more your general calls his heroes on. Hector alone I hear, his dreadful breath commands your slaughter, or proclaims your death. Yet now, Patroclus, issue to the plain, now save the ships, the rising fires restrain, and give the Greeks to visit Greece again. But heed my words, and mark a friend's command, who trusts his fame and honours in thy hand. and from thy deeds expects the Achaean host shall render back the beauteous maid he lost. Rage uncontrolled through all the hostile crew, but touch not Hector, Hector is my due. Though Jove in thunder should command the war, be just, consult my glory, and forbear. The fleet once saved, desist from further chase, nor lead to Ilion's walls the Grecian race. Some adverse god thy rashness may destroy, some god, like Phoebus, ever kind to Troy. Let Greece, redeemed from this destructive strait, do her own work, and leave the rest to fate. O would to all the immortal powers above, Apollo, Pallas, and almighty Jove, that not one Trojan might be left alive, and not a Greek of all the race survive. Might only we the vast destruction shun, and only we destroy the accursed town. Such conference held the chiefs, while on the strand great Jove with conquest crowned the Trojan band. Ajax no more the sounding storm sustained, so thick the darts in iron tempest rained. On his tired arm the weighty buckler hung, his hollow helm with falling javelins rung. His breath in quick short pantings comes and goes, and painful sweat from all his members flows. Spent and overpowered, he barely breathes at most, yet scarce an army stirs him from his post. Dangers on dangers all around him glow, and toil to toil, and woe succeeds to woe. Say, Muses, throned above the starry frame, how first the navy blazed with Trojan flame. Stern Hector waved his sword, and standing near, where furious Ajax plied his ashen spear, full on the lance a stroke so justly sped, that the broad falchion lopped its brazen head. His pointless spear the warrior shakes in vain, the brazen head falls sounding on the plain. Great Ajax saw and owned the hand divine, confessing Jove, and trembling at the sign, warned he retreats. Then swift from all sides pour the hissing brands, thick streams the fiery shower, o'er the high stern the curling volumes rise, and sheets of rolling smoke involve the skies. Divine Achilles viewed the rising flames, and smote his thigh, and thus aloud exclaims: "Arm, arm, Patroclus! Lo, the blaze aspires, the glowing ocean reddens with the fires. Arm, ere our vessels catch the spreading flame! Arm, ere the Grecians be no more a name! I haste to bring the troops," the hero said. The friend with ardour and with joy obeyed. He cased his limbs in brass, and first around his manly legs with silver buckles bound the clasping greaves. Then to his breast applies the flaming cuirass of 1,000 dyes. Emblazed with studs of gold his falchion shone in the rich belt, as in a starry zone. Achilles' shield his ample shoulders spread, Achilles' helmet nodded o'er his head. Adorned in all his terrible array, he flashed around intolerable day. Alone untouched, Pelides' javelin stands, not to be poised but by Pelides' hands. From Pelion's shady brow the plant entire old Chiron rent, and shaped it for his sire, whose son's great arm alone the weapon wields, the death of heroes, and the dread of fields. The brave Agamemnon, an honour'd name, the second to his lord in love and fame, in peace his friend and partner of the war, the winged coursers harnessed to the car. Xanthus and Balius, of immortal breed, sprung from the wind, and like the wind in speed, whom the winged Harpy swift Podarge bore, by Zephyr pregnant on the breezy shore. Swift Pedasus was added to their side, once great Aetions, now Achilles' pride, who, like in strength, in swiftness, and in grace, a mortal courser matched the immortal race. Achilles speeds from tent to tent, and warms his hardy Myrmidons to blood and arms. All breathing death, around the chief they stand, a grim, terrific, formidable band. Grim as voracious wolves that seek the springs, when scalding thirst their burning bowels wrings. When some tall stag, fresh slaughtered in the wood, has drenched their wide insatiate throats with blood, to the black fount they rush, a hideous throng, with paunch distended and with lolling tongue. Fire fills their eye, their black jaws belch the gore, and gorged with slaughter still they thirst for more. Like furious, rush'd the Myrmidonian crew, such their dread strength, and such their deathful view. High in the midst the great Achilles stands, directs their order and the war commands. He, loved of Jove, had launch'd for Ilion's shores full 50 vessels, mann'd with 50 oars. 5 chosen leaders the fierce bands obey, himself supreme in valour as in sway. First march'd Menestheus of celestial birth, derived from thee, whose waters wash the earth, divine Spercheius, Jove-descended flood, a mortal mother mixing with a god. Such was Menestheus, but miscalled by fame the son of Borus, that espoused the dame. Eudorus next, whom Polymele the gay, famed in the graceful dance, produced today. Her sly Cylenius loved. On her would gaze, as with swift step she formed the running maze. To her high chamber from Diana's choir the god pursued her, urged, and crowned his fire. The son confessed his father's heavenly race, and aired his mother's swiftness in the chase. Strong Patroclus, blessed in all those charms that pleased a god, succeeded to her arms. Not conscious of those loves, long hid from fame, with gifts of price he sought and won the dame. Her secret offspring to her sire she bare, her sire caressed him with a parent's care. Pisander followed, matchless in his art to wing the spear or aim the distant dart. No hand so sure of all the Emathian line, or if a surer, great Patroclus, thine. The fourth by Phoenix' grave command was graced, Laerces' valiant offspring led the last. Soon as Achilles with superior care had called the chiefs, and ordered all the war, this stern remembrance to his troops he gave: "Ye far-famed Myrmidons, ye fierce and brave, think with what threats you dared the Trojan throng, think what reproach these ears endured so long. Stern son of Peleus, thus ye used to say, while restless, raging in your ships you lay, O nursed with gall, unknowing how to yield, whose rage defrauds us of so famed a field. If that dire fury must for ever burn, what make we here? Return, ye chiefs, return." Such were your words. Now, warriors, grieve no more. Lo, there the Trojans, bathe your swords in gore. This day shall give you all your soul demands, glut all your hearts, and weary all your hands. Thus, while he roused the fire in every breast, close and more close the listening cohorts pressed. Ranks wedged in ranks, of arms a steely ring still grows, and spreads, and thickens round the king. As when a circling wall the builder forms, of strength defensive against wind and storms, compacted stones the thickening work compose, and round him wide the rising structure grows. So helm to helm, and crest to crest they throng, shield urged on shield, and man drove man along. Thick, undistinguish'd plumes, together join'd, float in one sea, and wave before the wind. Far o'er the rest in glittering pomp appear, there bold Automedon, Patroclus here. Brothers in arms with equal fury fired, 2 friends, 2 bodies with one soul inspired. But mindful of the gods, Achilles went to the rich coffer in his shady tent. There lay on heaps his various garments roll'd, and costly furs, and carpets stiff with gold, the presents of the silver-footed dame. From thence he took a bowl of antique frame, which never man had stained with ruddy wine, nor raised in offerings to the power divine, but Peleus' son, and Peleus' son to none had raised in offerings, but to Jove alone. This tinged with sulphur, sacred first to flame, he purged, and washed it in the running stream. Then cleansed his hands, and fixing for a space his eyes on heaven, his feet upon the place of sacrifice, the purple draught he poured forth in the midst, and thus the god implored: "O thou supreme, high-throned all height above, O great Pelasgic, Dodonian Jove, who midst surrounding frosts and vapours chill, presid'st on bleak Dodono's vocal hill, whose groves the Selli, race austere, surround, their feet unwash'd, their slumbers on the ground, who hear from rustling oaks thy dark decrees, and catch the fates, low whisper'd in the breeze. Here, as of old, thou gav'st at Thetis' prayer glory to me, and to the Greeks despair. Lo, to the dangers of the fighting field the best, the dearest of my friends I yield, though still determined, to my ships confined. Patroclus gone, I stay but half behind. O be his guard, thy providential care, confirm his heart and string his arm to war. Press'd by his single force let Hector see his fame in arms not owing all to me. But when the fleets are saved from foes and fire, let him with conquest and renown retire. Preserve his arms, preserve his social train, and safe return him to these eyes again. Great Jove consents to half the chief's request, but heaven's eternal doom denies the rest. To free the fleet was granted to his prayer. His safe return the winds dispersed in air. Back to his tent the stern Achilles flies, and waits the combat with impatient eyes. Meanwhile the troops beneath Patroclus' care invade the Trojans, and commence the war. As wasps, provoked by children in their play, pour from their mansions by the broad highway, in swarms the guiltless traveller engage, whet all their stings, and call forth all their rage. All rise in arms, and with a general cry, assert their waxen domes and buzzing progeny. Thus from the tents the fervent legion swarms, so loud their clamours, and so keen their arms. Their rising rage Patroclus' breath inspires, who thus inflames them with heroic fires. O warriors, partners of Achilles' praise, be mindful of your deeds in ancient days. Your godlike master let your acts proclaim, and add new glories to his mighty name. Think your Achilles sees you fight. Be brave, and humble the proud monarch whom you save. Joyful they heard, and kindling as he spoke, flew to the fleet, involved in fire and smoke. From shore to shore the doubling shouts resound, the hollow ships return a deeper sound. The war stood still, and all around them gazed, when great Achilles' shining armour blazed. Troy saw, and thought the dread Achilles nigh. At once they see, they tremble, and they fly. Then first thy spear, divine Patroclus, flew, where the war raged, and where the tumult grew. Close to the stern of that famed ship which bore unblessed Protesilaus to Ilian's shore, the great Paeonian bold Pyraechmes stood, who led his bands from Axius' winding flood. His shoulder blade receives the fatal wound, the groaning warrior pants upon the ground. His troops, that see their country's glory slain, fly diverse, scattered o'er the distant plain. Patroclus' arm forbids the spreading fires, and from the half-burned ship proud Troy retires. Cleared from the smoke the joyful navy lies, in heaps on heaps the foe tumultuous flies. Triumphant Greece her rescued decks ascends, and loud acclaim the starry region rends. So when thick clouds enwrap the mountain's head, o'er heaven's expanse like one black ceiling spread, sudden the thunderer with a flashing ray bursts through the darkness and lets down the day. The hills shine out, the rocks in prospect rise, and streams, and vales, and forests strike the eyes. The smiling scene wide opens to the sight, and all the unmeasured ether flames with light. But Troy, repulsed and scattered o'er the plains, forced from the navy, yet the fight maintains. Now every Greek some hostile hero slew, but still the foremost, bold Patroclus flew. As Areilycus had turned him round, sharp in his thigh he felt the piercing wound. The brazen-pointed spear with vigour thrown, the thigh transfixed, and broke the brittle bone. Headlong he fell. Next Thoas was thy chance, thy breast, unarmed, received the Spartan lance. Pelides' dart, as Amphidus drew nigh, his blow prevented, and transpierced his thigh, tore all the brawn, and rent the nerves away. In darkness and in death the warrior lay. In equal arms 2 sons of Nestor stand, and 2 bold brothers of the Lycian band. By great Antilochus Antimnius dies, pierced in the flank, lamented youth he lies. Kind Maris, bleeding in his brother's wound, defends the breathless carcass on the ground. Furious he flies, his murderer to engage, but godlike Thrasimid prevents his rage. Between his arm and shoulder aims a blow, his arm falls spouting on the dust below. He sinks with endless darkness covered o'er, and vents his soul effused with gushing gore. Slain by 2 brothers, thus 2 brothers bleed, Sarpedon's friends, Amisodorus' seed. Amisodorus, who by Furies led, the bane of men, abhorred Chimera bred. Skilled in the dart in vain, his sons expire, and pay the forfeit of their guilty sire. Stopped in the tumult, Cleobulus lies, beneath Oileus' arm, a living prize. A living prize not long the Trojan stood, the thirsty falchion drank his reeking blood, plunged in his throat the smoking weapon lies, black death and fate unpitying seal his eyes. Amid the ranks, with mutual thirst of fame, Lycon the brave and fierce Peneleus came, in vain their javelins at each other flew, now, met in arms, their eager swords they drew. On the plumed crest of his Boeotian foe the daring Lycon aimed a noble blow. The sword broke short, but his, Peneleus, sped full on the juncture of the neck and head. The head, divided by a stroke so just, hung by the skin, the body sunk to dust. Or taken Neamas by Merion bleeds, pierced through the shoulder as he mounts his steeds. Back from the car he tumbles to the ground, his swimming eyes eternal shades surround. Next Aramis was doom'd his fate to feel, his opened mouth received the Cretan steel. Beneath the brain the point a passage tore, crash'd the thin bones, and drown'd the teeth in gore. His mouth, his eyes, his nostrils pour a flood, he sobs his soul out in the gush of blood. As when the flocks, neglected by the swain, or kids or lambs, lie scattered o'er the plain, a troop of wolves the unguarded charge survey, and rend the trembling, unresisting prey. Thus on the foe the Greeks impetuous came, Troy fled, unmindful of her former fame. But still at Hector godlike Ajax aimed, still, pointed at his breast, his javelin flamed. The Trojan chief, experienced in the field, o'er his broad shoulders spread the massy shield, observed the storm of darts the Grecians pour, and on his buckler caught the ringing shower. He sees for Greece the scale of conquest rise, yet stops, and turns, and saves his loved allies. As when the hand of Jove a tempest forms, and rolls the cloud to blacken heaven with storms, dark o'er the fields the ascending vapour flies, and shades the sun, and blots the golden skies. So from the ships along the dusky plain, dire flight and terror drove the Trojan train. Even Hector fled. Through heads of disarray the fiery coursers forced their lord away, while far behind his Trojans fall confused, wedged in the trench, in one vast carnage bruised. Chariots on chariots roll, the clashing spokes shock, while the madding steeds break short their yokes. In vain they labour up the steepy mound, their charioteers lie foaming on the ground. Fierce on the rear with shouts Patroclus flies, tumultuous clamour fills the fields and skies. Thick drifts of dust involve their rapid flight, clouds rise on clouds, and heaven is snatched from sight. The affrighted steeds their dying lords cast down, scour o'er the fields, and stretch to reach the town. Loud o'er the rout was heard the victor's cry, where the war bleeds, and where the thickest die, where horse and arms and chariots be o'erthrown, and bleeding heroes under axles groan. No stop, no check, the steeds of Peleus knew, from bank to bank the immortal coursers flew. High bounding o'er the fosse, the whirling car smokes through the ranks, o'ertakes the flying war, and thunders after Hector. Hector flies, Patroclus shakes his lance, but fate denies. Not with less noise, with less impetuous force, the tide of Trojans urge their desperate course, than when in autumn Jove his fury pours, and earth is loaden with incessant showers. When guilty mortals break the eternal laws, or judges, bribed, betray the righteous cause. From their deep beds he bids the rivers rise, and opens all the floodgates of the skies. The impetuous torrents from their hills obey, whole fields are drowned, and mountains swept away. Loud roars the deluge till it meets the main, and trembling man sees all his labours vain. And now the chief, the foremost troops repell'd, Back to the ships his destined progress held, bore down half Troy in his resistless way, and forced the routed ranks to stand the day. Between the space where silver Samos flows, where lay the fleets and where the rampires rose, all grim in dust and blood Patroclus stands, and turns the slaughter on the conquering bands. First Pronous died beneath his fiery dart, which pierced below the shield his valiant heart. Hector was next, who saw the chief appear, and fell the victim of his coward fear. Shrunk up he sat with wild and haggard eye, nor stood to combat, nor had force to fly. Patroclus marked him as he shunned the war, and with unmanly trembling shook the car, and dropped the flowing reins. Him 'twixt the jaws the javelin sticks, and from the chariot draws. As on a rock that overhangs the main, an angler, studious of the line and cane, some mighty fish draws panting to the shore. Not with less ease the barbed javelin bore the gaping dastard. As the spear was shook, he fell, and life his heartless breast forsook. Next on Arealus he flies. A stone, large as a rock, was by his fury thrown. Full on his crown the ponderous fragment flew, and burst the helm, and cleft the head in two. Prone to the ground the breathless warrior fell, and death involved him with the shades of hell. Then low in dust Epaltes, Echius lie. Iphus, Evipus, Polymilus die. Amphoterus and Aramis succeed, and last Tlepolemus and Pyrrhus bleed. Where'er he moves, the growing slaughter spread in heaps on heaps, a monument of dead. When now Sarpedon his brave friends beheld grovelling in dust, and gasping on the field, with this reproach his flying host he warms: O stain to honour! O disgrace to arms! Forsake inglorious the contended plain. This hand unaided shall the war sustain. The task be mine this hero's strength to try, who mows whole troops, and makes an army fly. He spake, and speaking leaps from off the car. Patroclus lights, and sternly waits the war. As when two vultures on the mountain's height stoop with resounding pinions to the fight, they cuff, they tear, they raise a screaming cry. The desert echoes, and the rocks reply. The warriors thus opposed in arms engage with equal clamours, and with equal rage. Jove viewed the combat, whose event foreseen, he thus bespoke his sister and his queen. The hour draws on, the destinies ordain, my godlike son shall press the Phrygian plain. Already on the verge of death he stands, his life is owed to fierce Patroclus' hands. What passions in a parent's breast debate? Say, shall I snatch him from impending fate, and send him safe to Lycia, distant far from all the dangers and the toils of war? Or to his doom my bravest offspring yield, and fatten with celestial blood the field? Then thus the goddess with the radiant eyes: What words are these, O sovereign of the skies? Short is the date prescribed to mortal man. Shall Jove for one extend the narrow span, whose bounds were fixed before his race began? How many sons of gods, foredoomed to death, before proud Ilion must resign their breath? Were thine exempt, debate would rise above, and murmuring powers condemn their partial Jove. Give the bold chief a glorious fate in fight, and when the ascending soul has winged her flight, let sleep and death convey, by thy command, the breathless body to his native land. His friends and people to his future praise a marble tomb and pyramid shall raise, and lasting honours to his ashes give. His fame, 'tis all the dead can have, shall live. She said. The cloud compeller overcome, assents to fate, and ratifies the doom. Then touch'd with grief, the weeping heavens distill'd a shower of blood o'er all the fatal field. The god, his eyes averting from the plain, laments his son, predestined to be slain, far from the Lycian shores, his happy native reign. Now met in arms the combatants appear, each heaved the shield, and poised the lifted spear. From strong Patroclus' hand the javelin fled, and passed the groin of valiant Thrasymed. The nerves unbraced no more his bulk sustain, he falls, and falling, bites the bloody plain. 2 sounding darts the Lycian leader threw, the first aloof with erring fury flew, the next transpierced Achilles' mortal steed, the generous Pedasus of Theban breed. Fixed in the shoulder's joint, he reeled around, rolled in the bloody dust, and pawed the slippery ground. His sudden fall the entangled harness broke, each axle crackled, and the chariot shook. When bold Automedon, to disengage the starting coursers and restrain their rage, divides the traces with his sword, and freed the encumbered chariot from the dying steed, the rest move on, obedient to the rein. The car rolls slowly o'er the dusty plain. The towering chiefs to fiercer fight advance. The first Sarpedon whirled his weighty lance, which o'er the warrior's shoulder took its course, and spent in empty air its dying force. Not so Patroclus' never-erring dart. Aimed at his breast it pierced a mortal part, where the strong fibres bind the solid heart. Then, as the mountain oak, or poplar tall, or pine, fit mast for some great admiral, nods to the axe, till with a groaning sound it sinks, and spreads its honours on the ground, thus fell the king, and laid on earth supine, before his chariot stretched his form divine. He grasped the dust, distained with streaming gore, and, pale in death, lay groaning on the shore. So lies a bull beneath the lion's paws, while the grim savage grinds with foamy jaws the trembling limbs, and sucks the smoking blood. Deep groans and hollow roars rebellow through the wood. Then to the leader of the Lycian band the dying chief addressed his last command. "Glaucus, be bold. Thy task be first to dare the glorious dangers of destructive war, to lead my troops, to combat at their head, incite the living and supply the dead. Tell them, I charged them with my latest breath, not unrevenged to bear Sarpedon's death. What grief, what shame must Glaucus undergo, if these spoiled arms adorn a Grecian foe? Then as a friend and as a warrior fight, defend my body, conquer in my right, that, taught by great examples, all may try like thee to vanquish, or like me to die." He ceased. The fates suppressed his labouring breath, and his eyes darkened with the shades of death. The insulting victor with disdain bestrode the prostrate prince, and on his bosom trod. Then drew the weapon from his panting heart, the reeking fibres clinging to the dart. From the wide wound gushed out a stream of blood, and the soul issued in the purple flood. His flying steeds the Myrmidons detain, unguided now, their mighty master slain. All impotent of aid, transfixed with grief, unhappy Glaucus heard the dying chief. His painful arm, yet useless with the smart inflicted late by Teucer's deadly dart, supported on his better hand he stayed. To Phoebus then, 'twas all he could, he prayed. "All-seeing monarch, whether Lycia's coast or sacred Ilion thy bright presence boast, powerful alike to ease the wretch's smart, O hear me, God of every healing art! Lo, stiff with clotted blood and pierced with pain that thrills my arm, and shoots through every vein, I stand unable to sustain the spear, and sigh at distance from the glorious war. Low in the dust is great Sarpedon laid, nor Jove vouchsafed his hapless offspring aid. But thou, O God of health, thy succour lend, to guard the relics of my slaughtered friend. For thou, though distant, canst restore my might, to head my Lycians, and support the fight." Apollo heard, and, suppliant as he stood, his heavenly hand restrained the flux of blood. He drew the dolours from the wounded part, and breathed a spirit in his rising heart. Renewed by art divine, the hero stands, and owns the assistance of immortal hands. First to the fight his native troops he warms, then loudly calls on Troy's vindictive arms. With ample strides he stalks from place to place, now fires Agenor, now Polydamas. Aeneas next, and Hector he accosts, inflaming thus the rage of all their hosts. "What thoughts, regardless chief, thy breast employ, O too forgetful of the friends of Troy! Those generous friends who from their country far breathe their brave souls out in another's war. See, where in dust the great Sarpedon lies, in action valiant and in counsel wise, who guarded right, and kept his people free. To all his Lycians lost, and lost to thee. Stretched by Patroclus' arm on yonder plains, O save from hostile rage his loved remains. Ah, let not Greece his conquered trophies boast, nor on his course revenge her heroes lost." he spoke, each leader in his grief partook. Troy, at the loss, through all her legions shook. Transfixed with deep regret, they view o'erthrown at once his country's pillar and their own. A chief, who led to Troy's beleaguered wall a host of heroes, and outshined them all. Fired, they rush on. First Hector seeks the foes, and with superior vengeance greatly glows. But o'er the dead the fierce Patroclus stands, and rousing Ajax roused the listening bands. Heroes, be men! Be what you were before! O'erweigh the great occasion, and be more! The chief who taught our lofty walls to yield lies pale in death, extended on the field. To guard his body Troy in numbers flies. 'Tis half the glory to maintain our prize. Haste, strip his arms, the slaughter round him spread, and send the living libations to the dead. The heroes kindle at his fierce command. The martial squadrons close on either hand. Here Troy and Lycia charge with loud alarms. Thessalia there, and Greece, oppose their arms. With horrid shouts they circle round the slain. The clash of armour rings o'er all the plain. Great Jove, to swell the horrors of the fight, o'er the fierce armies pours pernicious night, and round his son confounds the warring hosts, his fate ennobling with a crowd of ghosts. Now Greece gives way, and great Epygeus falls, Agacleus' son from Budium's lofty walls, who chased from murder thence a suppliant came to Peleus, and the silver-footed dame. Now sent to Troy, Achilles' arms to aid, he pays due vengeance to his kinsman's shade. Soon as his luckless hand had touched the dead, a rock's large fragment thundered on his head. Hurled by Hectorian force, it cleft in twain his shattered helm, and stretched him o'er the slain. Fierce to the van of fight Patroclus came, and like an eagle darting at his game, sprung on the Trojan and the Lycian band. What grief thy heart, what fury urged thy hand, O generous Greek, when with full vigour thrown at Sthenelus flew the weighty stone, which sunk him to the dead, when Troy too near that arm drew back, and Hector learned to fear. Far as an able hand a lance can throw, or at the lists, or at the fighting foe, so far the Trojans from their lines retired, till Glaucus, turning, all the rest inspired. Then Patroclus fell beneath his rage, the only hope of Chalcon's trembling age. Wide o'er the land was stretched his large domain, with stately seats, and riches blessed in vain. Him, bold with youth, and eager to pursue the flying Lycians, Glaucus met and slew. Pierced through the bosom with a sudden wound, he fell, and falling made the fields resound. The Achaeans sorrow for their heroes slain. With conquering shouts the Trojans shake the plain, and crowd to spoil the dead. The Greeks oppose. An iron circle round the carcass grows. Then brave Laogonus resigned his breath, dispatched by Merion to the shades of death. On Ida's holy hill he made abode, the priest of Jove, and honour'd like his god. Between the jaw and ear the javelin went, the soul exhaling issued at the vent. His spear Aeneas at the victor threw, who stooping forward from the death withdrew. The lance hissed harmless o'er his covering shield, and trembling struck, and rooted in the field. There yet scarce spent it quivers on the plain, sent by the great Aeneas' arm in vain. "Swift as thou art," the raging hero cries, "and skill'd in dancing to dispute the prize, my spear, the destined passage had it found, had fixed thy active vigour to the ground." "O valiant leader of the Dardan host," insulted Merion thus retorts the boast, "strong as you are, 'tis mortal force you trust, an arm as strong may stretch thee in the dust. And if to this my lance thy fate be given, vain are thy vaunts, success is still from heaven. This, instant, sends thee down to Pluto's coast. Mine is the glory, his thy parting ghost." "O friend," Menoetius' son this answer gave, "with words to combat ill befits the brave. Not empty boasts the sons of Troy repel, your swords must plunge them to the shades of hell. To speak beseems the council, but to dare in glorious action is the task of war." This said, Patroclus to the battle flies. Great Merion follows, and new shouts arise. Shields, helmets rattle as the warriors close, and thick and heavy sounds the storm of blows. As through the shrilling vale or mountain ground the labours of the woodman's axe resound, blows following blows are heard re-echoing wide, while crackling forests fall on every side. Thus echoed all the fields with loud alarms, so fell the warriors, and so rung their arms. Now great Sarpedon on the sandy shore, his heavenly form defaced with dust and gore, and stuck with darts by warring heroes shed, lies undistinguished from the vulgar dead. His long disputed course the chiefs enclose, on every side the busy combat grows. Thick as beneath some shepherd's thatched abode, the pails high foaming with a milky flood, the buzzing flies, a preserving train, incessant swarm, and chaste return again. Jove view'd the combat with a stern survey, and eyes that flash'd intolerable day. Fixed on the field his sight, his breast debates the vengeance due, and meditates the fates, whether to urge their prompt effect, and call the force of Hector to Patroclus' fall, this instant see his short-lived trophies won, and stretch him breathless on his slaughter'd son, or yet, with many a soul's untimely flight, augment the fame and horror of the fight. To crown Achilles' valiant friend with praise at length he dooms, and that his last of days shall set in glory, bids him drive the foe, nor unattended see the shades below. Then Hector's mind he fills with dire dismay, he mounts his car and calls his hosts away. Sunk with Troy's heavy fates, he sees decline the scales of Jove, and pants with awe divine. Then, nor before, the hardy Lycians fled, and left their monarch with the common dead. Around, in heaps on heaps, a dreadful wall of carnage rises, as the heroes fall. So Jove decreed. At length the Greeks obtain the prize contested, and despoil the slain. The radiant arms are by Patroclus borne, Patroclus' ships the glorious spoils adorn. Then thus to Phoebus in the realms above, spoke from his throne the cloud-compelling Jove. Descend, my Phoebus, on the Phrygian plain, and from the fight convey Sarpedon slain. Then bathe his body in the crystal flood, with dust dishonour'd, and deformed with blood. O'er all his limbs ambrosial odours shed, and with celestial robes adorn the dead. Those rites discharged, his sacred course bequeath to the soft arms of silent sleep and death. They to his friends the immortal charge shall bear, his friends a tomb and pyramid shall rear. What honour mortals after death receive, those unavailing honours we may give. Apollo bows, and from Mount Ida's height swift to the field precipitates his flight. Thence from the war the breathless hero bore, veil'd in a cloud, to silver Simois' shore. There bathed his honourable wounds, and dress'd his manly members in the immortal vest, and with perfumes of sweet ambrosial dews restores his freshness, and his form renews. Then sleep and death, two twins of winged race, of matchless swiftness but of silent pace, received Sarpedon at the god's command, and in a moment reach'd the Lycian land. The course amidst his weeping friends they laid, where endless honours wait the sacred shade. Meanwhile Patroclus pours along the plains, with foaming coursers and with loosened reins. Fierce on the Trojan and the Lycian crew, blind to fate, thy headlong fury flew against what fate and powerful Jove ordain. Vain was thy friend's command, thy courage vain. For he, the god, whose counsels uncontrolled dismay the mighty, and confound the bold, the god who gives, resumes, and orders all. He urged thee on, and urged thee on to fall. Who first, brave hero, by that arm was slain? Who last beneath thy vengeance press'd the plain? When heaven itself thy fatal fury led, and called to fill the number of the dead. Adrestus first, Autonous then succeeds, Echecles follows, next young Megas bleeds. Epistor, Melanippus bite the ground, the slaughter Elysus and Mulius crowned. Then sunk Pilartes to eternal night, the rest, dispersing, trust their fates to flight. Now Troy had stooped beneath his matchless power, but flaming Phoebus kept the sacred tower. Thrice at the battlements Patroclus strook, his blazing aegis thrice Apollo shook. He tried the fourth, when, bursting from the cloud, a more than mortal voice was heard aloud. "Patroclus, cease! This heaven-defended wall defies thy lance, not fated yet to fall. Thy friend, thy greater far it shall withstand, Troy shall not stoop even to Achilles' hand." So spoke the god who darts celestial fires. The Greek obeys him, and with awe retires. While Hector, checking at the Scaean gates his panting coursers, in his breast debates, or in the field his forces to employ, or draw the troops within the walls of Troy. Thus while he thought, beside him Phoebus stood, in Asius' shape, who reigned by Sangar's flood. Thy brother Hecuba, from Dymas sprung, a valiant warrior, haughty, bold, and young. Thus he accosts him: "What a shameful sight! God, is it Hector that forbears the fight? Were thine my vigour, this successful spear should soon convince thee of so false a fear. Turn thee, turn thee to the field of fame, and in Patroclus' blood efface thy shame. Perhaps Apollo shall thy arm succeed, and heaven ordains him by thy lance to bleed." So spoke the inspiring god, then took his flight, and plunged amidst the tumult of the fight. He bids Cebrion drive the rapid car, the lash resounds, the coursers rush to war. The god the Grecians' sinking souls depressed, and poured swift spirits through each Trojan breast. Patroclus lights, impatient for the fight, a spear his left, a stone employs his right. With all his nerves he drives it at the foe, pointed above, and rough and gross below. The falling ruin crushed Cebrion's head, the lawless offspring of King Priam's bed. His front, brows, eyes, one undistinguished wound. The bursting balls drop sightless to the ground. The charioteer, while yet he held the rein, struck from the car, falls headlong on the plain. To the dark shades the soul unwilling glides, while the proud victor thus his fall derides. "Good heaven! What active feats yon artist shows! What skilful divers are our Phrygian foes! Mark with what ease they sink into the sand! Pity that all their practice is by land." Then rushing sudden on his prostrate prize, to spoil the carcass fierce Patroclus flies. Swift as a lion, terrible and bold, that sweeps the field, depopulates the fold. Pierced through the dauntless heart, then tumbles slain, and from his fatal courage finds his bane. At once bold Hector, leaping from his car, defends the body, and provokes the war. Thus for some slaughtered hind, with equal rage, two lordly rulers of the wood engage. Stung with fierce hunger, each the prey invades, and echoing roars re-bellow through the shades. Stern Hector fastens on the warrior's head, and by the foot Patroclus drags the dead. While all around confusion, rage, and fright mix the contending hosts in mortal fight. So pent by hills, the wild winds roar aloud in the deep bosom of some gloomy wood. Leaves, arms, and trees aloft in air are blown, the broad oaks crackle and the sylvans groan. This way and that the rattling thicket bends, and the whole forest in one crash descends. Not with less noise, with less tumultuous rage, in dreadful shock the mingled hosts engage. Darts showered on darts now round the carcass ring, now flights of arrows bounding from the string. Stones follow stones, some clatter on the fields, some hard and heavy shake the sounding shields. But where the rising whirlwind clouds the plains, sunk in soft dust the mighty chief remains, and stretched in death forgets the guiding reins. Now flaming from the zenith, Sol had driven his fervid orb through half the vault of heaven, while on each host with equal tempests fell the showering darts, and numbers sank to hell. But when his evening wheels o'erhung the main, glad conquest rested on the Grecian train. Then from amidst the tumult and alarms they draw the conquered corse and radiant arms. Then rash Patroclus with new fury glows, and breathing slaughter pours amid the foes. Thrice on the press like Mars himself he flew, and thrice 3 heroes at each onset slew. There ends thy glory, there the fates untwine the last black remnant of so bright a line. Apollo dreadful stops thy middle way, death calls, and heaven allows no longer day. For lo, the god in dusky clouds enshrined, approaching dealt a staggering blow behind. The weighty shock his neck and shoulders feel, his eyes flash sparkles, his stunned senses reel in giddy darkness. Far to distance flung, his bounding helmet on the champaign rung. Achilles' plume is stained with dust and gore, that plume which never stooped to earth before. Long used, untouched, in fighting fields to shine, and shade the temples of the mad divine. Jove dooms it now on Hector's helm to nod. Not long, for fate pursues him and the god. His spear in shivers falls, his ample shield drops from his arm, his baldric strows the field. The corslet his astonished breast forsakes, loose is each joint, each nerve with horror shakes. Stupid he stares, and all assistless stands. Such is the force of more than mortal hands. A Dardan youth there was, well known to fame, from Penthus sprung, Euphorbus was his name, famed for the manage of the foaming horse, skilled in the dart, and matchless in the course. Full 20 nights he tumbled from the car, while yet he learned his rudiments of war. His venturous spear first drew the hero's gore. He struck, he wounded, but he durst no more. Nor, though disarmed, Patroclus' fury stood, but swift withdrew the long protended wood, and turned him short, and herded in the crowd. Thus by an arm divine, and mortal spear, wounded at once, Patroclus yields to fear, retires for succour to his social train, and flies the fate, which heaven decreed, in vain. Stern Hector, as the bleeding chief he views, breaks through the ranks, and his retreat pursues. The lance arrests him with a mortal wound, he falls, earth thunders, and his arms resound. With him all Greece was sunk, that moment all her yet surviving heroes seemed to fall. So, scorch'd with heat, along the desert score, the roaming lion meets a bristly boar, fast by the spring. They both dispute the flood, with flaming eyes, and jaws besmear'd with blood. At length the sovereign savage wins the strife, and the torn boar resigns his thirst and life. Patroclus thus, so many chiefs o'erthrown, so many lives effused, expires his own. As dying now at Hector's feet he lies, he sternly views him, and triumphant cries, "Lie there, Patroclus, and with thee the joy thy pride once promised, of subverting Troy. The fancied scenes of Ilion wrapped in flames, and thy soft pleasures served with captive dames. Unthinking man, I fought those towers to free, and guard that beauteous race from lords like thee. But thou a prey to vultures shalt be made, thy own Achilles cannot lend thee aid. Though much at parting that great chief might say, and much enjoin thee this important day. Return not, my brave friend, perhaps he said, without the bloody arms of Hector dead." He spoke, Patroclus march'd, and thus he sped. Supine, and wildly gazing on the skies, with faint expiring breath, the chief replies, "Vain boaster, cease, and know the powers divine. Jove's and Apollo's is this deed, not thine. To heaven is owed whate'er your own you call, and heaven itself disarm'd me ere my fall. Had 20 mortals, each thy match in might, opposed me fairly, they had sunk in fight. By fate and Phoebus was I first o'erthrown, Euphorbus next, the third mean part thy own. But thou imperious, hear my latest breath, the gods inspire it, and it sounds thy death. Insulting man, thou shalt be soon as I. Black fate o'erhangs thee, and thy hour draws nigh. Even now on life's last verge I see thee stand, I see thee fall, and by Achilles' hand." He faints. The soul unwilling wings her way, the beauteous body left a load of clay, flits to the lone, uncomfortable coast, a naked, wandering, melancholy ghost. Then Hector pausing, as his eyes he fed on the pale carcass, thus addressed the dead: "From whence this boding speech? The stern decree of death denounced, or why denounced to me? Why not as well Achilles' fate be given to Hector's lance? Who knows the will of heaven?" Pensive he said, then pressing as he lay his breathless bosom, tore the lance away, and upwards cast the course. The reeking spear he shakes, and charges the bold charioteer. but swift Automedon, with loosened reins wrapped in the chariot o'er the distant plains, far from his rage the immortal coursers drove. The immortal coursers were the gift of Jove. End of Book 16. Book 17 of the Iliad by Homer, translated by Alexander Pope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 17. Argument. The seventh battle for the body of Patroclus. The acts of Menelaus. Menelaus, upon the death of Patroclus, defends his body from the enemy. Euphorbus, who attempts it, is slain. Hector advancing, Menelaus retires, but soon returns with Ajax and drives him off. This Glaucus objects to Hector as a flight, who thereupon puts on the armor he had won from Patroclus and renews the battle. The Greeks give way, till Ajax rallies them. Aeneas sustains the Trojans. Aeneas and Hector attempt the chariot of Achilles, which is borne off by Automedon. The horses of Achilles deplore the loss of Patroclus. Jupiter covers his body with a thick darkness. The noble prayer of Ajax on that occasion. Menelaus sends Antilochus to Achilles with the news of Patroclus' death, then returns to the fight where, though attacked with the utmost fury, he and Meriones, assisted by the Ajaces, bear off the body to the ships. The time is the evening of the 28th day. The scene lies in the fields before Troy. On the cold earth divine Patroclus spread, lies pierced with wounds among the vulgar dead. Great Menelaus, touched with generous woe, springs to the front and guards him from the foe. Thus round her new-fallen young the heifer moves, fruit of her throes and firstborn of her loves. And anxious, helpless as he lies and bare, turns and returns her with a mother's care. Opposed to each that near the carcass came, his broad shield glimmers and his lances flame. The son of Panthus, skilled the dart to send, eyes the dead hero and insults the friend. This hand, Atrides, laid Patroclus low. Warrior, desist, nor tempt an equal blow. To me the spoils my prowess won resign. Depart with life, and leave the glory mine. The Trojan thus. The Spartan monarch burned with generous anguish, and in scorn returned. Laugh'st thou not, Jove, from thy superior throne, when mortals boast of prowess not their own? Not thus the lion glories in his might, nor panther braves his spotted foe in fight, nor thus the boar those terrors of the plain. Man only vaunts his force and vaunts in vain. But far the vainest of the boastful kind, these sons of Panthus vent their haughty mind. Yet 'twas but late, beneath my conquering steel, this boaster's brother, Hyperenor, fell. Against our arm which rashly he defied, vain was his vigour and as vain his pride. These eyes beheld him on the dust expire, no more to cheer his spouse or glad his sire. Presumptuous youth! like his shall be thy doom. Go, wait thy brother to the Stygian gloom. Or, while thou mayst, avoid the threatened fate. Fools stay to feel it, and are wise too late. Unmoved, Euphorbus thus: that action known, come, for my brother's blood repay thy own. His weeping father claims thy destined head, and spouse a widow in her bridal bed. On these thy conquered spoils I shall bestow, to soothe a consort's and a parent's woe. No longer then defer the glorious strife, let heaven decide our fortune, fame, and life. Swift as the word, the missile lance he flings, the well-aimed weapon on the buckler rings, but blunted by the brass, innoxious falls. On Jove the father great Atrides calls, nor flies the javelin from his arm in vain. It pierced his throat and bent him to the plain. Wide through the neck appears the grisly wound. Prone sinks the warrior, and his arms resound. The shining circlets of his golden hair, which even the Graces might be proud to wear, instarred with gems and gold, bestrow the shore with dust dishonour'd, and deformed with gore. As the young olive in some sylvan scene, crowned by fresh fountains with eternal green, lifts the gay head in snowy flowerets fair, and plays and dances to the gentle air, when lo, a whirlwind from high heaven invades the tender plant, and withers all its shades. It lies uprooted from its genial bed, a lovely ruin now defaced and dead. Thus young, thus beautiful, Euphorbus lay, while the fierce Spartan tore his arms away. Proud of his deed, and glorious in the prize, affrighted Troy the towering victor flies. Flies, as before some mountain lion's ire the village curs and trembling swains retire, when o'er the slaughter'd bull they hear him roar, and see his jaws distil with smoking gore. All pale with fear, at distance scatter'd round, they shout incessant, and the vales resound. Meanwhile Apollo view'd with envious eyes, and urged great Hector to dispute the prize. In Mente's shape, beneath whose martial care the rough Ciconians learned the trade of war. "Forbear," he cried, "with fruitless speed to chase Achilles' coursers of ethereal race. They stoop not, these, to mortal man's command, or stoop to none but great Achilles' hand. Too long amused with a pursuit so vain, turn, and behold the brave Euphorbus slain, by Sparta slain, for ever now suppressed the fire which burned in that undaunted breast." Thus having spoke, Apollo wing'd his flight, and mix'd with mortals in the toils of fight. His words infixed unutterable care deep in great Hector's soul. Through all the war he darts his anxious eye, and, instant, view'd the breathless hero in his blood imbued, forth welling from the wound as prone he lay, and in the victor's hands the shining prey. Sheathed in bright arms, through cleaving ranks he flies, and sends his voice in thunder to the skies. Fierce as a flood of flame by Vulcan sent, it flew, and fired the nations as it went. Atrides from the voice the storm divined, and thus explored his own unconquered mind. "Then shall I quit Patroclus on the plain, slain in my cause, and for my honour slain? Desert the arms, the relics of my friend? Or singly Hector and his troops attend? Sure where such partial favour heaven bestow'd, to brave the hero were to brave the god. Forgive me, Greece, if once I quit the field, 'tis not to Hector but to heaven I yield. Yet nor the god nor heaven should give me fear, did but the voice of Ajax reach my ear. Still would we turn, still battle on the plains, and give Achilles all that yet remains of his and our Patroclus." This, no more the time allowed, Troy thickened on the shore. A sable scene! The terrors Hector led, slow he recedes, and sighing quits the dead. So from the fold the unwilling lion parts, forced by loud clamours and a storm of darts. He flies indeed, but threatens as he flies, with heart indignant and retorted eyes. Now enter'd in the Spartan ranks, he turn'd his manly breast, and with new fury burn'd. O'er all the black battalions sent his view, and through the cloud the godlike Ajax knew. Where labouring on the left the warrior stood, all grim in arms, and cover'd o'er with blood. There breathing courage, where the god of day had sunk each heart with terror and dismay. To him the king: "O Ajax, O my friend, haste, and Patroclus' loved remains defend. The body to Achilles to restore demands our care. Alas, we can no more! For naked now, despoiled of arms, he lies, and Hector glories in the dazzling prize." He said, and touch'd his heart. The raging pair pierced the thick battle, and provoke the war. Already had stern Hector seized his head, and doom'd to Trojan gods the unhappy dead. But soon as Ajax rear'd his tower-like shield, sprung to his car, and measured back the field, his train to Troy the radiant armour bear, to stand a trophy of his fame in war. Meanwhile great Ajax, his broad shield display'd, guards the dead hero with the dreadful shade, and now before and now behind he stood. Thus in the centre of some gloomy wood, with many a step, the lioness surrounds her tawny young, beset by men and hounds. Elate her heart, and rousing all her powers, dark o'er the fiery balls each hanging eyebrow lowers. Fast by his side the generous Spartan glows with great revenge, and feeds his inward woes. But Glaucus, leader of the Lycian aids, on Hector frowning thus his flight upbraids: "Where now in Hector shall we Hector find? a manly form without a manly mind. Is this, O chief, a hero's boasted fame? How vain without the merit is the name! Since battle is renounced, thy thoughts employ what other methods may preserve thy Troy. 'Tis time to try if Ilian state can stand by thee alone, nor ask a foreign hand. Mean, empty boast! But shall the Lycians stake their lives for you, those Lycians you forsake? What from thy thankless arms can we expect? Thy friend Sarpedon proves thy base neglect. Say, shall our slaughtered bodies guard your walls, while unrevenged the great Sarpedon falls? Even where he died for Troy you left him there, a feast for dogs, and all the fowls of air. On my command if any Lycian wait, hence let him march and give up Troy to fate. Did such a spirit as the gods impart impel one Trojan hand or Trojan heart, such as should burn in every soul that draws the sword for glory and his country's cause, even yet our mutual arms we might employ, and drag yon carcass to the walls of Troy. Oh, were Patroclus ours, we might obtain Sarpedon's arms and honour'd corse again. Greece with Achilles' friend should be repaid, and thus due honours purchased to his shade. But words are vain. Let Ajax once appear, and Hector trembles and recedes with fear. Thou dar'st not meet the terrors of his eye, and lo, already thou preparest to fly. The Trojan chief with fixed resentment eyed the Lycian leader, and sedate replied. Say, is it just, my friend, that Hector's ear from such a warrior such a speech should hear? I deemed thee once the wisest of thy kind, but ill this insult suits a prudent mind. I shun great Ajax? I desert my train? 'Tis mine to prove the rash assertion vain. I joy to mingle where the battle bleeds, and hear the thunder of the sounding steeds. But Jove's high will is ever uncontrolled. The strong he withers, and confounds the bold; now crowns with fame the mighty man, and now strikes the fresh garland from the victor's brow. Come, through yon squadrons let us hew the way, and thou be witness if I fear today. If yet a Greek the sight of Hector dread, or yet their hero dare defend the dead. Then turning to the martial hosts he cries, Ye Trojans, Dardans, Lycians, and allies, be men, my friends, in action as in name, and yet be mindful of your ancient fame. Hector in proud Achilles' arms shall shine, torn from his friend, by right of conquest mine. He strode along the field, as thus he said, the sable plumage nodded o'er his head. Swift through the spacious plain he sent a look, one instant saw, one instant overtook the distant band that on the sandy shore the radiant spoils to sacred Ilion bore. There his own mail unbraced the field bestrode, his train to Troy conveyed the massy load. Now blazing in the immortal arms he stands, the work and present of celestial hands. By aged Peleus to Achilles given, as first to Peleus by the court of heaven. His father's arms not long Achilles wears, forbid by fate to reach his father's years. Him, proud in triumph, glittering from afar, the god whose thunder rends the troubled air beheld with pity, as apart he sat and conscious looked through all the scene of fate. He shook the sacred honours of his head, Olympus trembled, and the godhead said, Ah, wretched man, unmindful of thy end, a moment's glory and what fates attend! In heavenly panoply divinely bright thou stand'st, and armies tremble at thy sight, as at Achilles' self. Beneath thy dart lies slain the great Achilles' dearer part. Thou from the mighty dead those arms hast torn, which once the greatest of mankind had worn. Yet live, I give thee one illustrious day, a blaze of glory ere thou fad'st away. For no more Andromache shall come with joyful tears to welcome Hector home. No more officious, with endearing charms, from thy tired limbs unbrace Pelides' arms. Then with his sable brow he gave the nod that seals his word, the sanction of the god. The stubborn arms, by Jove's command disposed, conformed spontaneous and around him closed. Filled with the god, enlarged his members grew, through all his veins a sudden vigour flew. The blood in brisker tides began to roll, and Mars himself came rushing on his soul. Exhorting loud through all the field he strode, and looked, and moved, Achilles or a god. Now Mesthles, Glaucus, Medon he inspires, now Phorcys, Chromius, and Hippothous fires. The great Thersilochus like fury found, Asteropaeus kindled at the sound, and Ennomus in augury renowned. Hear, all ye hosts, and hear unnumbered bands of neighbouring nations, or of distant lands. 'Twas not for state we summoned you so far, to boast our numbers and the pomp of war. Ye came to fight, a valiant foe to chase, to save our present and our future race. For this, our wealth, our products you enjoy, and glean the relics of exhausted Troy. Now then, to conquer or to die prepare. To die or conquer are the terms of war. Whatever hand shall win Patroclus slain, whoever shall drag him to the Trojan train, with Hector's self shall equal honours claim, with Hector part the spoil and share the fame. Fired by his words, the troops dismiss their fears. They join, they thicken, they protend their spears. Full on the Greeks they drive in firm array, and each from Ajax hopes the glorious prey. Vain hope! What numbers shall the field o'erspread, what victims perish round the mighty dead? Great Ajax marked the growing storm from far, and thus bespoke his brother of the war. Our fatal day, alas, is come, my friend, and all our wars and glories at an end. 'Tis not this course alone we guard in vain, condemned to vultures on the Trojan plain. We too must yield. The same sad fate must fall on thee, on me, perhaps, my friend, on all. See what a tempest direful Hector spreads, and lo, it bursts, it thunders on our heads. Call on our Greeks, if any hear the call, the bravest Greeks, this hour demands them all. The warrior raised his voice, and wide around the field re-echoed the distressful sound. O chiefs! O princes, to whose hand is given the rule of men, whose glory is from heaven, whom with due honours both Atrides grace, ye guides and guardians of our Argive race. All whom this well-known voice shall reach from far, all whom I see not through this cloud of war, come all, let generous rage your arms employ, and save Patroclus from the dogs of Troy. Oilean Ajax first the voice obeyed, swift was his pace and ready was his aid. Next him Idomeneus, more slow with age, and Merion, burning with a hero's rage. The long succeeding numbers who can name? But all were Greeks, and eager all for fame. Fierce to the charge great Hector led the throng. Whole Troy embodied rush'd with shouts along. Thus, when a mountain billow foams and raves, where some swollen river disembogues his waves, full in the mouth is stopped the rushing tide, the boiling ocean works from side to side, the river trembles to his utmost shore, and distant rocks rebellow to the roar. Nor less resolved, the firm Achaean band with brazen shields in horrid circle stand. Jove, pouring darkness o'er the mingled fight, conceals the warriors' shining helms in night. To him, the chief for whom the hosts contend had lived not hateful, for he lived a friend. Dead he protects him with superior care, nor dooms his carcass to the birds of air. The first attack the Grecians scarce sustain, repulsed they yield, the Trojans seize the slain. Then fierce they rally, to revenge led on by the swift rage of Ajax Telamon. Ajax to Peleus' son the second name, in graceful stature next, and next in fame. With headlong force the foremost ranks he tore, so through the thicket bursts the mountain boar, and rudely scatters, for a distance round, the frighted hunter and the baying hound. The son of Lethus, brave Pelasgus' heir, Hippothous, dragged the carcass through the war. The sinewy ankles bored, the feet he bound with thongs inserted through the double wound. Inevitable fate o'ertakes the deed, doomed by great Ajax' vengeful lance to bleed. It cleft the helmet's brazen cheeks in twain, the shattered crest and horsehair strow the plain. With nerves relaxed he tumbles to the ground, the brain comes gushing through the ghastly wound. He drops Patroclus' foot, and o'er him spread now lies a sad companion of the dead. Far from Larissa lies, his native air, and ill requites his parents' tender care. Lamented youth, in life's first bloom he fell, sent by great Ajax to the shades of hell. Once more at Ajax Hector's javelin flies, The Grecian marking, as it cut the skies, shunned the descending death, which hissing on, stretched in the dust the great Iphitus' son, Schedius the brave, of all the Phocian kind the boldest warrior and the noblest mind. In little Panoply, for strength renowned, he held his seat and ruled the realms around. Plunged in his throat, the weapon drank his blood, and deep transpiercing through the shoulder stood. In clanging arms the hero fell, and all the fields resounded with his weighty fall. Phorcys, as slain Hippothous he defends, the Telamonian lance his belly rends. The hollow armour burst before the stroke, and through the wound the rushing entrails broke. In strong convulsions, panting on the sands, he lies, and grasps the dust with dying hands. Struck at the sight, recede the Trojan train, the shouting Argives strip the heroes slain. And now had Troy, by Greece compelled to yield, fled to her ramparts and resigned the field. Greece in her native fortitude elate, with Jove averse, had turned the scale of fate. But Phoebus urged Aeneas to the fight. He seemed like aged Periphas to sight, a herald in Anchises' love grown old, revered for prudence, and with prudence bold. Thus he: "What methods yet, O chief, remain to save your Troy, though heaven its fall ordain? There have been heroes, who by virtuous care, by valour, numbers, and by arts of war, have forced the powers to spare a sinking state, and gained at length the glorious odds of fate. But you, when fortune smiles, when Jove declares his partial favour and assists your wars, your shameful efforts 'gainst yourselves employ, and force the unwilling god to ruin Troy." Aeneas, through the form assumed, decries the power concealed, and thus to Hector cries: "O lasting shame! To our own fears a prey, we seek our ramparts, and desert the day. A god, nor is he less, my bosom warms, and tells me, Jove asserts the Trojan arms." He spoke, and foremost to the combat flew. The bold example all his hosts pursue. Then first Leocritus beneath him bled, in vain beloved by valiant Lycomede, who view'd his fall, and grieving at the chance, swift to revenge it sent his angry lance. The whirling lance, with vigorous force address'd, descends and pants in Episaon's breast. From rich Paeonia's vales the warrior came, next thee Asteropaeus, in place and fame. Asteropaeus with grief beheld the slain, and rush'd to combat, but he rush'd in vain. Indissolubly firm, around the dead, rank within rank on buckler spread, and hemm'd with bristled spears the Grecians stood, a brazen bulwark, and an iron wood. Great Ajax eyes them with incessant care, and in an orb contracts the crowded war, close in their ranks commands to fight or fall, and stands the centre and the soul of all. Fix'd on the spot they war, and wounded wound, a sanguine torrent steeps the reeking ground. On heaps the Greeks, on heaps the Trojans bled, and thickening round them, rise the hills of dead. Greece, in close order and collected might, yet suffers least, and sways the wavering fight. Fierce as conflicting fires the combat burns, and now it rises, now it sinks by turns. In one thick darkness all the fight was lost. The sun, the moon, and all the ethereal host seemed as extinct. Day ravish'd from their eyes, and all heaven's splendours blotted from the skies. Such o'er Patroclus' body hung the night, the rest in sunshine fought and open light. Unclouded there the aerial azure spread, no vapour rested on the mountain's head. The golden sun pour'd forth a stronger ray, and all the broad expansion flamed with day. Dispersed around the plain, by fits they fight, and here and there their scatter'd arrows light. But death and darkness o'er the carcass spread, there burn'd the war, and there the mighty bled. Meanwhile the sons of Nestor, in the rear, their fellows routed, toss the distant spear, and skirmish wide. So Nestor gave command, when from the ships he sent the Pylian band. The youthful brothers thus for fame contend, nor knew the fortune of Achilles' friend. In thought they view'd him still, with martial joy, glorious in arms, and dealing death to Troy. But round the course the heroes pant for breath, and thick and heavy grows the work of death. O'erlabour'd now with dust and sweat and gore, their knees, their legs, their feet are cover'd o'er. Drops follow drops, The clouds on clouds arise, and carnage clogs their hands, and darkness fills their eyes. As when a slaughtered bull's yet reeking hide, strained with full force, and tugged from side to side, the brawny couriers stretch, and labour o'er the extended surface, drunk with fat and gore; so tugging round the course both armies stood, the mangled body bathed in sweat and blood; while Greeks and Ilians equal strength employ, now to the ships to force it, now to Troy. Not Pallas' self her breast when fury warms, nor he whose anger sets the world in arms, could blame this scene, such rage, such horror reign'd; such Jove to honour the great dead ordained. Achilles in his ships at distance lay, nor knew the fatal fortune of the day. He, yet unconscious of Patroclus' fall, in dust extended under Ilion's wall, expects him glorious from the conquered plain, and for his wish'd return prepares in vain; though well he knew, to make proud Ilion bend was more than heaven had destined to his friend. Perhaps to him this Thetis had revealed, the rest, in pity to her son, concealed. Still raged the conflict round the hero dead, and heaps on heaps by mutual wounds they bled. Cursed be the man, even private Greeks would say, who dares desert this well-disputed day. First may the cleaving earth before our eyes gape wide, and drink our blood for sacrifice. First perish all, ere haughty Troy shall boast we lost Patroclus, and our glory lost. Thus they, while with one voice the Trojans said, "Grant this day, Jove, or heap us on the dead." Then clash their sounding arms, the clangors rise, and shake the brazen concave of the skies. Meantime, at distance from the scene of blood, the pensive steeds of great Achilles stood. Their godlike master slain before their eyes, they wept, and shared in human miseries. In vain Automedon now shakes the rein, now plies the lash, and soothes and threats, in vain. Nor to the fight nor Hellespont they go, restive they stood, and obstinate in woe. Still as a tombstone, never to be moved, on some good man or woman unreproved lays its eternal weight, or fixed, as stands a marble courser by the sculptor's hands, placed on the hero's grave. Along their face the big round drops coursed down with silent pace conglobing on the dust. Their manes, that late circled their arched necks and waved in state, trailed on the dust beneath the yoke were spread, and prone to earth was hung their languid head. Nor Jove disdained to cast a pitying look, while thus relenting to the steeds he spoke: "Unhappy coursers of immortal strain, exempt from age and deathless, now in vain. Did we your race on mortal man bestow, only, alas, to share in mortal woe? For ah, what is there of inferior birth that breathes or creeps upon the dust of earth? What wretched creature of what wretched kind, than man more weak, calamitous, and blind? A miserable race! But cease to mourn, for not by you shall Priam's son be borne high on the splendid car. One glorious prize he rashly boasts, the rest our will denies. Ourself will swiftness to your nerves impart, ourself with rising spirits swell your heart. Automedon your rapid flight shall bear safe to the navy through the storm of war. For yet 'tis given to Troy to ravage o'er the field, and spread her slaughters to the shore. The sun shall see her conquer, till his fall with sacred darkness shades the face of all." He said, and breathing in the immortal horse excessive spirit, urged them to the course. From their high manes they shake the dust, and bear the kindling chariot through the parted war. So flies a vulture through the clamorous train of geese that scream and scatter round the plain. From danger now with swiftest speed they flew, and now to conquest with like speed pursue. Sole in the seat the charioteer remains, now plies the javelin, now directs the reins. Him brave Alcimedon beheld distressed, approach'd the chariot and the chief addressed: "What god provokes thee rashly thus to dare, alone, unaided in the thickest war? Alas! thy friend is slain, and Hector wields Achilles' arms triumphant in the fields." "In happy time," the charioteer replies, "the bold Alcimedon now greets my eyes. No Greek like him the heavenly steeds restrains, or holds their fury in suspended reins. Patroclus, while he lived, their rage could tame, but now Patroclus is an empty name. To thee I yield the seat, to thee resign the ruling charge, the task of fight be mine." He said. Alcimedon, with active heat, snatches the reins and vaults into the seat. His friend descends. The chief of Troy decried, and called Aeneas fighting near his side. "Lo, to my sight, beyond our hope restored, Achilles' car, deserted of its lord! The glorious steeds our ready arms invite, scarce their weak drivers guide them through the fight. Can such opponents stand when we assail? Unite thy force, my friend, and we prevail." The son of Venus to the counsel yields. Then o'er their backs they spread their solid shields. With brass refulgent the broad surface shined, and thick bull hides the spacious concave lined. Them Chromius follows, Aretus succeeds. Each hopes the conquest of the lofty steeds. In vain, brave youths, with glorious hopes ye burn, in vain advance, not fated to return. Unmoved, Automedon attends the fight, implores the Eternal, and collects his might. Then turning to his friend, with dauntless mind, "Oh, keep the foaming coursers close behind. Full on my shoulders let their nostrils blow, for hard the fight, determined is the foe. 'Tis Hector comes, and when he seeks the prize, war knows no mean, he wins it or he dies." Then through the field he sends his voice aloud, and calls the Ajaces from the warring crowd, with great Atrides. "Hither turn," he said, "turn where distress demands immediate aid. The dead, encircled by his friends, forego, and save the living from a fiercer foe. Unhelped we stand, unequal to engage the force of Hector and Aeneas' rage. Yet mighty as they are, my force to prove is only mine, the event belongs to Jove." He spoke, and high the sounding javelin flung, which pass'd the shield of Aretus the young. It pierced his belt, embossed with curious art, then in the lower belly struck the dart. As when a ponderous axe, descending full, cleaves the broad forehead of some brawny bull, struck 'twixt the horns, he springs with many a bound, then tumbling rolls enormous on the ground. Thus fell the youth, the air his soul received, and the spear trembled as his entrails heaved. Now at Automedon the Trojan foe discharged his lance. The meditated blow, stooping, he shunn'd. The javelin idly fled, and hiss'd innoxious o'er the hero's head. Deep rooted in the ground, the forceful spear in long vibration spent its fury there. With clashing falchions now the chiefs had closed, but each brave Ajax heard, and interposed. Nor longer Hector with his Trojans stood, but left their slain companion in his blood. His arms Automedon divests, and cries, "Accept, Patroclus, this mean sacrifice. Thus have I soothed my griefs, and thus have paid, poor as it is, some offering to thy shade." So looks the lion o'er a mangled boar, all grim with rage, and horrible with gore. High on the chariot at one bound he sprung, and o'er his seat the bloody trophies hung. And now Minerva from the realms of air descends impetuous, and renews the war. For, pleased at length the Grecian arms to aid, the lord of thunder sent the blue-eyed maid. As when high Jove, denouncing future woe, o'er the dark clouds extends his purple bow, in sign of tempest from the troubled air, or from the rage of man, destructive war. The drooping cattle dread the impending skies, and from his half-tilled field the labourer flies. In such a form the goddess round her drew a livid cloud, and to the battle flew. Assuming phoenix shape, on earth she falls, and in his well-known voice to Sparta calls. And lies Achilles' friend, beloved by all, a prey to dogs beneath the Trojan wall? What shame, O Greece, for future times to tell, to thee the greatest in whose cause he fell! "O chief, O father," Atreus' son replies, "O full of days, by long experience wise, what more desires my soul than here unmoved to guard the body of the man I loved? Ah, would Minerva send me strength to rear this wearied arm, and ward the storm of war! But Hector, like the rage of fire, we dread, and Jove's own glories blaze around his head." Pleased to be first of all the powers addressed, she breathes new vigour in her hero's breast, and fills with keen revenge, with fell despite, desire of blood, and rage, and lust of fight. So burns the vengeful hornet, soul all o'er, repulsed in vain, and thirsty still of gore. Bold son of air and heat, on angry wings untamed, untired, he turns, attacks, and stings. Fired with like ardour fierce Atrides flew, and sent his soul with every lance he threw. There stood a Trojan, not unknown to fame, Aetion's son, and Podus was his name. With riches honour'd, and with courage bless'd, by Hector loved, his comrade and his guest. Through his broad belt the spear a passage found, and, ponderous as he falls, his arms resound. Sudden at Hector's side Apollo stood, like Phaenops, Asius' son, appear'd the god. Asius the great, who held his wealthy reign in fair Abydos, by the rolling main. "O prince," he cried, "O foremost once in fame, what Grecian now shall tremble at thy name? Dost thou at length to Menelaus yield, a chief once thought no terror of the field? Yet singly now the long disputed prize he bears victorious, while our army flies. By the same arm illustrious Podes bled, the friend of Hector, unrevenged, is dead." This heard, o'er Hector spreads a cloud of woe, rage lifts his lance, and drives him on the foe. But now the Eternal shook his sable shield, that shaded eyed and all the subject field beneath its ample verge. A rolling cloud involved the mount, the thunder roared aloud. The affrighted hills from their foundations nod, and blaze beneath the lightnings of the god. At one regard of his all-seeing eye the vanquish'd triumph, and the victors fly. Then trembled Greece, the flight Peneleus led, for as the brave Boeotian turned his head to face the foe, Polydamas drew near, and raised his shoulder with a shortened spear. By Hector wounded, Lytus quits the plain, pierced through the wrist, and raging with the pain, grasps his once formidable lance in vain. As Hector followed, Idomen addressed the flaming javelin to his manly breast. The brittle point before his corslet yields. Exulting Troy with clamour fills the fields. High on his chariots the Cretan stood, the son of Priam whirled the massive wood. But erring from its aim, the impetuous spear struck to the dust the squire and charioteer of martial Merion, Coeranus his name, who left fair Lyctus for the fields of fame. On foot bold Merion fought, and now laid low, had graced the triumphs of his Trojan foe, but the brave squire the ready coursers brought, and with his life his master's safety bought. Between his cheek and ear the weapon went, the teeth it shattered and the tongue it rent. Prone from the seat he tumbles to the plain, his dying hand forgets the falling rain. This Merion reaches, bending from the car, and urges to desert the hopeless war. Idomeneus consents, the lash applies, and the swift chariot to the navy flies. Not Ajax less the will of heaven decried, and conquest shifting to the Trojan side, turned by the hand of Jove. Then thus begun, to Atreus' seed, the godlike Telamon. Alas, who sees not Jove's almighty hand transfers the glory to the Trojan band? Whether the weak or strong discharge the dart, he guides each arrow to a Grecian heart. Not so our spears. Incessant though they rain, he suffers every lance to fall in vain. Deserted of the god, yet let us try what human strength and prudence can supply. If yet this honour'd course, in triumph borne, may glad the fleets that hope not our return, who tremble yet, scarce rescued from their fates, and still hear Hector thundering at their gates. Some hero too must be dispatch'd to bear the mournful message to Pelides' ear. For sure he knows not, distant on the shore, his friend, his loved Patroclus, is no more. But such a chief I spy not through the host. The men, the steeds, the armies, all are lost in general darkness. Lord of earth and air, O king, O father, hear my humble prayer. Dispel this cloud, the light of heaven restore. Give me to see, and Ajax asks no more. If Greece must perish, we thy will obey, but let us perish in the face of day. With tears the hero spoke, and at his prayer the god relenting cleared the clouded air. Forth burst the sun with all-enlightening ray, the blaze of armour flashed against the day. Now, now, Atrides, cast around thy sight. If yet Antilochus survives the fight, let him to great Achilles' ear convey the fatal news. Atrides hastes away. So turns the lion from the nightly fold, though high in courage and with hunger bold, long galled by herdsmen and long vexed by hounds, stiff with fatigue and fretted sore with wounds. The darts fly round him from 100 hands, and the red terrors of the blazing brands. Till late, Reluctant, at the dawn of day sour he departs, and quits the untasted prey. So moved Atrides from his dangerous place with weary limbs, but with unwilling pace. The foe he fear'd might yet Patroclus gain, and much admonish'd, much adjured his train. "O guard these relics to your charge consign'd, and bear the merits of the dead in mind. How skill'd he was in each obliging art, the mildest manners, and the gentlest heart! He was, alas! but fate decreed his end, in death a hero, as in life a friend." So parts the chief. From rank to rank he flew, and round on all sides sent his piercing view. As the bold bird, endued with sharpest eye of all that wings the mid-aerial sky, the sacred eagle from his walks above looks down, and sees the distant thicket move. Then stoops, and sousing on the quivering hair, snatches his life amid the clouds of air. Not with less quickness his exerted sight pass'd this and that way, through the ranks of fight, till on the left the chief he sought he found, cheering his men and spreading deaths around. To him the king: "Beloved of Jove, draw near, for sadder tidings never touch'd thy ear. Thy eyes have witnessed what a fatal turn, how Ilion triumphs, and the Achaeans mourn. This is not all: Patroclus on the shore now pale and dead shall succour Greece no more. Fly to the fleet, this instant fly, and tell the sad Achilles how his loved one fell. He too may haste the naked corse to gain. The arms are Hector's, who despoiled the slain." The youthful warrior heard with silent woe, from his fair eyes the tears began to flow. Big with the mighty grief, he strove to say what sorrow dictates, but no word found way. To brave Laodocus his arms he flung, who, near him wheeling, drove his steeds along. Then ran the mournful message to impart, with tearful eyes, and with dejected heart. Swift fled the youth, nor Menelaus stands, though sore distressed, to aid the Pylian bands, but bids bold Thrasymed those troops sustain. Himself returns to his Patroclus slain. "Gone is Antilochus," the hero said, "but hope not, warriors, for Achilles' aid. Though fierce his rage, unbounded be his woe, unarm'd, he fights not with the Trojan foe. 'Tis in our hands alone our hopes remain, 'tis our own vigour must the dead regain, and save ourselves, while with impetuous hate Troy pours along, and this way rolls our fate." "'Tis well," said Ajax, "be it then thy care, with Merion's aid, the weighty corse to rear. Myself and my bold brother will sustain the shock of Hector and his charging train, nor fear we armies, fighting side by side. What Troy can dare, we have already tried, have tried it, and have stood." The hero said. High from the ground the warriors heave the dead. A general clamour rises at the sight. Loud shout the Trojans, and renew the fight. Not fiercer rush along the gloomy wood, with rage insatiate, and with thirst of blood, voracious hounds, that many a length before their furious hunters drive the wounded boar. But if the savage turns his glaring eye, they howl aloof, and round the forest fly. Thus on retreating Greece the Trojans pour, wave their thick falchions, and their javelins shower. But Ajax turning, to their fears they yield. All pale they tremble, and forsake the field. While thus aloft the heroes' course they bear, behind them rages all the storm of war. Confusion, tumult, horror o'er the throng of men, steeds, chariots urged the rout along. Less fierce, the winds with rising flames conspire to whelm some city under waves of fire. Now sink in gloomy clouds the proud abodes, now crack the blazing temples of the gods. The rumbling torrent through the ruin rolls, and sheets of smoke mount heavy to the poles. The heroes sweat beneath their honour'd load, as when two mules along the rugged road, from the steep mountain with exerted strength, drag some vast beam, or mast's unwieldy length. Inly they groan, big drops of sweat distil, the enormous timber lumbering down the hill. So these. Behind, the bulk of Ajax stands, and breaks the torrent of the rushing bands. Thus when a river swell'd with sudden rains spreads his broad waters o'er the level plains, some interposing hill the stream divides, and breaks its force, and turns the winding tides. Still close they follow, close the rear engage. Æneas storms, and Hector foams with rage. while Greece a heavy, thick retreat maintains, wedged in one body, like a flight of cranes, that shriek incessant, while the falcon, hung high on poised pinions, threats their callow young. So from the Trojan chiefs the Grecians fly, such the wild terror and the mingled cry. Within, without the trench, and all the way, strowed in bright heaps, their arms and armour lay. Such horror Jove impressed, yet still proceeds the work of death, and still the battle bleeds. End of Book 17.